Chapter 1743. Xueqi has been staying at Sky Pit for several dozen days. He would only lie there to look at the sky in a daze without moving at all. Occasionally, he would do so next to a marking, as if wanting to imprint the mark on his body. At other times, he would sit in the meditative pose as if he was cultivating. The truth was that for ordinary cultivators, this place was no secret. There were no hidden treasuries, occult cultivation, and it wasn't even a good place for training. This place was useless unless people were at the same level as Origin or Deep South. However, these two emperors didn't come here for Tao comprehension. They only wanted to read the future and the wish of the heavens. Of course, Xueqi was aware of the secret hidden here. One that only he knew of, and it was useful to him only. The 9 worlds had many interlinked and disconnected aspects with the 10th. For cultivation, worldly energy could be refined into chaos energy, and grand Tao power could be polished into primordial energy. However, the latter was much purer. Even though one could still use the cultivation method from the 9 worlds here, the speed could be as slow as a snail's pace. Without a doubt, people would think that they're too dumb for cultivation. Because of this, immortal emperors would make minor changes to their cultivation despite wielding the immense heaven's will. There were 2 paths for them to take. The first was to strengthen their heaven's will. The second was to take in the wills from the 10th world. As for the 100 races in the 10th world, they couldn't cultivate these imperial arts, so they had their own. Some arts were stolen from the 3 races or at least derived from them. Of course, some wise sages spent generations to create new merit laws. One immortal emperor must be mentioned on this topic. Immortal Emperor Wan Gu. He was the first emperor from the ghost race, so he ascended to the 10th world very early. His achievements were not on the same level as Immortal Emperor Jiao Heng and Immortal Emperor Gu Chun, since he didn't win any territory for the 100 races nor fought against the Grand Emperors. He spent his time cultivating like a hermit, searching for the Grand Tao. With that, he was able to create a path for immortal emperors to fuse the 2 types of heaven's wills. This was a matchless achievement for cultivation. He also spent his time creating suitable merit laws for the 100 races. Ultimately, few surpassed him in terms of contribution towards cultivation. In the 13 continents, many mortals from the 100 races would normally start with the best and most common entry cultivation method, the myriad law art. This method was created by Immortal Emperor Wan Gu. It was suitable for humans, ghosts, charming spirits, and many others. It was one of the most widespread merit laws. Many vagabonds and new cultivators couldn't join the big powers to train with the best merit laws or imperial arts. Because of this, they could only pick the most common and suitable merit law, which was usually the myriad law art. If myriad law was the most suitable for all races, then the mortal reversion art was the best for humans. This was the second law of the 3 most popular ones. Of course, other races could also cultivate with the mortal reversion art, but humans had the best result. It had countless copies. Each of them was different because later generations would make adjustments, for personal use or future use. Despite its popularity, no one knew who created this particular method. It came out of nowhere in an ancient era. Some people believe that it came from Immortal Emperor Jiao Heng or other wise sages of the human race. The truth was that its creator was the Dark Crow. After coming to the 10th world, he pondered about a cultivation method up here. He didn't only create it for the humans, but he took it to a higher level, culminating in an art to punish the heaven. Later on, with increased proliferation and more additions, very few people could use mortal reversion and turn it into the heaven-punishing art. Xueqi chose mortal reversion as his entry method this time around. He didn't pick something from the 9 worlds because they weren't suitable in the upper realm. Even though his memories regarding mortal reversion have been erased, he created it back then inside these pits. Thus, he returned to this old place in order to look at the markings. Memories of the art surfaced again. He had his reasons for doing so. Though there were many editions of mortal reversion around in any street-side shops, he needed the purest of them all, not the ones that have been altered. Moreover, the heaven-punishing art that came after was best learned in this place. These pits contained secrets about an ancient expedition not known by others. As he continued his research, a few cultivators glanced at him with derision. Cultivators who cared about their face wouldn't attack a mortal. Otherwise, someone would have thrown a human beggar like him away already. After seeing his actions, the cultivators thought that he was insane. Many geniuses came without finding anything, but a mortal like him wanted to learn the Tao here? That's the behavior of a lunatic. Of course, some people paid attention to him too. There was a skinny old man with a goatee and two youths behind him, one boy and one girl. The boy was dashing while the girl was enchantingly pretty. A rare beauty she was. They were the old man's disciples and stood behind him while watching Li Chia. The old man was very interested and had been following Li Chia for the last 10 days. He noticed Li Chia was studying the marks. The boy asked, "Master, what's so special about this mortal? There are many masters in this world. Hidden dragons and crouching tigers everywhere. Our Sago Palm is only a tiny sect, lacking the insight to recognize real experts. Thus, we need to be meticulous and observant. Maybe we'll even gain something from it." The old man explained. "Master, your teaching makes sense. We should carefully observe other cultivators, but this man is only a human mortal. He is just having some strange ideas coming to the sky pit for Tao comprehension. Even the geniuses from the 3 races can't get anything from this place. Is he daydreaming?" The beautiful girl felt that Li Chia wasn't worth their time since they came here to train. They couldn't be blamed for thinking like this. Li Chia's cultivation has been destroyed, so everyone else saw him as a mortal. "You can't put it like that." The old man shook his head. "Such strange ideas are why we have immortal monarchs. In the beginning, humans didn't cultivate either, but the wise sages had dreams and strange thoughts, heralding our prosperity in the present, creating the myriad sects and merit laws for our human race. Sometimes, these strange ideas are essential for pioneering achievements." Chapter 1744. The 2 young ones didn't quite agree with their master. In their eyes, how could a mortal beggar create any merit law? His observation and every action naturally didn't escape Li Chia's eyes, but he didn't really care and acted as if they didn't exist. Eventually, one day when he was sitting above a pit resembling a lake, the old man finally took his 2 disciples over. "My name is Tai Shu Wang, current sect master of Sago Palm. Meeting fellow Taoist here can be considered a stroke of fate. May I have your name?" The old man cupped his fist and asked. His attitude was quite rare. This was a sect master, yet he was quite respectful towards a mortal. Even an ordinary cultivator wouldn't care for Li Chia, especially in his current sorry state. Li Chia was bored to death while looking at the shimmering lake and ignored the old man. His arrogant attitude irked the 2 disciples. The male shouted, "Hey! Are you deaf? My master is talking to you." Even though Sago Palm was a tiny sect, their master was still an expert and a sect master. This beggar should consider that it was an honor to be treated in this manner by their master. "Chen, do not be disrespectful," Wang shouted before cupping his fist towards Li Chia again. "Fellow Taoist, please excuse me for not teaching my disciple well enough." Li Chia remained fixated on the lake to the 2 young ones' chagrin. If it wasn't for their master's presence, they would have taught this mortal a lesson already. After a long time, Li Chia slowly turned around to look at Wang and said, "Behind courtesy is a hidden motive. You wish to ask me for something." "How presumptuous!" The male disciple named He Chen's expression turned for the worst as he shouted, "Be quiet." Wang reprimanded him. The female disciple, Shen Shaoshan, was also unhappy. She spoke softly, "Master, why are you tolerating his disrespectful attitude? Only a mortal, what can he do? Back off." He shouted again before coming forward and deeply bowed towards Li Chia. "My disciples are shallow and can't recognize greatness. Please forgive me." Li Chia glanced at him and said, "Out of consideration for your cordiality, you may sit." He patted on the muddy ground next to him. There was nothing there, only dirty soil, but Wang didn't mind at all. He lifted up his robe and sat down. Li Chia smiled at the respectful old man and said, "I am only a mortal, why do you think I'm a master? Burning Rampart is a dangerous place, just like a boiling stove. How could a mortal go here? The fact that you are a mortal shows just how amazing it is. Even though your clothes are messy, you are still calm, showing your exceptional heart. Thus, even if you are a mortal, you are someone special." Li Chia was amused by the response. "Weak your cultivation might be, not your vision though. Many experts lack this insight of yours." Shen Shaoshan and He Chen didn't like his reply at all and scowled. Their master might not be anyone impure, but he was still a Tao monarch. But now, a mortal called him weak? This person didn't watch his mouth at all and have eyes yet can't see Mount Tai. "Thank you," Wang replied. "I'm just a bit more meticulous and careful than others." "You either want an answer or have a favor to ask of me." Li Qie told the polite old man. Sir, you are indeed a master, a dragon hidden among men. It is my pleasure to meet you. The old man was startled. Meanwhile, his disciple felt that his master was only being played by this mortal. A bit interesting. I'm curious about why you think I can answer your questions. Li Qie chuckled. Wang busily answered. Sir, my late teacher taught me that the eyes are the windows to the mind. It can directly reflect a cultivator's Tao heart. In this place with eternal mysteries, anyone who looks at these marks would have a muddled gaze. However, your eyes are clear, unlike the others. Even emperors can't understand everything here, yet you are unperturbed. It shows that your mind must be amazing, able to see through the sun shrouded by the clouds or all the real merit laws behind the chaos. Li Qie nodded approvingly. Good. Your innate talents are bad, but you understand the ways of life. Your master must have been a terrific person too, to teach you something like that. Sir, you are too kind. Wang cupped his fist. The two disciples thought to themselves, what was this about a clear pair of eyes? Maybe this mortal was born stupid and couldn't react to any of the markings. Li Qie stared back at the lake before speaking. It's fine if you want to beseech me, but that depends on my mood. If I feel like it, I can teach you a thing or two. Sir, if you can answer my questions, Sago Palm will surely thank you. Wang hastily added. Stop. Li Qie interrupted him and waved his sleeve. Your rewards are meaningless to me. Such a transaction only debases our interaction. You are right, but if you do need anything, just say the words. Wang replied. The two disciples still couldn't handle the mortal posturing like a guru. They couldn't watch their master acting so subservient towards him either and wondered if their master had been struck by a spell or something. Li Qie said. Very well, I shall grant you a chance. Speak. The two felt like vomiting blood. This mortal was actually speaking to their master like this? Wang looked around before quietly said, This isn't the place to talk. Sir, will you come to our humble abode? Fine. I don't have any business anyway. Li Qie nodded. He didn't mind going to Sago Palm since he had gotten the mortal reversion art right now. It was time to leave Burning Rampart. Sir, this way. Wang stood up and gestured. I'm tired from a long journey. Get me a carriage. Li Qie told the old man. Wang took out a treasure carriage instantly, one that was pulled by 4 divine colts. The two disciples didn't dare to comment even though they were annoyed at their master submitting to the guy's every whim. Li Qie pointed at Shen Xiaoshan and casually said, She'll be my driver. You. Her face turned red after hearing this. Even though Sago Palm was a tiny sect, she was still its first disciple, a princess of sorts with so many people fawning over her. She quivered with rage after hearing this demand. Brat, you're pushing it, don't win an inch and want a foot. Her junior brother shouted in defense. Stop. Tai Shu Wang shouted again at He Chen. The boy could only grit his teeth and kept his mouth shut. Li Qie ignored him and glanced at the girl. It is your honor to be my driver. Having said that, he got into the carriage and immediately went to sleep. This treatment made her livid. She had to restrain the urge of beating this mortal up. Shaner, do a good job. Wang reminded his disciple. Master, she felt wronged and wanted to plead. Her master has always doted on her, but he still made her the driver now? Wang reiterated in an urgent manner. This relates to our sect's rise and fall. Do a good job of serving him. If anyone dares to be disrespectful, I will expel them. His expression and words were quite solemn and serious. Xiaoshan rarely saw this side of her master, so she swallowed all of unhappiness and indignation. However, she channeled this anger towards Li Qie instead and held nothing but contempt for him. Chapter 1745. Shen Xiaoshan was quite angry. A first disciple like her had to be the driver for a mortal? Even though she wasn't a princess, she was certainly treated like one back in her sect, but now, this guy was treating her like a servant. She wanted nothing more than to brutally beat the guy down, but she didn't dare to disobey her master's order, especially after seeing his serious demeanor. Tai Shu Wang was much more respectful than his two disciples. In his eyes, a mortal like Li Qie could make his sect prosper. Thus, he had high hope for the guy. Even though he wouldn't dare to say that under his control, the gate would grow much larger. He just wanted to gather enough resources and capital for the next generation. This mortal could be the bridge allowing them to cross the Dragon Gate. The sect was located in the western frontier. Its scale was quite negligible, only a few thousand disciples. The strongest was Tai Shu Wang at Dao Monarch. He was also quite famous in the province. Not to mention all 13 continents, a Dao monarch was nothing impure. In an imperial lineage, Dao monarchs were only common disciples. This western frontier belonged to the Jilin imperial clan. There were countless weak sects like Sago Palm. It didn't even qualify to become a tributary to the clan. It had to rely on a country under the clan's jurisdiction, Western Bank. At the same time, there were more than 300 countries like Western Bank below the clan. Thus, one could imagine just how tiny Sago Palm was in the grand scheme of things as well as the immense size of Jilin. The carriage had great speed and took less than a day to arrive at Sago Palm. Tai Shu Wang respectfully invited Li Qie into his sect and arranged a small quarter meant for honored guests. The entire sect was very confused. Why was their master so respectful towards this human beggar? Some even wanted to ask their first sister, but she was in a foul mood and had no desire to waste words. After entering the main chamber, Li Qie sat down and told Wang, "Take out the things you need help with." Wang was surprised and said, "Well, sir, you must be tired from the trip. You should rest and we can talk about it. No rush right now." Li Qie narrowed his eyes and said, "What? You don't think I'm capable of helping now?" No, of course not." Wang hurriedly appeased. "That wasn't my intention. I was just thinking that you need some rest right now." "No need, take it out. Unless it is something difficult, it won't take long. Don't waste my time." Li Qie waved his sleeve. Wang didn't say anything after seeing the guy's insistence and immediately left. After a while, he came back with a tiny box. It was tightly locked with a tiny seal. His expression was very prudent and serious. One could tell that the item inside was definitely extraordinary. He unlocked it and removed the seal before taking out a scroll. He carefully placed it in front of Li Qie before rolling it open and said, "Sir, there are many confusing and old writings in this scroll. Please take a look and decipher it." There were strange symbols inside with no particular order. People simply couldn't understand it at all. Upon close inspection, one would find similarities between the ones here and the marks found at the sky pit. Both of them were still as perplexing as ever. Li Qie's eyes became austere after seeing the symbols. He raised his head and asked Wang, "Where did you get this thing?" Wang was shocked to see this gaze even though Li Qie was a feeble mortal. He felt his legs giving in. This feeling completely shocked him. A Dao monarch like him was frightened by a mortal. Well, he smiled wryly and didn't answer. "This isn't something you or a sect like Sago Palm can have." Li Qie's voice turned cold. Under Li Qie's austere glare, Wang succumbed to fear. "Sir, the truth is that the item doesn't belong to us. A good friend of mine from Western Bank copied the symbols. A country like Western Bank isn't qualified to possess an item like this either." Li Qie uttered. "Sir, how do you know?" Wang said in a daze. Li Qie flatly responded, "Why did you find me?" "Very simple. It is because you saw me pondering the marks at the sky pit, the reason for top emperors like Deep South to visit the place. The marks there are beyond your sect and Western Bank's comprehension. Thus, even this copy can't be from Western Bank." Wang was astounded. This proved that Li Qie was knowledgeable enough. Even if he wasn't a cultivator, just his knowledge and wisdom alone would make him a supreme mortal. "You put us cultivators to shame. We're mere frogs under the well compared to your broad knowledge." Wang bowed, completely convinced by Li Qie. He finally waved his sleeve so that He Chen and Shen Shaoshan would leave. Even his direct disciples couldn't listen to this matter. After they left, he was still hesitant. Li Qie continued, "If you don't tell me, I won't be able to help you. In my opinion, this will be the only chance for your sect to soar." Wang eventually clenched his teeth and made up his mind. He quietly said, "Please don't tell outsiders, sir. The symbols from this scroll are from the Jilin Imperial clan. Every once in a while, the clan would have an exam for scholarly cultivators or even mortals that can read astronomy within their border. The exams are always secretive. These symbols were leaked by someone." He was very careful about this topic because if news of this were to spread, it could bring a sect-destroying disaster to Sago Palm. Nevertheless, he still wanted to gamble with Li Qie. After hearing this, Li Qie stood up with a sour expression. He stared at the horizon through the window without speaking for a long while. Taishu Wang was a bit horrified at this moment. This mortal emitted a soul-stealing prestige. No one would dare to offend him. Li Qie eventually returned to his spot and his expression eased up. He looked at the old man and asked, "Which immortal monarch from the Jilin clan participated in the 6th ultimate expedition?" "You don't know, sir?" Wang was surprised. "Of course I know, I'm just asking to chat." Li Qie calmly responded. Wang scratched his head and said, "Rumor has it that Nightfall Immortal Monarch was the one. I only heard it and didn't dare to inquire further, being an insignificant character that I am." There were many stories relating to the 6th expedition at the 13 continents. However, only Grand Emperors and Immortal Monarchs were privy to the details. Others only had access to unverifiable rumors. This was doubly true for a tiny sect like Sago Palm. A weak character like Wang didn't dare to pry about this matter. He only heard experts from the bigger sects talking about it. Nightfall Immortal Monarch's involvement was only a rumor as well. No one dared to ask the clan about it. Nightfall Immortal Monarch. Li Qie became quiet after hearing the name. An immortal monarch was the title of Heaven's will holder from the 100 races, such as humans, golems, charming spirits. This was a way to differentiate immortal emperors from the 9 worlds versus the ones from the 10th world. Chapter 1746. Nightfall was the third and strongest immortal monarch of the Jilin imperial clan. She had 11 fate palaces that contained 11 heaven's wills. She was only one step from being a top emperor. Her existence allowed the clan to prosper again, especially during her era. When did the Jilin clan start these examinations? Li Qie asked Taishu Wang. The old man pondered and eventually answered with a forced smile. "I'm afraid I don't know. It has been going on ever since I knew what's what, so at least this generation on a small scale. I heard that in the past, it was an internal thing. Later on, they also wanted to recruit intelligent and talented disciples, so they opened it to outsiders too." After hearing this, Li Qie chuckled and told the guy, "You want me to join your sect and take the examination? Ah, I do recommend you because the Jilin clan loves talents. Any sect within their jurisdiction can recommend examinees. Of course, I would want nothing more than for you to join our sect too." The old man rubbed his palms awkwardly and said, "I know what you want. Those who can pass the examination will be held in high regards by the clan. If you recommended me to take the test or if I were to join your sect, after I become a disciple in that clan and are groomed by them, your sect can build a connection from there. After all, I'll put in good words for you and this will boost your clan's status. Perhaps you will no longer need to be a tributary to West Bank and can be directly under Jilin instead." Wang felt his face becoming hot after Li Qie blurted everything. Back at the sky pit, he could see that this mortal was very knowledgeable regarding astronomy. Further conversations confirmed that the guy was a true scholar. Despite being immortal, he was more than scholarly enough to perhaps join the Jilin clan. This was Wang's plan. "Sir, you are an erudite scholar. With your talents, after becoming a cultivator, you will surely show off your true skill. Even if you can't become an overlord, you will most likely become a strategist for a clan. Thus, staying in the mortal realm is a waste of your knowledge and potential. If you can join the Jilin clan, you'll soar to the sky. With the resources of the clan at your disposal, you'll broaden your horizon and learn even more things. Why wouldn't anyone take such a good path?" Wang flattered and told Li Qie about the positive aspects. In fact, anyone who knew the clan would think that a mortal being able to join it was the same as a carp jumping over the dragon gate. No mortal with this knowledge would refuse the offer. It was an opportunity granted by the heavens. Instead of feeling excitement and anticipation, Li Qie simply gave a quick glance at the old man before gazing out the window again. After a while, he said, "I can go to the clan for the examination." "Really?" The old man became ecstatic and immediately bowed. "Sir, you are an amazing talent. I'm sure you will be recognized and groomed by the Jilin clan." This was the best-case scenario for him. If his recommendation could get someone into the clan, there would be an established line of communication. This, in turn, would raise Sago Palm's status. "Don't get excited so quickly," Li Qie leisurely said. "It's not that fun being attached to a behemoth like that. Just a little turn of its body can annihilate your sect." "Yes, of course." Wang laughed happily. He naturally understood this logic. Danger accompanied potential in this case. Of course, he was also aware that risk was necessary for any type of harvest. If they didn't dare to take this amount of risk, there would be no hope for Sago Palm. Your talents are non-existent, but your eyes are bright and perceptive. What a shame that you came from a tiny sect like this. If you were from a great power, you could still achieve something great. Lichia said slowly. The old man smiled wryly and said, I'm already very satisfied to be here at Sago Palm. In my eyes, nothing can be better than this place. He was a broad-minded person, capable of reading people and situations. Alas, his background betrayed him. Even being the sect master of this tiny sect wouldn't grant him anything. There were no resources and backings. As the adage goes, a clever wife still can't make a meal without rice. Thus, one couldn't expand and strengthen the sect. At the same time, his talents were average and limited his cultivation. This was another factor contributing to his sect's stagnation. Your plan is not bad, not only wishing to establish a relationship with the Jilin clan but also doing everything to groom your 2 disciples so that they can expand the sect. Unfortunately, their talents are much greater than yours, but they lack visions and magnanimity. They might not become anything worthwhile in the future. Li Qie casually commented. Ah, my disciples are arrogant due to their ignorance. They will need your guidance in the future. I hope you will be able to polish them a bit. Wang bowed again. He was aware that he had no hope in his lifetime. He was quite old and could return to the earth at any moment because there was no surpassing the Dao monarch level for him. However, this wasn't the case for He Chen and Shen Xiaoshan. They were much more gifted than their master. Especially Xiaoshan. He had high hopes for her since she was the best in the sect. They were the focus of his plan and allowed him to see a sliver of hope. In his mind, if Li Qie could join the clan while he could groom his 2 disciples into exceptional people, his sect would take one step at a time towards something higher. You have also thought about marrying your disciples into the Jilin clan. Li Qie made another speculation. Wang's expression changed as he faltered backward because Li Qie clearly saw through his mind and revealed thoughts that he had never told anyone before. This was indeed the truth. A direct disciple from Jilin might not want to marry Shen Xiaoshan, but a member of a side branch might. His disciple was both talented and beautiful. If this were to happen, his disciple would soar and transform into a phoenix overnight. This would be a fundamental shift in fate for their sect. A while ago, he also had another plan in mind. If Li Qie could actually join Jilin, he would marry his disciple to Li Qie. This would bolster the relationship between Li Qie and the sect, a very beneficial development for his sect's future. Nothing can hide from you. Wang smiled. If Shaner could marry into the clan, it would be a monumental change in her life. I wonder if she is fortunate enough. Wang didn't hide it at all. In fact, he hoped that Li Qie and Shen Xiaoshan could become closer. Despite being immortal, Li Qie's knowledge and capabilities would allow him to rise later on. A marriage alliance is an old and never-changing method. No other pact in this world is as secure. Li Qie smiled and didn't judge the old man. Wang's face turned red. His method was a bit embarrassing, but he would still do it. He simply replied, Sir, right you are. Even if we don't have any ambition to become strong, we still want something for self-preservation. My sect is only an ant. Any great power can easily crush us. He sighed before continuing. My late master wanted to see our sect grow stronger, not stay as an unknown sect that could be destroyed at any moment and no one would bat an eye. Alas, I'm too useless and can only work hard so that the next generation can have some connection with the Jilin clan. Chapter 1747. Tai Shu Weng spoke from the heart. Not to mention all of Pure, even in the West Bank alone, they were only a tiny sect painfully struggling at the lowest level. The young ones couldn't sense this struggle. He Chen and Shen Xiaoshan have been trained by Wang since they were young. Wang had even more hopes for Xiaoshan, so that's why she became a bit arrogant after being doted on for so long as the princess of the sect. Contrary to their sense of superiority, Wang was experienced enough and had seen the strength of the great powers before. He knew that their sect must obtain some connection with the Jilin clan. Otherwise, if someone were to destroy them in the future, no one might even hear about it. For example, West Bank country. It would only need to send a random elder to flatten their sect. This was the reason why Wang was always anxious about the future. It rather became a tributary to Jilin than West Bank. It wasn't only because Jilin was more powerful. More importantly, it was much farther away from their own sect. Due to the distance, Jilin wouldn't interfere or supervise with a tiny sect like Sago Palm. This wasn't the case for Westbank because of the close proximity. Thus, being connected with Jilin would give Sago Palm another layer of assurance. The path is difficult, not just for cultivators and training. Sects have a difficult time too. Li Chia told the old man. This type of things happen too often in both the 9th and 10th worlds. The old man forced a smile and asked awkwardly while pointing at the scroll. Sir, can you solve these symbols? Oh, you don't trust me? Li Chia responded. The old man quickly waved his hands back and forth in denial. No, that's not what I meant. I know that you are full of wisdom. It's just that. I'm sure you are aware. These examinations have their standards and the candidates are carefully chosen. I do have some connections that can let you come to the Jilin clan to show your skill. However, I still need something more tangible to convince them. Otherwise, no one will believe me. All of you are blind men touching an elephant. How can you know the answer? Not to mention you and your connection. Even the Jilin clan doesn't know what they are looking at. It's all just speculations and not even learning anything on the surface level. Li Chia smiled and shook his head. He continued on while looking at the old man. You might have gotten this thing but definitely not the answer. Even if I explain the symbols to you, you still won't be able to see their profundity. In fact, these symbols detailed things that were too profound. Even the ancestors from the Jilin clan wouldn't be able to understand them, only possessing a superficial knowledge at best. Only characters at the imperial level were capable of true comprehension. Sir, I might not understand it but I do have an assessing standard with me. I'm sure it won't let you down. The old man hurriedly said. Li Chia smiled in response. Very well, I'll entertain you then. With that, he wrote down text in such a smooth manner. The content was profound with esoteric Tao laws beyond Wang's comprehension. Of course, Li Chia agreed to take the exam wasn't because of Wang or Sago Palm. He simply felt very interested in the items at the Jilin clan. They themselves weren't aware of what they had. This was the reason why they started these examinations, hoping someone could understand these symbols. Wang took a look after Li Chia was finished. He naturally didn't understand them. The text looked heavenly like stallions soaring across the sky. He became dazed with a headache. Nevertheless, he still carefully folded the paper and put it away. In his eyes, this text shouldered the fate of his sect. They depended on it to climb up the ladder towards the Jilin clan. Of course, Li Chia really didn't care about these things. No one could stop him from getting what he wants. He stared at the horizon in quiet contemplation with a heavy heart. The ultimate expedition was an immensely difficult topic. Despite not personally seeing immortal Emperor Qizhen's 6th expedition, he already knew the result. His heart, time-beaten and numb, was still affected. Tai Shu Weng didn't dare to disturb him and quietly waited to the side. After a while, Li Chia regained his wits and glanced at the old man. I'm a bit tired, time for a bath. I'll have someone prepare one for you. Weng hastily replied. Let your female disciple waits on me. Li Chia casually ordered. Wang was taken aback by the request. Even though he had such thoughts, especially if Li Chia were to join the Jilin clan, it would be too early right now. Don't worry, I don't care for her beauty or anything. Let her serve me with a back rub. Li Chia answered after noticing the old man's expression. I shall do so. Wang shuddered after seeing Li Chia's cold eyes again. He believed that the guy wasn't in it for anything sexual. What? Shan Shaoshan shouted after hearing her master. Master, you want me to go serve him? Yes, Wang said slowly. Do your best without any mistake. This is a heavy responsibility for your sake and the sect's. Master, this is too much. He Chen loudly joined in. His senior sister was the prettiest at Sago Palm. So many brothers had a crush on her. Now, she had to go serve a mortal beggar? He Chen didn't know what spell had stricken his master. Watch it, Wang reprimanded. What do you know? Even if he is only a mortal, his vision and mind are superior. An extraordinary mortal he is. When dealing with others, do not judge by appearance or you'll pay for it one day. He rarely yelled at his disciples in such a stern manner in the past. It was certainly working because the two became afraid. But master, it's too irrational to let sister go serve him. He Chen lowered his tone. Wang said, who can predict the future? Go, don't be so willful. You are responsible for Sago Palm as well as the first sister. Be a role model for the young ones instead of acting so immature. Despite her unwillingness, Xiaoshan didn't dare to go against her master's wish. She continued on with an unhappy expression. He Chen stomped on the ground after seeing what he perceived as an injustice. Wang saw everything and said, "Chener, you are letting me down." Master. He Chen didn't expect these words to come from his master at all. You and your sister have great talents, much better than mine. However, the two of you are too arrogant, thinking that you're better than others so you look down on them. I pampered you too much instead of doing a good job of grooming you. I have failed in my role as your master. Wang sighed and shook his head. Master. He Chen's complexion turned pale. Wang went on. You should know that the responsibility of taking care of the sect will fall on the two of you one day since I'm old now. Cultivation alone isn't enough to lead a sect. Wisdom, reading people, and magnanimity are necessary or the sect will fall in your hands. How will you be able to see the ancestors then? The two of you lose your cool too easily while being too obstinate with your beliefs. If you don't try harder to rid yourself of these flaws, how can I ever be at ease to hand the sect over to you? Chapter 1748. Shan Xiaoshan had warmed the bath with the perfect temperature. After preparing clothes for Li Qie, she said coldly, "It's done, you can take your bath now." She was quite discontent. Even though she wasn't a princess from a great power or country, her background wasn't that weak as the first disciple of Sago Palm. This was relatively prestigious enough, but now, she had to a servant to a mortal? If it wasn't for the fact that one couldn't disobey their master, she would have beaten the guy already, let alone serving him. Li Qie stood there and looked around at the bath filled with mist. He stretched out his arms and said, "Disrobe me." You, Xiaoshan's expression sank. She thought that she would only be preparing the bath for him, not something like this. You shouldn't push it. She was furious since she was completely inexperienced with the opposite sex. An innocent maiden should not have any contact with men, let alone take their clothes off. Li Qie coldly stared at her and spoke. "Hurry up." Xiaoshan quivered with rage, evident by her glare. Alas, Li Qie stood his ground and calmly met her gaze. In the end, she clenched her teeth and began the undressing process. Due to her inexperience, her fingers were trembling with clumsy movements. Looks like you got a lot to learn. Normally, I would hate such clumsiness, but this will have to do for now. Li Qie leisurely commented. Shen Xiaoshan's expression became unsightly with rage spewing out of her eyes while having the urge of breaking him into pieces. Li Qie completely ignored her angry gaze. After a while, she eventually finished undressing him completely. The entire process was very embarrassing since she didn't dare to look straight at him and had to keep her head low. Her fingers became hot as she touched his toned body. She quickly turned around after finishing the task. Her face was red, overwhelmed with both anger and shame. This was all because of this bastard. Li Qie's calm demeanor contrasted her fury. It was a normal occurrence for him. Under normal circumstances, someone like Shen Xiaoshan wasn't qualified to wait on him. He entered the bath and immersed into the water before ordering, "Give me a massage." She almost vomited blood after thinking that she was spared from this torture, not expecting another unreasonable demand. "You're really pushing it now," she angrily shouted. "Fool." Li Qie glanced at her and took his time responding. "You think I'm trying to curry favor with your sect? It is the opposite. Your sect prosperity and decline are up to a single thought of yours. Reflect on the difference between you and your master. He is quite discerning with great ideas. Moreover, he's stronger than you right now, but he is still very respectful towards me. If it wasn't for his attitude, I wouldn't want to take a single step into this sect. Come over." Her face kept on changing color. He was completely frank and even shattered her confidence. She felt her scalp tingling with rage but still walked closer and sat down next to him. Having never massaged anyone before, let alone a man, so understandably, it wasn't a good job. With a blush, she had trouble restraining her anger at having to perform what she considered a lowly task. Thus, she rubbed harder while fantasizing about crushing him to pieces. Alas, that would be going against her master's order. Of course, this pain was nothing to Li Qie. He glanced at her and said, "Your master is a rare talent despite his mediocre constitution. Many Tao saints and Tao celestials have far inferior insight about how to deal with the world compared to him. For example, you and other cultivators, the only thing in your eyes is supreme merit laws and aptitude while taking zero consideration about customs and social interactions. Thus, it wouldn't surprise me at all if one day, someone massacres your entire clan because of something stupid you have done. Humph, are you saying that you're more exceptional than us? Shen Xiaoshan scowled. This was her first time really talking to him. What do you think? Li Qie calmly elaborated. Do you think you're better than your master? Look at it from another perspective. Will you do a better job as the sect master in the future? She became quiet. Her talents were indeed better, but she might not do a better job than him as the sect master. Though the sect had no sign of rising up the ranks, it was peaceful under Tai Shu Wang's command. Moreover, he had a great relationship with the neighboring powers. He dealt with intersect politics in such a skillful manner. She was confident about surpassing him in cultivation but becoming a better sect master? That was a different matter. You think your master is stupid? Or is he a sycophant that would lick the boots of any man? Li Qie continued. Of course not. My master isn't that kind of person. He is a visionary. She shouted and wouldn't allow anyone to insult her master. Right. Li Qie was in a rare mood to teach and continued on. If your master isn't stupid and kept on being respectful towards me, is there something wrong with him? If I have no value, would he act in this manner? If I am incapable, would I not care about cultivators? Do you think I am an ignorant fool that has no fear of death? Xiaoshan had no response because the guy was making sense. Her master was not stupid and he wouldn't conduct himself towards a mortal like this for no reason. In the beginning, she was already discontent due to her own prejudice and considered him an insignificant mortal. His attitude only further exacerbated the issue and rage blinded her perception. After thinking about it carefully, her master wouldn't let his first disciple wait on any random person. All right, don't just stand there. Focus. His voice disturbed her contemplation. She regained her wits as well as a better understanding of her master's intent and the situation. Nevertheless, she was still annoyed at his attitude, but her mood did become better as she began her message. Why would she bother posturing towards this mortal when her own master was borderline subservient? She became more attentive and better with the task at hand. Li Qie enjoyed it and said, Not bad, able to change your attitude. Still a bit unhappy, but at the very least, your decorum is better now. Being able to turn back from one's mistake is the greatest virtue. You always talk to people like this? An innocent maiden was taking care of him, yet he was still criticizing her. How could she not become angry? Do you want to hear the truth? He smiled. Humph, it's not like you ever hold back. Do you need my permission? She scowled unhappily. That's true. Li Qie nodded seriously and chuckled. I don't really pay attention to how I normally talk. However, one thing is certain, under normal circumstances, not to mention talking or waiting on me, you wouldn't be qualified to even see me. Chapter 1749. Shen Xiaoshan's mood had just gotten better, but this didn't last long after hearing this. Such arrogant words would have enraged just about anyone. Not even qualified to see him? How outrageous was this statement? In fact, she naturally didn't know that in the 9 worlds, so many ancestor-level characters and young emperor assailants had a hard time meeting Li Qie even if they wanted to. So many imperial lineages were willing to marry their goddess and princess to fiercest, the prime emperor. Unfortunately, their ladies didn't even have a chance to meet Li Qie, let alone taking the next step. Oh. Then are you saying that you are a noble from some country or an illegitimate child of a big shot? She sarcastically mocked. I know you wouldn't believe me. But nobles and princes are nobodies. Li Qie calmly answered. Shen Xiaoshan couldn't say anything. She couldn't even become angry anymore. Other braggers would turn red a bit after boasting so hard. However, this mortal was so confident in his speech to her disbelief. He spoke in such a nonchalant and matter-of-fact manner. If this mortal was boasting, then he would be the best one she had ever met. But if he wasn't, that's why she had nothing to say and was completely confused during this short contact with Li Qie. She had no clue who this man was. He was unfathomable. The more people got to know him, the more they became moved by an unknown attraction, perhaps due to his charisma. It was as if he could engulf just about anyone. After this, they would be utterly convinced by him. It was quite a frightening aspect, causing her to shudder at this moment. "Come in." He spoke as she was lost in contemplation. She was taken aback by the request. He was lying half submerged in the bath and she had never taken a bath with a man before. "What kind of woman do you?" she angrily shouted. "You're overthinking it." Lichia waved his hand and interrupted her. "I'm not telling you to take a bath together with me, only to clean me well." Her anger didn't subside after hearing this. She still angrily stared at him with a touch of embarrassment. She couldn't get into the bath to serve a man. "What now? Afraid that I'll take advantage of you?" Lichia assessed her and said flatly. "You are quite pretty, but there is a waiting list for that. There is 1,000,000 women in line waiting to take advantage of me before you." "You? 1,000,000 before me?" Most girls were a bit prideful of their beauty, especially someone as pretty as Shen Xiaoshan. Though she couldn't compare to the daughters from the great powers and imperial lineages, she was still the prettiest at Sago Palm. But now, when Li Qie said there was 1,000,000 in line before her, it was truly humiliating and infuriating. She had the urge of beating the man ahead into a pig head. Who really knows? The 13 continents are too vast. Li Qie said slowly. Blood almost left her mouth again. She glared at him and uttered coldly. "Can you stop being so narcissistic?" Li Qie answered. "This is called confidence. Come, don't waste my bath time." She felt her soul leaving her body after being stared at by his dull yet authoritative eyes. There was a sensation of his eyes gazing into her soul. She lost control of her body, but it was a pleasant feeling. His profound eyes encompassed 3,000 worlds, capable of devouring all divine lights and gestating all existences. All beings would prostrate before them. Even though he was a mortal at the moment, he was once the ruler of the 9 worlds, the dark hand behind the curtains, and especially an immortal emperor. Someone at Xiaoshan's cultivation couldn't withstand his charm. Even eternal existences had submitted to him. Before she knew it, she had already stepped into the bath. Water wetted her clothes, revealing her enchanting and exquisite curves as she gently washed his body. After a long time, she regained her wits and became startled. "What sorcery is this?" She was understandably alarmed since she seemed to have lost control of her body and became a victim to his whim. "It's no sorcery." Li Qie shook his head. "This is called prestige. Have you ever seen a grand emperor? With your cultivation, you won't just be kneeling after seeing one. His prestige and authority could turn you into a follower for a lifetime." "Humph, but you're not a grand emperor." She scowled. Of course, she hasn't seen an emperor before, but she had heard many legends relating to them and could imagine that scene. Rumor has it that wherever they went, people couldn't help but kneel, just like Li Qie's comment. "Ah!" She suddenly screamed due to shame because she was completely wet at this moment. She turned red and hot. This situation made it too awkward for her. Li Qie didn't bother glancing at her. He said flatly, "Don't worry, I won't be taking advantage of you." "You!" His calm demeanor only exacerbated the situation. It was as if this garden of spring was nothing before his eyes. Of course, he had seen too many beauties and supreme figures. He didn't want to take a look at someone like Shen Xiaoshan. She was only an inconspicuous tree in a garden with 100 blossoming flowers, and he didn't care for these flowers either, let alone her. After confirming that he wasn't looking, she continued to wait on him. However, she didn't dare to look at his body at all. From start to finish, he simply lay there to enjoy her service. In the beginning, she was quite bashful, but as time passed, she calmed down after seeing that Li Qie had no devious intention and action. Anger turned into annoyance after seeing his lack of reaction to a beauty like her. Though she wasn't a peerless beauty or anything, her features were impeccable and she was certainly confident in her figure. Others might not swoon over her instantly, but they weren't bad. But now, Li Qie didn't steal a single glance at her. This was indeed hurting her self-esteem. Perhaps he wasn't lying when he talked about her not fitting his standards. "Humph. Do you always make pretty girls wait on you?" She didn't know why she was unhappy. It was a good thing that he was playing nice. "Depends on the girl. You're quite lucky to have this chance since not just anyone can do it," he replied. This statement was no longer as outrageous now that she got used to him. "So you're saying that many beauties have waited on you? How many figures have you seen?" she angrily stated. Chapter 1750. Li Chia smiled at her comment and answered, "It's not about how many, just one that can get into your heart is enough." "Please, then what kind of beautiful women have you seen?" Shen Xiaoshan asked with annoyance. "Beauty alone can't reach the apex. Only a bag of skin and well-sculpted skeleton beneath. Not enough to touch my heart." She took another look at him and became suspicious. "You must be lying then." "Humph. Probably haven't seen any naked woman yet." He almost burst out in laughter after hearing this. "Do I really need to lie about this?" "Humph, who knows? Earlier, you were boasting non-stop. I don't quite believe you." "Okay, fine. If you said you have seen countless beauties, then have you seen the prettiest in Pure and her figure?" She smiled, hoping to stump him. "Who is the prettiest in Pure?" Li Chia leisurely asked. "Huh, you don't even know who the prettiest in Pure is yet you still brag about having met countless beauties? In my opinion, you have probably only seen common ladies or courtesans in the mortal world." She became even angrier for some reasons after thinking that he was comparing her to women in the mortal world. Li Chia only chuckled and didn't bother defending himself. "Wait, you really don't know Pure's prettiest?" Her eyes widened as she stared at him. Li Chia chuckled and said, "I do not. Do I need to know who she is?" "You were clearly bragging now, not knowing about Imperial Princess Jilin." She snorted and said. Li Chia calmly responded, "Only the prettiest in Pure, not the 13 continents, but then again, I don't care about the latter either." "Here you go again," she retorted. "Do you know who she is?" "She's the princess of the Jilin clan, a noble lady with immeasurable stateliness. Rumor has it that she even has the bloodline of an immortal monarch." Imperial Princess Jilin was very well known in Pure due to her beauty and prestigious bloodline. Of course, Xiaoshan had never seen her before, but she still believed that the princess was the prettiest in Pure. Only the bloodline of an immortal monarch, not a real imperial princess. It only takes a sentence from me for her to become my bed warmer. Li Chia smiled freely. "You're insane." She didn't mock him this time. On the contrary, she was scared out of her mind and immediately covered his mouth. If outsiders heard these words, it might bring about a sect-destroying disaster to Sago Palm. The pale girl shouted, "You might be tired of living, but I'm not, same with my sect. If you have a death wish, go die alone, don't take us down with you." She was, understandably, spooked out of her mind. Sago Palm was only a tiny sect. There were too many like them under Jilin's jurisdiction. They weren't even a grain of dust compared to the behemoth that is Jilin. Not to mention the princess, even an ordinary disciple from that clan is an untouchable existence to Sago Palm. Thus, Li Chia's rude comment towards the princess could be a source of disaster if the clan were to catch wind of it. Of course, Shen Xiaoshan was the only one reacting. Li Chia didn't care at all. This princess was only a normal cultivator in his eyes. He stared at her with amusement. After a while, she eventually regained her wits. "You're taking advantage of me." Li Chia's leisure voice sounded by her ears. She was surprised to hear this and instantly found that the two of them were next to each other. To be more precise, she was lying on top of him. Both of them were submerged under water. Her wet clothes painted her curves, towering peaks, the flat and grassy plain beneath. These scenes were indescribably beautiful. Worst of all, Li Chia was completely naked. She felt her body burning with a strange sensation coursing everywhere. Ah! She immediately jumped up and water splashed everywhere. Contrary to her shocked state, Li Chia acted as if nothing special was going on. "What are you looking at?" the embarrassed girl shouted before squatting back down into the water in order to hide her exposed body. She had never experienced this before and wanted nothing more than to crawl down a hole. Li Chia leisurely said, "It's only the flesh, you saw me completely too." Such a response only made her madder. This guy benefited, yet he was still posturing. "All right, I'll stop embarrassing you." Li Chia smiled and shook his head. He closed his eyes and went back to enjoying the warm water. Meanwhile, she took a deep breath to restrain her bashfulness before warning him with a stern expression. "I don't care how talented and knowledgeable you are. You can act all that at our sect too because we need you, but do not run your mouth like that, especially about the imperial princess. It doesn't matter how great you are, Jilin can crush you with a single finger. You can be arrogant here, but before the Jilin clan, you can't even cause a single ripple." She was very serious this time since she didn't want him to be killed and especially for her clan to be destroyed. Looks like you know how to restrain your arrogance sometimes. Li Jie casually responded with his eyes still closed. You. She could see that he didn't truly take her words to heart. Another deep breath was required. She put on a rare attitude and spoke with a tinge of gentleness. It's fine that you are capable, but our sect is too small to handle any storm. If you want to speak these domineering words in the future, I hope it won't be here. Li Jie finally opened his eyes and stared at her while being pleasantly surprised. That's a better attitude. Looks like you can be more like your master in the future. It was her turn to be quiet. The truth that she wasn't a fool. However, Li Jie was only a mortal, so she naturally felt superior and arrogant before him. With more interactions, she found that he wasn't an ordinary mortal, nor was he that simple. Before she knew it, her attitude and mindset started to change for the better when dealing with him. Now that I'm looking at you again, much sexier than before, he teased. Embarrassment and anger quickly returned despite her successful attempt at quelling them just now. She felt her body burning when he stared at her. It was a numbing and tingly sensation, similar to being slightly electrified. Her heart shuddered with an indescribable sense. She felt that it was getting harder to stand straight. Her red face could no longer bear to look straight at his eyes, so she bashfully lowered her head. Chapter 1751. It took a lot of effort for Shen Xiaoshan to finish bathing Li Jie. The truth was that she had never dared to think about performing such a task in the past. Even though she was stricken with embarrassment earlier on, she eventually became accustomed. Li Jie's calm demeanor affected her own. Just think about it, any other man would have other thoughts while being served by a beauty like this. However, Li Jie was nonchalant with an indescribable temperament. Perhaps this was a natural disposition of a noble. Deep in his bones was a supreme and inviolable aura. It was as if the guy was a natural-born leader, an existence ruling the myriad realms. Thus, others serving him was a matter of course. Xiaoshan gradually changed her role due to his own temperament and gently served him as a young maid. He felt much more comfortable after taking a bath and smiled. Meanwhile, she began dressing him with meticulous care. The initial prideful has gone away. She felt as if she was charmed to the point where she was inexplicably enjoying this process. She fixed his collars and couldn't help but take another look at him. A common appearance that could be found anywhere. The nicest compliment he could ever receive in terms of his appearance was that it was pleasant to look at. However, upon closer inspection, his free and unyielding temperament, even if the sky was falling, gave an ever-rising aura. When one looked at his eyes, they would find that this ordinary pair of eyes was as unfathomable as an ocean. They would inevitably be engulfed inside with no escaping once attracted. I'm aware of my boundless charisma, but you shouldn't stare at me like that without blinking. You'll tire yourself out, and plus, if you happen to have a crush on me, you'll lose sleep and all your appetite. It would be my fault then. Li Jie leisurely spoke and interrupted her observation. She became red from ear to ear, but she didn't retort this time. Even though she might not like the comment, she didn't have the courage to even look at him. He simply shook his head and sat down on the master chair. He steadied his dantian and calmed his mind to eventually absorb both chaos and primordial powers. Xiaoshan's mind eventually returned. She felt that it was too embarrassing earlier, completely losing to this young man despite being the first sister of Palm Sago. She looked up and saw him meditating. It prompted her to ask, "What are you doing?" "Cultivating, of course. The Grand Tao is too long for rest." Despite meditating, he didn't close his eyes and seemed to be ready to chat. "You cultivating? What amazing merit law is this?" She teased after glancing at him. Despite some differences between the 9th and 10th worlds, there were still similarities. Regardless of the merit laws, cultivators here wanted to absorb chaos and primordial energy since everything was predicated on them. Other secret techniques needed the support from the merit laws. Mortal reversion art, the most suitable for humans. Li Jie calmly said. She wanted payback for losing earlier. Because of this, she couldn't help but mock him after hearing about his merit law. "Oh? Aren't you a guru, knowing everything with countless books memorized in your head? Why are you cultivating something as common as mortal reversion?" She felt regret right away after the words came out and feared that she might have been too harsh and that he would become angry. However, her pride didn't let her submit so easily. That's why she continued to stare at him and nervously waited for a response. Lichia didn't become angry nor threw back some verbal retorts. He simply chuckled and stared outside the window. This only made her regret her choice of words even more. She would feel much better if he were to reprimand her instead. This nonchalant attitude of his instilled fear upon her. She was afraid that she would lose something, that he would look down on her arrogance. She lost her will to posture and looked down at her feet. Nevertheless, Lichia's eyes remained fixated out of the window. His silence amplified her fear. Suddenly, she became alarmed with her nose itching up. I didn't mean it like that just now. I'm not looking down on you, it's my fault. She mustered her courage to quietly apologize. She admitted her mistakes for the lack of control earlier. She was afraid of being completely ignored by him and didn't want to lose something she couldn't even describe. At this moment, she was willing to do anything as long as he would stop being angry. Lichia wasn't actually angry at her since he's not the type to get angry over trivial matters. Her comment earlier simply made him think about a few people in the past. That's why he stared out the window in a daze. Having heard her apology, he smiled and waved at her. Come here. She was completely obedient to him for some strange reasons and walked closer while looking down at the ground. Keep in mind that her cultivation was quite excellent in the sect since she was among the top 2 of the young generation. But now, she looked like a defenseless little girl in front of him. Lichia suddenly pulled the unsuspecting girl on top of his lap. She couldn't dare to breathe and had to bite her lips while lying flat down. Feeling his masculine air made her entire body hot. Her heart began to beat crazily like a fawn jumping around and her nerves felt as if they were on needles and pins. She felt powerless with a numbing sensation all around with no will to resist. At this moment, she was willing to accept whatever he wanted to do to her. Chapter 1752. After placing her on his laps, he smiled and asked, "Do you know what you did wrong?" Her face was blushed to the point where it looked like rouge could drip down at any moment. She couldn't describe her feelings, only that her heart was about to flutter away. I know, she whispered like the buzzing of a mosquito. It was gentle like the rainy spring season. Then go ahead and tell me what you did wrong. He revealed a half smile. Her mind was going crazy with heat waves coming and going. It made her weak and unable to speak due to the unbearable embarrassment. She whimpered. I shouldn't have mocked you. I didn't mean to, it was my fault. Her 3 souls and 7 spirits were leaving her body. She would do anything to appease him at this moment. It's good that you can repent, but a punishment is still in order. Lichia smiled. What kind of punishment? Before she could finish, she felt her buttocks burning up. Bang! 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 Lichia was slapping her round and plump buttocks without showing any mercy. Ah! She cried out in pain but didn't dare to do so again. She bit her lips and felt quite indignant with tears in her eyes. She had never been mistreated or hit like this until today. The strange part was her willingness to endure this treatment. After Lichia got his fill, he put his hand away and gently rubbed her butts. This is only a warning. The caress made her mind flutter. It was large with calluses. Even though it was through a layer of clothing, the sensation went straight to her heart. It made her forget about the pain earlier. A tingling sensation spread throughout her body. She felt as if she was turning into water and went limp on his laps. He continued to rub it, causing her to moan intimately like a kitten. It made her embarrassed as she tried to bite her teeth in order to avoid making more sounds. However, his electrifying touch made her mind flutter all the way up to the clouds and forget everything in the world. "Does it still hurt?" he said flatly after one last touch. After hearing the caring words, she felt as if she was drowned in honey and couldn't think properly. No, it doesn't," she whispered. At this moment, nothing else mattered to her, including the grievance just now. He chuckled and said, "All right, it's over. Stand up." It took a while before the shy girl could stand up. Alas, she still couldn't look straight at him. "Sit down." He glanced at her before ordering. The obedient girl sat down next to him while he continued to absorb energy. He explained, "Remove all unnecessary thoughts from your mind and brave your Tao heart. Remember, it is easiest to enter this Zen state when a person feels the most satisfied." She blushed again after hearing his implication, but she didn't dare to think too much and quickly followed his order. It was difficult in the beginning since she sat so close to him, but eventually, His masculine odor stopped interfering with her mind. Under his rhythmic breathing, she entered a Zen state by following the same beat. In a short time, she felt infinitely close to the rhythm of the world and became so close with it. This was her first time sensing this wondrous feeling ever since her Tao debut. Cultivation and all the other Tao are ultimately similar, absorbing chaos and primordial energies. The essential foundation isn't about what kind of invincible imperial laws you have or the best offensive method. It's about how firm your Tao foundation is. Without the fundamentals, imperial laws won't be as effective. Xueqi began his instruction. This was her rewards for waiting on him. There are countless merit laws in this world, including coveted imperial laws. However, imperial laws might not be the best to build a firm foundation. They are certainly more powerful with faster speed on top of possessing a greater Tao understanding. Alas, they are not the most precious right now. He took his time preaching in order to give her a new fortune. For merit laws in the present, we'll omit the 3 races and will only focus on the 100 races. He went on. The most suitable merit law in the 13 continent for the 100 races is the myriad law art created by immortal Emperor Wan Gu. It encompasses different bloodlines and races. All are suitable with this law. There's nothing too special about it. The start of cultivation is tasteless and boring like plain water. However, it builds a steady foundation. The real power of this law comes out in the latter stages. Thus, real effort and struggling are necessary in the beginning before reaching completion with this law. Of course, one must cultivate the original edition if they want to reach full potential. A few idiots thought that they're smart enough to change the speed of cultivation for this law. They thought that they have understood its profundity and changed this supreme art completely. He explained to her the origin of one of the 3 grand merit laws as well as its mysteries and uses. One didn't need any guidance for this particular law. Literacy was the only requirement. The emperor back then purposely derived this law to the simplest form. Moreover, those who cultivated this law with different entry methods would have different results. What this meant was regardless of one's comprehension ability, the chance of chi deviation was very low. Of course, this was limited to the original edition. The ones being spread in the present day have been changed completely. Very few original editions were available. Just imagine how great this emperor was. He was the first emperor of the ghost race. Outside of his own heaven's will from the 9 worlds, he trained a long time in the upper realm and eventually shouldered another 8 wills. He was the inventor of the fusion technique, the only person from the 9 worlds who had shouldered 8 more wills. Some even believed that his lifelong cultivation was on the same level as Flame Emperor. The simplicity of the law hid the painstaking effort expended by the emperor. Unfortunately, future generations didn't understand his laborious attempt and decided to change his law. The 3 grand arts were the most widespread cultivation chants in the 13 continents, but they were used mostly by vagabonds with humble backgrounds or mortals. Even cultivators from tiny sects wouldn't pick this one. The reason was quite simple. They were too easy to understand. There were no mysteries of the Tao to speak of. What was cultivation for its practitioners? It was about grasping the profundity of the grand Tao in order to reach the apex. Thus, when they had such an easy time cultivating these arts, people from even the tiny sects began to forego it completely. Chapter 1753. The earlier one could grasp the essences of the Grand Tao, the earlier they could cultivate increasingly formidable merit laws. Thus, the disciples from imperial lineages naturally wanted to cultivate their emperor's laws. Just think about it. Starting with entry merit laws from emperors meant getting access to the highest Tao profundity. This seemed like it would be the best foundation before studying even more mysterious arts in the future. This wasn't the case for the 3 grand arts. They focused on absorbing chaos and primordial energies instead of comprehending the grand Tao. This was the biggest difference between the 3 grand arts and other merit laws. Other ones focused on grasping the grand Tao before absorbing the energies, while the 3 grand arts treated grasping the Tao as minor details. This was similar for a monk wishing to become a Buddha. The transformation was the ultimate goal. Certain Buddhist skills and abilities obtained in the process were only unexpected extras. There was one more reason why many cultivators from the 100 races abandoned the 3 grand arts: the speed of cultivation. The early periods were truly arduous. With similar comprehension and talents, any other merit laws would yield faster result than the 3 grand arts. One realm was usually the difference. The real strength of the 3 arts would only come out after reaching Tao Saint and Tao Celestial. Not too many cultivators could reach this level after a lifetime of training in the 13 continents. Thus, it was meaningless for them to pick the 3 grand arts. After teaching her the myriad law art, Lichia carefully explained the meanings behind the mortal reversion art for her. He did it in a way that was extremely easy to understand. Under her Zen state, Shen Shaoshan was immersed in the Grand Tao. She forgot everything at this moment, for she felt as if she was part of the original chaos. The boundless primordial energy was engulfing her. Her mind continued in this trance. After a long while, she finally regained her wits and felt quite comfortable. She could feel the chaos energy all around her. Even though she could already accomplish this in the past, she could sense them now even without meditating. The feeling was quite clear as well. What is going on? Her newfound sensitivity to the chaos energy astounded her. This is bringing order out of chaos. Li Qie said flatly. The merit law from Sago Palm actually originated from myriad law and mortal reversion. However, your ancestors thought too highly of themselves and combined the two together for something new entirely. I simply taught you how to distinguish the Tao more clearly, allowing you to sense chaos and primordial energies from the origin. The slightly astonished girl carefully observed her own body and became excited. 2,300,000 chaos energy. While she was ecstatic, he said calmly, "Congratulations on your big harvest." But how is this possible? She had gotten 200,000 more. This session was the same as 1 or 2 years of cultivation for her. She simply couldn't believe it. It's because your awareness of these energies was at a muddled state. Now, it is finally connected with the world, so all the energies are rushing inside like water flowing through a river. Li Qie didn't find this surprising at all. Unlike his calm demeanor, she was still jubilating. Keep in mind that she had only reached the Tao Noble Realm recently, and only had a bit over 2 million chaos energy. Her master had high hopes for her and believed that in just several more years, she would surpass him. If this trend continued, she would be able to reach Tao Monarch in just 2 years. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her a top prodigy at that point. The cultivation system in the 2 worlds was quite similar. The 10th world also had 17 realms. At the 17th, one would be ready to shoulder the heaven's will to become a grand emperor or immortal monarch. From lowest to highest, they were Tao Dust, Tao Ant, Tao Insect, Tao Serpent, Tao Tiger, Tao Child, Taoist, Tao Emissary, Tao Master, Tao Noble, Tao Monarch, Tao King, Tao Sovereign, Tao Sage, Tao Saint, Tao Celestial, then Emperor. Normally, these realms were decided by the amount of chaos energy. For example, one would need 100 units of chaos energy to break through from Tao Dust to Tao Ant. The bottleneck point for Tao Ant was at 500, then Tao Insect at 1,000, Tao Serpent 5,000, Tao Tiger 10,000, Tao Child at 50,000, Taoist at 100,000, Tao Emissary at 500,000, Tao Master at 1 million, Tao Noble at 2 million, Tao Monarch at 5 million, Tao King at 8 million, Tao Sovereign at 10 million, Tao Sage at 30 million, Tao Saint at 50 million, Tao Celestial at 100 million. As for the Emperor level, units of chaos energy were no longer the measurement. The number of heaven's wills became the factor instead. Just one session had netted her 200,000 more. Such gains could only be described as lightning speed. This seemingly impossible feat had been carried out by her. After a long time, she calmed down and bowed towards Li Qie. There were all kinds of emotions and words in her mind, but she could only say one word. Thank you. She didn't know how to address him. All seemed improper. Fine. This fortune can be attributed to your effort. I shall grant you it today. You may call me, young master. Li Qie said freely. This was no big deal to Li Qie, but of course, even when it was easy, he wouldn't do someone a favor for no reason. Because she had waited on him, he decided to give her this opportunity. One that would be worth a lifetime of benefits. Young master. She spoke softly. Even though she was completely convinced, she still felt a sense of loss. Li Qie nodded in response. I'm a bit tired. Having said that, he closed his eyes and slept. However, he was still channeling mortal reversion to absorb chaos and primordial energies. Shan Shaoshan gently put a robe over him before leaving. When she made it to the door, she still stole another glance at this ordinary man. Li Qie took advantage of his stay at Sago Palm to cultivate mortal reversion and establish a new Tao foundation. After his grand Tao was destroyed, it didn't mean everything he got from the 9 worlds was gone. That destruction was just the beginning of a new life for him. The cultivation in the 10th world isn't only a new start of a grand Tao but also a new journey. He didn't want to stop at the imperial level. Being an immortal emperor or an immortal monarch wasn't enough for him. This was only necessary to pave the way for his future. In order to open a new epoch, he needed more than the grand Tao of the 9 worlds and cultivation from the 10th. He would use a completely new style for this new era. A new beginning. Because of this, these little steps in the 9th and 10th world were pebbles paving the way for him. Not even one part could be missing. Of course, he wasn't in a hurry to reach the apex and shoulder the heavens' wills either. He simply wanted to build a strong foundation, one that could allow the grand Tao from both worlds to harmonize with each other. Stealing those wills wasn't hard. The real test was about jumping out of the confinement. That was the only way for him to be the last man smiling during the ultimate battle. However, the path towards the Tao was endless. It was easier said than done to jump out of the currently established system and herald a new epoch. That would be the beginning of a new river of time. Nevertheless, he was completely confident that as long as he kept on going, success was imminent. Chapter 1754. Primordial chaos engulfed Li Qia's true fate as he sat on the master chair. He chanted incantations in order to absorb these types of energies that were gathering like flowing rivers. The first realm of the 10th world was called dust. It meant that when cultivators were at this level, they were no different than specks of dust and were completely insignificant. This lowest realm only required 100 units of chaos energy to break through to the next, Tao Ant. It was very easy. Even the least talented would only need 1 or 2 years. A disciple from a great power cultivating a decent merit law could do so in just 1 or 2 months. A few geniuses would be able to do it in just 3 to 5 days. Even for mortals in the mundane realm without a chance of cultivating merit laws from sects, as long as they went to a market to buy any of the 3 grand arts and try their best for 10 years, they would be able to reach Tao dust without any guidance. That's why there were countless cultivators at this realm. Even mortals. All in all, 100 units of chaos energy were very little. Li Qia channeled his mortal reversion art and within several short days, he had absorbed more than 50 units of chaos energy. If this kept on going, he could break through the dust realm in just 10 days. As one of the 3 most popular arts in the 13th continent and the most suitable for humans, mortal reversion still had a very slow cultivation speed, the slowest among the 3. This sluggish pace didn't quite affect Li Qia because he was its creator and knew its true profundity. More importantly, he had 13 palaces. Even though they have lost their luster at the moment, they were still present. This allowed him to break through all shackles and limitations. In fact, as long as he was willing, he could raise his cultivation speed and derive mortal reversion to its highest state. Under these circumstances, he could absorb 100 units of chaos energy in just 1 day. Alas, this wasn't part of his plan. He took his time separating these strands of energy, and only took in the purest part. He wanted the best possible, so his standards were too stringent. No one bothered him in the last 2 days. Only Shen Xiaoshan came to serve him, so he had his fill of food and clothing. The only person in a bad mood was He Chen. He simply couldn't accept his senior sister waiting on a mortal, so he viewed Li Qia as an eyesore. However, he didn't dare to cause trouble for Li Qia because of Tai Shu Wang's order. On the 3rd day, Wang came back and wanted to talk to Li Qia. Xiaoshan noticed this and quietly gave them space. Her attitude came as a surprise for Wang. How could he not know his own disciple? But now, she seemed to have turned into a completely different person, docile and considerate. "Sir, you are amazing indeed." This disciple of mine had always been arrogant and proud due to her inexperience. But in just 2 days, she follows all of your order. Looks like your charisma is irresistible. Wang had to praise. Li Qia only smiled after hearing this. He could even teach immortal emperors, let alone a girl like Shen Xiaoshan. Wang rubbed his palms and said, "Sir, I have talked with my friend about the incoming examination at the Jilin clan. May I ask when you are ready to go?" "Whenever," Li Qia said leisurely. He was ready for a trip to the clan. Of course, it wasn't the clan itself but the item in the clan's possession that interested him. "Great. I'll go prepare everything for you." Wang became excited after hearing Li Qia's confident tone. He wanted to take advantage of Li Qia's abilities. If Li Qia could shine, it will be very beneficial for his sect in the future. Who is in charge of Pure right now? Still the War Monarch clan? Li Qie asked as Wang was leaving. The old man scratched his head in response. Well, the truth is that I am only a lowly character and don't have access to higher-level information. Right now, there is no alliance for resistance at all. All races are living together peacefully and pure. The 3 races don't have any large-scale conflict with the 100 races. There are still some minor skirmishes, but that's it. That's true. The gods and emperors know to lay low after each expedition, so there will be a period of peace. Li Qie said slowly. These higher-level beings were aware of what they will have to face, so they became smarter in order to avoid any heavenly execution. Yes, after the 6th expedition, no war has been declared between the races. But you are right, the most influential power in Pure is still the War Monarch clan. Rumor has it that they still have 5 living Grand Emperors. No sect in this place can touch their position. One came from a small sect, so he only knew about rumors with no way of verifying them. They dare to say that they have 5 living Grand Emperors? That's only to scare the uninformed sects like yours. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. War Monarch Heaven Emperor's descendants care too much about their face, just like how he went crazy with the matter of his younger sister-in-law. Oh, my little ancestor. Wang turned pale and quickly shushed Li Qie. Please stop, our sect is over if someone were to hear you say that here. This reaction was understandable. A tiny sect like theirs wasn't qualified to talk about imperial lineages, especially not the matter of an emperor. Moreover, War Monarch Heaven Emperor is still rumored to be alive. No one would dare to talk about these things publicly. Li Qie chuckled after seeing the nervous old man. Well, Wang hesitated and looked around. He smiled wryly and couldn't restrain his gossipy side and asked, What is this matter about the emperor and his younger sister-in-law? He couldn't be blamed at all since Grand Emperors, immortal monarchs, and even immortal emperors from the 9 worlds have always been interesting topics. Their actions related to the rise and fall of their races, so how could people not pay attention? As for the topic of anyone's younger sister-in-law, people would never get tired of this. Men always had some stray thoughts about their sisters-in-law, so if the Grand Emperor were to have something going on with his sister-in-law, it would definitely be a hot topic for all the noisy cultivators in the 13 continents. It's not what you're thinking. Li Qie smiled. It's about when immortal Emperor Wan Shi seduced War Monarch Heaven Emperor's sister-in-law. War Monarch was furious and wanted to chase immortal Emperor Wan Shi out of the 13 continents. Immortal Emperor Wan Shi seduced the Grand Emperor's sister-in-law? The old man blurted uncontrollably. He realized his mistake and quickly lowered his voice. This was even more explosive of a scandal than if the Grand Emperor had a dubious relationship with his sister-in-law. Aren't you going overboard? Li Qie shook his head. This matter was well known a long time ago, but people have eventually forgotten about it and rarely brought it up. Oh, it's because my knowledge is too lacking. The old man was still as curious as before. Immortal Emperor Wan Shi really did all of this? Despite shallow knowledge, Wang had heard about some stories relating to this emperor before. Immortal Emperor Wan Shi was the first emperor of the Golem race and one of the earlier ascenders. The tales told of his many romantic exploits and the children he left behind everywhere. 2. Japanese anime like sister fetish. Chinese novels love sisters-in-law. Chapter 1755. All of what? Li Qie simply chuckled. The legends about immortal Emperor Wan Shi's romantic affairs everywhere, seducing the women from the 3 races. Tai Shu Wang smiled wryly. It was a bit awkward talking about this matter. Plus, it was always worrisome talking about the emperors. He looked around and saw no one. His gossipy side took charge again as he whispered. As you said earlier, the thing about War Monarch Heaven Emperor's sister-in-law. It's no secret. Li Qie was amused at the old man's nervous yet excited appearance. Immortal Emperor Wan Shi simply seduced the emperor's sister-in-law and enraged him. It's not the first time an immortal emperor has done something like this, but immortal Emperor Wan Shi was indeed one of the biggest perpetrators. He didn't just have romantic conquests, he seduced virtuous women and daughters from the 3 races, sect masters' wives and queens, even wives and daughters of high gods. Too many to count even. Even the high gods' wives and daughters? Wang was astounded to hear this and understood why there were so many rumors about this emperor in the 13 continents. This emperor has always despised worldly conventions. This wasn't a big deal for him. Li Qie smiled. That's incredible. No wonder why people say his bloodlines run strong among the 3 races. Wang murmured and even felt a sense of pride. That's an immortal emperor for you, charismatic and charming. The most impressive part is he had so much success with romance in a time when the 100 races were considered inferior. Even though Wang wasn't a golem, he still respected the emperor from the 100 races. In the past, the 100 races used to be enslaved by the 3 races. From this stemmed great conflicts and animosity. But even under such circumstances, the emperor was still able to seduce so many noble women from the 3 races. This, more or less, was a source of pride for the members of the 100 races. They felt elated with schadenfreude. You are underestimating the emperor. Lichia disagreed. You think he went around seducing women just because of love or lust? That's too shallow of a perspective. Emperors have no need for that to show off their charisma or resort to physical pleasures for satisfaction. Please elaborate. Wang smiled wryly and said, I am foolish and not aware of the emperor's real intent. There were 2 main reasons outside of just causing chaos. First, leaving his offsprings and their powerful bloodline to leave among the 3 races. This would strengthen the golem race. Second, it was to stain the bloodlines of the 3 races. His imperial bloodline on top of being the first emperor of the golems meant that it was extremely mighty. His blood would overwhelm the 3 races' bloodlines. This is the reason why his bloodline is still part of their lineages after so many years have passed. He paused for a bit before continuing. His exploits weren't for romance, only for the golems. Otherwise, why would so many grand emperors chase after him back then? Do you think they cared about something as trivial as romantic scandals and affairs? That they would risk being exposed to heavenly executions just to chase him? No, emperors did not care at all about this type of matter. However, Immortal Emperor Wan Shi's bloodline was too powerful. It would take roots among the 3 races, so the Grand Emperors didn't want to see the golems grow stronger. That's why they started their hunt. He couldn't help but smile while recalling this matter. It was a very lively scene back then when the emperor was being chased everywhere. That's quite respectable. Regular people like us can't compare to his vision. Wang said with admiration. The romantic exploits of the emperor were passed down to future generations. However, many would stop at the surface level. Few were aware of the emperor's real intent. Just think about it. The emperor ascended during a time when the 100 races were subservient to the divine, devil, and heaven races. Nevertheless, he chose to root his powerful bloodline among their ranks. What could this be but another method of strengthening the golem race? Emperors have their own brilliant ideas. Li Qie said, this applies to all of them, not just immortal emperors. Their vision made them work harder for the sake of their race. Wang nodded in agreement. Of course, these existences were unreachable for him. Even after working for a lifetime, he might not be able to see any of them. The best he could do was listen to their legends. 2 days later, Wang finished all the preparations for the examination at Jilin. Thus, they embarked for Jilin City. He brought along his 2 disciples, He Chen and Shen Xiaoshan. Xiaoshan naturally would tag along because she was waiting on Li Qie at the moment. As for He Chen, Wang wanted him to broaden his horizon with this trip. Sir, I have to go meet the higher-up to talk about this matter, so I can't go with you. Please excuse me. Wang told Li Qie. This is my junior brother. He'll be in charge when I'm not around. Just tell him if you need anything. He introduced his junior brother, Xueqi, to Li Qie. The guy was a prudent person and not one to waste words. After the initial greetings, he stood quietly to the side. Even He Chen, who was annoyed with Li Qie, felt excitement for the trip. He had visited Jilin before with his master. However, it was a rushed endeavor. Someone from a tiny sect like him visiting Jilin was like a farmer boy entering a metropolis. Jilin City was the headquarters of the clan. There were 700 lineages and 300 countries under the clan's jurisdiction. A small sect like Sago Palm wasn't even counted in this mix. However, the clan didn't interfere at all with these sects' administration. Thus, they were only under the banner of the clan in name only. The truth that only Jilin City was truly under the clan's control, the only place where they governed. It had absolute influence and authority in this place. Any visiting sect and lineage would need to show the clan some face in this city. The Jilin clan had 3 immortal monarchs and mainly consisted of humans. It was created by immortal monarch Jilin and was very young compared to the imperial lineages of the 3 races. Nevertheless, this didn't deter its influence at Pure. More importantly, Two of the immortal monarchs from the clan were rumored to still be alive, albeit in a state of seclusion. Only Nightfall Immortal Monarch was away since she had participated in the 6th expedition. These two monarchs were the reason why the Jilin was virtually untouchable in Pure. Of course, Nightfall Immortal Monarch contributed to this as well. Back then, she had 11 palaces and 11 wills, being so close to the highest level. All of the other emperors in her generation were no match for her. Her strength, to a certain extent, increased the influence and prestige of her clan. Chapter 1756. Xueqi brought Shen Xiaoshan and He Chen to Jilin City with Li Qia. Staring at this behemoth of a city from the distance was a moving experience. This sizable city was built within a vast forest and had towering walls made from treasure metals that emitted a cold luster. These impregnable walls shielded the city from the ferocious beasts outside. Contrary to the thick forests, the city was very lively. It had rolling hills and pavilions built next to each other. The stone-paved streets led the way to the valleys and mountains, connected together by many bridges. Some buildings leaned on the hills while certain palaces were built on mounds. Of course, temples were floating in the sky as well. All of these different architecture pieces decorated the city, giving it a very prosperous appearance. The streets were filled with people and carriages. Newcomers would be in awe by this scene and left unable to look away. Jilin City. Memories of certain people and things appeared in Li Qia's mind, causing a slight ripple in his emotion. Since Pure was the second biggest haven for the 100 races, he naturally left his marks in the city when he was the Dark Crow. "Young master, you have been here before?" Shen Xiaoshan asked after seeing his expression. It would surprise her in the past, addressing a mortal in this manner. But now, she found it completely appropriate. Of course, He Chen didn't like this, but there was nothing he could do since it was his senior sister's wish and could only channel his annoyance towards Li Qia instead. "A couple of times," Li Qia said nonchalantly. The group naturally didn't know that he had left behind some heaven-shattering tales on this land. "Please, at least try to come up with a plausible story." He Chen snorted with derision. "It's extremely far from West Bank to Jilin. Not to mention a mortal. Even an ordinary cultivator would never be able to make the trip. Next time, do better or people will know that you're lying right away." He Chen's attack made sense. It would have required too much time relying on their martial uncle to fly them to Jilin. That was why they borrowed gateways from the great powers to reach Jilin. Otherwise, this trip would have taken a much longer period. "Junior brother, don't speak in this manner." Shen Xiaoshan no longer doubted Li Qia. She defended. "He is a knowledgeable scholar and would win the favors of many great powers. I'm sure they were willing to lend him their gateways." Humph, who would believe this? A mortal being viewed highly by great powers? Easier said than done. He Chen found his senior sister's trust in Li Qia completely astounding. It was because he couldn't stay close to Li Qia and interact with him more. There was a lack of awareness, so he found such a respectful attitude from his sister to be strange. However, the best he could do against Li Qia was talk due to his master's instruction. Of course, Li Qia didn't care at all and only chuckled in response. "We'll find a place to stay in the city first and wait for senior brother to meet up with us." Despite Xueqi's quiet nature, the junior still respected him, so after his comment, He Chen stopped arguing with his senior sister. The moment the group got inside, they could feel the prosperity of Jilin. This bustling scene could truly mesmerize many experts. The cultivators from the smaller sects would even forget their way home. In fact, since the olden days, numerous cultivators had their Tao heart affected by the allure of life. From then on, they became lost within the coil and never improved their cultivation. Though this wasn't the two young ones' first time at Jilin, this majestic city still made them curious as they darted their eyes around. Shen Xiaoshan was much more reserved, being a girl and all, unlike He Chen. There was no semblance of pride or posturing. The guy looked around like a village boy's first time visiting the city. Xueqi was much better in this regard since he had been here more often than the juniors. Plus, at his age, he was mature in his conduct. Of course, it didn't last long since he also became interested in certain trinkets and treasures along the streets. Contrary to the other three, Li Qia, the mortal in the group, was much more aloof. He walked freely since this city wasn't that new to him. He had seen bigger and older cities. Xueqi eventually brought them to a small courtyard in an average hotel. There were naturally more extravagant hotels in the city, but Sago Palm couldn't afford such luxury. Even if they could money-wise, it would show too much arrogance and a lack of decorum. Thus, an average hotel like this was perfect for them. Let's go take a look outside. After a quick wash, Li Qie told Shen Xiaoshan who was waiting on him. Where to, young master? She asked. Anywhere. Li Qie smiled and said, since we're here at this prosperous city, might as well buy some items or weapons. She was slightly surprised and softly replied. The currency in Jilin is chaos stone, not gold or silver. This was a delicate way of putting it. She was afraid that Li Qie didn't have any money, so she tactfully reminded him, not wishing to see an embarrassing situation in the future. It was hard to connect her current self with her previous prideful personality. I know, I don't have any chaos stones though, but that's fine. I can get whatever I want in pure. Li Qie naturally understood the implication. This is Jilin we're talking about. She thought after being taken aback by his response. Once she regained her wits, Li Qie was already outside, so she gave chase. Meanwhile, He Chen was also eager to take a stroll. However, they came this time for Li Qie's examination. Without the permission from the seniors, he didn't dare to go alone, so he was quite happy to see Li Qie going out. He followed right away without caring about Li Qie's opinion. Xueqi had to follow as well. His responsibility was to protect Li Qie, so he didn't dare to let the guy go alone. He wouldn't be able to answer to his senior brother if something were to happen. Li Qie led the group around the streets. He looked around casually as if there was no goal at all. Of course, he was looking for a certain place while checking out other items. Perhaps there would be some notable treasures or artifacts along the way. Alas, few items could get in his sight at this moment. So along the way, he saw many decent items, but they weren't enough to interest him. On the other hand, He Chen had a jolly good time. Even the reserved Shen Xiaoshan was tempted after seeing some treasures displayed in the small vendors. Unfortunately, even the senior sister in a small sect like Sago Palm didn't have that much spending money. It was a pittance compared to disciples from the great powers. Come, everyone. Take a look at this heaven bestowment Dao fetus taken from the corpse of an immortal crane. It's perfect to make a crescent blade out of. Due to my negative financial situation, I have to sell it for 500 Dao Master Chaos Stones. Come, don't miss it. A small shop was advertising a dazzling Dao fetus with a crescent shape. Xiaoshan was moved to see this Dao fetus and couldn't avert her eyes. Plus, she could definitely afford 500 Chaos Stones of this particular grade. Fairy, do you want to buy it? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The merchant was quite discerning and recognized her interest right away. Li Qie instantly pulled her back and stared at the merchant to say, your imitation skill is too rough. Next time, don't spray so much refined powders on the stone. Just 1/3 of this is enough. It's overly bright. Those who have seen a heaven bestowment Dao fetus would know right away that it is fake. The merchant's expression shifted as he took one step back. The two young ones were surprised as well. Even Xueqi felt the same way because he couldn't tell that the stone was fake. Chapter 1757. The merchant's reaction betrayed him wholly. However, he looked at Li Qie and saw that the guy had no cultivation to speak of. He grew bolder and sneered. Ha, ignorant mortal, daring to blabber some nonsense today and besmirching my golden reputation? If all of you don't give a proper answer, don't think about leaving. His attitude alarmed Xueqi. He didn't wish to cause trouble inside the Jilin clan's territory. It could bring about a self-destroying disaster. He wanted to apologize, but Li Qie raised his hand to stop him and spoke without batting an eye. Try and see if I won't make a ball out of your head. The merchant froze after hearing these strong words uttered in such a calm manner. Even though this seemingly ordinary man had no cultivation to speak of, the merchant still felt an overwhelming chill. He didn't have the courage to react and only stood there looking silly. Li Qie turned and left without a second glance at the guy. Shen Xiaoshan gave chase and whispered softly, "Thank you. Just child's play." Li Qie smiled freely and continued forward. At the same time, He Chen stared curiously at the petrified merchant since he didn't quite catch what happened earlier. Xueqi glanced at the merchant before quietly following Li Qie with his head tilted in rumination. The group strolled randomly around for a bit before they made it to a small shop located on an inconspicuous street. No one would take note of this particular shop with a wooden sign hanging on top of the door. It was loose and crooked after the long years. This type of shop, surprisingly, had quite a domineering name. The words, Imperial Cabinet, were carved on the sign. The powerful calligraphy was expertly done, clearly by the work of a master. To the top right corner of each word was a tiny stamp in the shape of a crow. No one would actually see it without paying great attention. Xueqi smiled after reading the sign, then brought the group inside. After entering, the group found that this small shop wasn't actually that small. It was the size of a chamber despite the tiny entrance. Alas, the content wasn't matching its domineering name at all. There were a bunch of items inside, a few piles of stones here and a pile of dried wood there. In another corner was a bunch of household items. In short, this didn't look like a shop at all, only a garbage heap. Everything was casually thrown on the ground on top of each other without any management. There was an old shopkeeper inside. His eyes were old and blurry. At this moment, he was trying to thread a needle to fix his worn-out cotton robe. It required his full attention. Xueqi didn't disturb him and only watched with both hands behind his back as if he was watching an art show. Chen was too young and couldn't stand still. He walked around, looking and touching everything he found interesting. Shan Xiaoshan stood quietly next to Xueqi as he observed the old shopkeeper. She was curious about why he chose this decrepit shop. Just what was here that attracted his attention? Even though Xueqi was virtually immortal, she was aware of his knowledge and wisdom and respected him for it. Shurso was also staring, but his target was Xueqi instead. The guy prompted many questions in his mind. He gradually understood why his senior brother was so respectful towards the mortal. Just the guy's calm and patient demeanor alone was exceptional. After a long time, the shopkeeper finally moved the thread through the hole. This seemed to be a huge relief for him as he sighed and finally noticed the waiting customers. Sorry for the long wait, everyone. He revealed a friendly smile. Old eyes are no good now, can't do anything right. May I ask what you all are looking for? Pawning some treasures or buying some artifacts? You can do that here? Xiaoshan glanced around again after hearing this. The items scattered on the ground resembled trash more than treasures. Yes, we are fair and reputable here. The old man smiled in response. How much is this bottle? The wandering Chen found a jade bottle under a table. He blew away the dust and found it quite cute. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it, so he inquired about buying it. In his mind, nothing in this shop was worth any money, so he could definitely afford it. Ah, young noble, you are quite keen. This bottle came from the gold continent, an antique. If you like it, then it'll be 50 million Dao Sage Chaos Stones. The shopkeeper responded. 50 million Dao Sage Chaos Stones. Chen shuddered after hearing this with a loosened grip. The bottle fell off to his horror, but he reacted quickly enough and caught it in time. Shopkeeper, are you confused? This bottle is worth 50 million Chaos Stones? Chen stuttered. This was an unimaginable number. Not to mention him, even his sect couldn't come up with just one Dao Sage Chaos Stone. As for 50 million stones, selling his sect wouldn't come close to netting that amount. This sky-high price naturally scared him. He held the bottle tightly lest it were to fall and break. That is really too much. Xiaoshan found the price inconceivable as well. Reputation is very important to us. We do not lie to customers. The shopkeeper smiled. Carved from the rarest heat jade in gold continent produced by the Qian clan. A perfect piece even. The crafter has perfected his technique from the heaven race and used vitality to gestate it for at least 30,000 years. Moreover, the owner of this vitality had one of the 3 progenitor bloodlines of the heaven race. This, in turn, gives the bottle the ability to suppress both gods and devils. Xueqi glanced at it and began to explain. It is quite old now, slightly before or after Emperor Hunt. So, 50 million Chaos Stones is indeed a fair price. If this was a bigger store or an auction house, it could possibly be sold for up to 70 million Chaos Stones. The group was certainly shocked. They didn't know whether Xueqi was speaking the truth or not, so they stared at the shopkeeper for verification. The old man was astonished as well. He tidied his robe before cupping his fist at Xueqi. I have eyes yet couldn't see Mount Tai. Sir, you are very well informed, just needing a single glance to grasp everything. This is a very rare ability. Chen stood there with his mouth agape. Xueqi was completely right with his smooth description. Just how knowledgeable was this guy to recognize this jade bottle right away? Xueqi was still a big shot despite his humble background, but he couldn't see how this bottle was special at all. But Li Qie, a mortal, was so clear about this matter. Such vision and knowledge would shame many cultivators. Shen Xiaoshan was slightly surprised, but she took it better than the rest. In her eyes, this man knew everything and was peerless in this aspect. Inadvertently, she took pride in his achievements. There was nothing he couldn't do despite being a mortal. It's no big deal. Li Qie accepted the gesture and leisurely said, "Sir, we don't have that many merchandises here. Please take a look and comment." The shopkeeper invited. Meanwhile, He Chen returned from his daze and carefully put the bottle back to its original position. He couldn't be gentler since he didn't want to break it. Earlier, he was touching everything in this place. Recalling this sent cold chills down his body. If he had broken something earlier, there was no way of repaying it even by selling all of Sago Palm. Chapter 1758. The shopkeeper walked Li Qie around to appraise his items, but Li Qie didn't seem to be too impressed. Xueqi and Xiaoshan were right behind him. They conducted themselves quite carefully in order to not break anything, since these items could be worth millions of stones. The frightened He Chen was even more prudent and was virtually tiptoeing around. Even if he was 10 times more courageous, he wouldn't dare to touch any of these items scattered on the ground. What if it turned out to be a priceless treasure? "Sir, what do you think about this crimson stone?" The shopkeeper occasionally picked up 1 or 2 items. Some were on the ground and table. All the items here were covered with dust and spiderwebs. If it wasn't for Li Qie's comment earlier, no one would think that this shop had such valuable merchandise. The shopkeepers were only picking the best items for Li Qie to see. However, what treasures had Li Qie not seen before? Thus, he only casually smiled or commented briefly at the given items. It was the same for this stone. He simply said, "A crimson divinity stone from a mine in the divine burial ground. It is precious but far inferior compared to a crimson-eyed demon stone." It seemed that the shopkeeper's items weren't enough to impress Li Qie. What about this old branch? Next was a pitch-black piece of wood that looked like metal, covered with a few holes chewed by insects. Time-worn soaring wood. Many emperors like chairs made out of this material. However, its value relies on how many holes are eaten by the phoenix silkworms. There are too few here on yours, so it isn't worth as much. Li Qie gave a quick appraisal. He didn't comment on the majority of the items. Even when he did, it was only 1 or 2 statements. Nevertheless, this was more than enough to shock the group. Divine burial ground and phoenix silkworms? These were items that only existed in the legends, but they were right before everyone's eyes at the moment. Not in their dream would they expect this tiny shop to have so many wondrous treasures. It was simply unfathomable. Alas, Li Qie didn't even want to glance at some of them. His attitude astounded the group more than anything. Normally, they would never be able to make contact with these treasures at all, but now, Li Qie treated them like trash. Just how domineering was this? Xueqi was completely moved at this moment. He was utterly convinced by his senior brother's wisdom. No wonder why the guy was so subservient to this mortal. Such scholarly gifts would be appreciated in any great power. In the beginning, He Chen was annoyed at Li Qie, but now, he was staring at Li Qie as if he was looking at a demon. He simply couldn't figure out how this mortal that couldn't be much older than him had so much knowledge. He felt that this guy was actually a demon, and even wanted to split open his skull in order to see if his brain was different from others. Normally, he was very confident in his talents. He learned and understood things quite quickly, but he felt inferior compared to this mortal. Li Qie's knowledge was as vast as an ocean while his own was a mere puddle of water. Meanwhile, Li Qie's appraisal was so attractive and charming in Shen Xiaoshan's eyes. Her eyes lit up while looking at him. She felt that nothing else in this world could be more captivating than this scholar ahead. Eventually, they stopped in front of a tiny, dust-laden cupboard and looked at the item inside. Who knows how long since this cupboard was last maintained? There was only 1 item inside. In the entire store, this was the only item that was stored properly, while the others were thrown around. It was unstained by even a speck of dust, as if someone has been cleaning it regularly. This was enough to show its value after considering the rest of the shop. When Li Qie stopped here, the other 3 also stopped behind him to stare at the item. It wasn't anything special, just an old chunk of bronze that had broken off from a bowl. It was around the size of a palm and had old, uneven edges, indicative of its age. The three didn't know why this tiny piece of bronze was considered precious at all. However, they didn't dare to underestimate it since they were aware that this shop was extraordinary. Why is this treasure valuable? The young He-chen couldn't help but ask the shopkeeper since Lichia kept on staring at it without speaking. This is our clan's hereditary treasure. It has been passed down for generations now. The shopkeeper explained in a respectful tone. It has an irreplaceable position in our clan. The group was stirred after hearing this. This piece of bronze was definitely an amazing treasure. Did it belong to an emperor? He-chen eventually asked, unable to figure it out. The shopkeeper smiled. It's not an emperor's possession but even something better. No one can own this treasure since that would be a supreme fortune. Outside of emperors, someone who can grasp it will be a talent as amazing as a true dragon soaring on the horizon. This answer only made the group even itchier with curiosity. For your clan, the value of this treasure isn't in and of itself, not its materials but rather, the story behind it and its creator. Lichia, who has been staring at the item the entire time, finally commented with a sigh. Sir, how do you know this? The shopkeeper staggered and stared at Lichia in disbelief. No one outside of his clan should be aware of this. There's nothing I don't know. Lichia said flatly. Imperial Clash, it has always been here as a symbol, just like the Imperial Cabinet. His eyes drifted towards the distance afterward. Who knows what he was thinking? The rest exchanged glances out of confusion. They didn't know what he was talking about. Of course, only the old shopkeeper understood the stories within. Creak. At this time, the door to the shop opened with several people entering. A young lad was leading the way. He was vigorous and full of energy, indicating his decent cultivation. The extravagant robe he had on showed that he came from a noble background. The 5 disciples behind him looked quite powerful too with their sharp eyes. Xueqi's group changed their expression. Shen Xiaoshan looked down on the ground, not wishing to be recognized. However, it was too late. The youth's gaze fixated on them. Perhaps they were his target in coming here. Oh. You Sago Palm disciples are quite busy, running 10 million miles to be here at Jilin City. How rare. The youth sneered. He-chen and Shen Xiaoshan didn't respond. They were waiting for Xueqi's lead. Chapter 1759. Xueqi sighed inwardly after seeing the young man's attitude. What will come shall come, and there was no avoiding it. His master worried about this the most, but there was nothing else they could do. He went forward with his head held low and respectfully said, Please excuse our lack of ceremony since we didn't know you were here, Duke Liang. Old Xue, this isn't West Bank. No need for this type of thing. The youth arrogantly sneered. His name was Liang Yiheng, a duke from West Bank. He was a trusted confidant of the West Bank crown prince, so he had a prestigious role there. Meanwhile, Sago Palm was only a tiny sect. Just one duke alone was enough to render their sect out of breath. Xueqi didn't dare to say anything to the ridiculing tone. This guy was a Dao monarch and was much stronger than him. Only their sect's strongest expert and leader, Tai Shu Wang, might be a match for him. There was no lack of experts on the same level as Liang Yiheng at West Bank. Thus, it was easy for this particular country to destroy Sago Palm. I heard your sect master is very busy recently, running around to build relations. The youth's expression turned frighteningly cold. Xueqi shuddered after hearing this. The opponents clearly came for this matter. It looked like West Bank had eyes everywhere. Not even a blade of leaf fluttering inside their territory could escape from their eyes. Duke, not quite. Senior brother is only going to meet some old friends because he's getting up there in age and is afraid that he might not be able to say goodbye when his time is up. Xueqi quickly replied. Tai Shu Wang was trying to meet people in order to climb up to the Jilin clan. This was something West Bank didn't wish to see. Why would they let someone else sleep on their bed? Because of this, they began to apply pressure on Sago Palm. Of course, they had to tread carefully since they didn't know whether Sago Palm has been successful or not. Because of this, Liang Yiheng's group came to Jilin for scouting. On the other hand, Wang and his sect desired a breakthrough or they would always be at risk of extermination by West Bank. Moreover, it would be a silent death. No one would bother asking about it. This was an existential crisis that Wang needed to overcome. Is that so? Yiheng uttered coldly. He is old indeed with not much time left. Go back and persuade him to get ready for his funeral arrangements, so that his children can send him off properly. A murderous flash appeared in his eyes. Xueqi, Shen Xiaoshan, and He Chen were alarmed. This was both a blatant threat and the truth. If given the right opportunity, West Bank would definitely try to kill Tai Shu Wang. Ah, Duke, you're quite funny. Xueqi didn't want to dwell on this topic and waved at Xiaoshan and He Chen. Come, greet the Duke. The two had to come and bow despite their unwillingness. Yiheng didn't bother looking at He Chen. He stared at Xiaoshan and said, Old Xueqi, your sect isn't smart at all. Are you waiting for His Highness the Crown Prince to ask? Miss Shen should have been brought to His Highness a long time ago. Fine, I'll speak in his stead since he is here too at Jilin. He doesn't have a maid to wait on him, so let Miss Shen come over to wait on him. She can warm his bed as well, and if she's lucky enough, His Highness will grant her a night. Yiheng sneered again. The three were appalled at such vulgarity, especially Shen Xiaoshan. She turned red with rage. Whoosh! Suddenly, a jade bottle came flying straight for Yiheng's face. However, he swung his sleeve and knocked the bottle to the ground to pieces. The 50 million bottle! He Chen shouted in aghast. They looked towards the direction from which it came from and realized that the thrower was Li Qia. The group became frozen and couldn't regain their wits. It was over. A disaster was coming. Who the hell are you? Yiheng turned towards Li Qia and became murderous after seeing that he was only a mortal. If this wasn't Jilin, he wouldn't be asking any question and would just simply kill the guy. Li Qia said flatly with a dismissive glance. Get out of my sight before I become angry or I'll crush your head to a pulp. Ignorant fool. Yiheng was livid. He was still a duke in West Bank. Even Xueqi's group had to be respectful towards him, but now, a mortal dared to treat him with such contempt? Go, break his legs and drag him over here so I can crush his head. Yiheng shouted at the disciples behind him. Little animal, you're the one courting death for provoking our duke. The disciples aggressively rolled up their sleeves, ready to cripple Li Qia. Watch out! Shen Xiaoshan and the others were horrified. Li Qia was only a mortal. It didn't matter how smart and knowledgeable he might be, he couldn't resist cultivators at all. Li Qia didn't bother to glance at them. He raised his right hand and the piece of bronze that was inside the cupboard suddenly flew over and latched onto his hand. Clank! Suddenly, a bronze glove covered his palm. It spewed out a metallic shimmer that seems to be hiding 3,000 worlds with an awe-inspiring divinity. Boom! He casually swept forward with his right hand and instantly blew them flying while vomiting blood. Li Qia then stared at Yiheng and said, I'll give you a chance to attack. Yiheng became pale at the sight of this glove, but he had no other choice. He took out his sword and cried out, Brat, die! A white slash rushed for Li Qia. Li Qia nonchalantly retaliated with a fist. Boom! The sword crumbled while Yiheng was slammed to the ground with gushing blood. Li Qia didn't bother speaking. He punched Yifeng's face and one could hear the sounds of bone breaking along with Yifeng's miserable wails echoing in the shop. His face was smashed to a pulp. If it wasn't for Li Qia sparing his life, even 100 of him wouldn't be alive right now. This particular bronze glove had a power of the imperial level. Moreover, it had unlimited usage. Even a mortal could unleash the power of an emperor. However, only emperors could use it with one exception, the Dark Crow. Crack! Li Qia stomped on Yiheng's broken face. I do not wish to kill in this place, so I'm sparing your dog life. Go back and tell your master, whoever they may be, to stay out of my way and don't touch my women or I'll massacre your clans. Yiheng was a fish on the chopping board at this moment. It was too easy for Li Qia to kill him. Right, you broke a bottle worth 50 million Dao Sage Chaos Stones earlier. That's on you. Li Qia said flatly before turning towards the shopkeeper. West Bank country owes you this. If they won't pay, use force. In fact, even the shopkeeper was stunned to see the imperial clash on Li Qia's hand due to an eternal and mythical legend in his clan. Scram. Li Qia kicked Yifeng to the curb, no longer caring about this matter. Yiheng didn't even dare to fart at this moment. He and the disciples from West Bank kept their mouths shut and ran while pissing their pants out of the shop. Li Qia then raised his hand towards Shen Xiaoshan. She took out a handkerchief for him while being very confused. He wiped away the blood on his hand in a very meticulous manner as if he was fondling a lover. In the end, he sighed and said, Emperors do not need this item while those that do can't use it. Thus, it can only be left here for people to look at, but so few could recognize its worth. Clanking noise resounded and the imperial clash fell down from his hand. It turned back into the piece of bronze and returned to the cupboard as if nothing has happened. Chapter 1760. Shen Xiaoshan and the other two couldn't gather their wits right away. That scene earlier was too shocking and they couldn't describe it at all. They didn't know whether to be surprised at Li Qie smashing Yiheng's face, or that he was able to use the imperial clash. Of course, the shopkeeper was shocked as well, albeit for a different reason than the other three but still on the same magnitude. An ancient and eternal legend had appeared again before his very eyes. Others didn't know and thought that this man was only a mortal. However, those who knew his identity and have heard of his tales would be stricken with fear. This was an existence that could make the gods and emperors in the 10th world palpitate, and had a penchant for creating chaos. Li Qie gave the handkerchief soaked with blood to the shopkeeper and said, "Have a look." The blood that was wiped off the imperial clash was now depicting a lifelike picture. The shopkeeper used both hands to accept the handkerchief and saw the picture. He became astonished and bowed towards Li Qie before carefully putting it away. "All right, nothing else to do here. Let's go." Li Qie smiled and left the imperial cabinet. The three eventually regained their composure and gave chase. Before leaving, they couldn't help but glance at the imperial clash inside the cupboard again. Even though they didn't know where this thing called imperial clash came from, the power of the 3,000 worlds was quite incredible. It was definitely an unstoppable weapon that could slay countless experts. The most stirring thing was that this weapon was able to be used by a mortal. It even looked like the thing was ready to accept Li Qie as its master. He Chen looked up once more when he was outside at the crooked wooden sign. It was quite funny because such a shop assumed a very domineering name. But he certainly didn't think so anymore and thought that Imperial Cabinet was a very suitable name. The three simply didn't know what to say, especially Sure South. He stared at Li Qie with awe and fear, not daring to come too close. Just think about it. Liang Yiheng was someone even his senior brother was wary of. But now, Li Qie smashed his face on the ground without even batting an eye once, as if he was crushing an insect. No, something even less. It truly shook Sure So down to the core since Li Qie did it in such a carefree manner. It showed that he didn't give a damn about Yiheng or West Bank at all. Just think about it. A mortal not caring about a cultivation country? Just what kind of power and domineering attitude were required? More importantly, he didn't think Li Qie did it out of ignorance, but he simply didn't view the guy as anything noteworthy. It made him wonder about Li Qie's identity. He felt that the guy was completely unfathomable and worthy of reverence. Those who carelessly oppose him would die without a grave. Sure So shuddered again after thinking that his head might be smashed just like Yiheng's if he were to antagonize the guy. He no longer viewed Li Qie as a mortal but rather a primordial beast. Despite the guy's harmless appearance, Sure So saw snow-white fangs that could tear someone's throat off at any moment. He grew even more impressed with his senior brother's insight and ability to win Li Qie's grace. Shen Xiaoshan wasn't thinking as much. In fact, she didn't even care that Li Qie had smashed Yiheng's face to pieces. As she was walking alongside Li Qie, she secretly stole glances of him and enjoyed a sweet feeling as if she was bathing in honey. "My woman." These words left her an amazing aftertaste. Her heart was fluttering and she felt she was up there in the clouds. The young He Chen had a different reaction. He worriedly said, "Since you stomped Yiheng's face in, what if West Bank takes this out on our sect instead?" Sure So became nervous after hearing this since it made sense. Even though they were at Jilin, as the adage goes, a monk can run but not his temple. If West Bank were to blame this on Sago Palm, it could be completely destroyed. Don't worry. I'm sure their king has no time to worry about your sect at this moment. 50 million Dao Sage Chaos Stones are more than enough to make them anxious. They're digging everywhere now and even selling their cities and resources to come up with this amount. No time to worry about anything else. He chuckled and said. The three glanced at each other and recalled the broken bottle. He Chen shuddered the most. Luckily, he wasn't the one to break it, or selling himself wouldn't be enough. He was actually holding it earlier too. Even though it was in the past, his palms still became sweaty. Li Qie kept on walking forward. The group eventually made it to a deserted alleyway that had no visibility. "Okay, time to stop tailing now." Li Qie turned around and said. Xueqi's group was surprised and also turned back. At this time, they saw someone following right behind them. The guy must have been tailing them all along. Xueqi was thinking about other matters the entire time, so he didn't pay attention. Meanwhile, He Chen and Shen Xiaoshan were too inexperienced to worry about anything. Quite vigilant, aren't you now? After being exposed, the person walked up, revealing himself to be a servant due to his uniform. However, he was a cultivator, not a mortal. Brothers, they got us. Come out and meet our friends then. He laughed and said. Shadows appeared in the buildings all around the alleyways and slowly surrounded Li Qia's group with unfriendly gazes. Xueqi and the other two immediately circled around Li Qia in order to protect him because he was the one without cultivation in the group. Xueqi observed them and found that they all wore different items of clothing. Some looked like merchants while others had traveling clothes on. Some robes had sect markings too. In short, these several dozen people were from all over the places. They were all cultivators, not mortal robbers. The group wondered when they have offended these people. All right, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you hooligans. Get your boss out. Li Qia leisurely said while being surrounded. Boss, that's him. The dozens made way for one youth and a man to walk forward. The man pointed at Li Qia and said. Xueqi recognized this man. It was the merchant who sold fake goods earlier on the street. They have forgotten about this matter and didn't think that trouble would arise from that little exchange. The person called boss by the merchant was a youth. He looked only around the age of 17 or 18 and was a little short of stature. He wore a large robe to hide his fat stomach. This looked like a successful businessman, especially his eyes, seemingly capable of finding deals wherever he looked. Chapter 1761. The young merchant walked up and stared at Li Qia and his companions while still beaming with smiles. He looked like a believer of amiability makes one rich, not a fan of violence at all. My brother told me that he had met a master. I, Shang Lao Lu, wish to meet this master. The fat youth smiled and said, What do you want? Xueqi knew that it was trouble, but he didn't dare to show a weak side. Nothing, nothing. The youth said, We from the hooligan gang earn our meals here at Jilin City. We're at the bottom of society, so it isn't easy for us. Sometimes, we even have to pry the bones away from dogs. Xueqi's group was confused since who would want to call themselves hooligans? This didn't make sense at all. However, he remained vigilant. Even though the group was wearing shoddy clothing, they were definitely cultivators. So what? The hot-headed He Chen immediately asked. It wasn't easy for us to build up a solid and trustworthy reputation at Jilin. It took a lot of work, you know? But your group accused my brother of selling fake goods and besmirched our reputation, even almost hurt our brotherly relationship in the process. That's why I can't just sit and watch. What do you want then? Xueqi became serious. Nothing, nothing. Shang Laoyu's eyes squinted from smiling too hard. We're here to do business to get rich. Fighting and killing aren't our styles. I'm a fair person. Since you have stained our reputation and made me question my brother, you must make reparation now. He cleared his throat and continued. Ahem, like this. Just buy my brother's item for 8,000 Dao Noble Chaos Stones. This new number is for us to go have some tea on top of compensation for his emotional distress. The group immediately understood and angrily glared at Lao Lu. This is extortion. He Chen shouted. Prior to this, that item was only selling for 500 Dao Master Chaos Stones. But now, it was 8,000 Dao Noble Chaos Stones. The price jumped countless times in just half a day. How can you call this extortion? A merchant's reputation is priceless, but we are also reasonable. This is already a cheap price. And if we refuse? He Chen couldn't restrain his youthful vigor and uttered coldly. It's one thing to play nice, but if some people want to besmirch our brand, that's a different story. Despite Lao Yu's perpetual smile, he was getting ready for a fight. The dozens surrounding group were warming up too, ready to get started at any moment. The group became anxious and quickly took out their weapons. Sir, what do you think? Xueqi had to look at Li Qia and was ready to follow his orders. Even though he didn't wish to cause trouble in Jilin, 8,000 Dao Noble Chaos Stones was not a small number for them. Li Qia glanced at Lao Lu and smiled. You don't think I won't flay you and use your skin as a foot towel? You're fat, so I can't make leather boots out of you, but a towel will do. Haha, Your tone is ferocious enough. Lao Lu was still smiling on the outside. Even though he was talking to Xueqi's group earlier, he had been spending more time gauging Li Qie. He continued on, the truth is that my old skin is very rough. People have always wanted to do so but failed. If you try to do it, I'm afraid you will hurt your fair hands. Not old at all. Li Qie chuckled. Your skin won't take long at all, now. The old skin inside the old cave is a different story. That one is indeed old. Lao Lu didn't expect this response and uncontrollably took one step back. In a flash, his eyes were deathly fixated on Li Qie. Li Qie was still all smiles in face of this gaze. I don't know what you're talking about. Lao Lu struggled to maintain his smile and said, You must have a great background, I still haven't asked for your name. Li Qie. Li Qie answered with a playful tone. Lao Lu searched every corner of his memories but couldn't remember this name. It meant that he had never heard it before. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to give up because information and espionage were his best skills. It's a shame that I'm too ill-informed and haven't heard of your name before. Lao Lu replied. It's not your fault since you aren't qualified to know. Go ask Qi Gong, he will tell you. Li Qie chuckled in response. Thump, thump, thump. Lao Lu instantly took several steps back with a pale complexion. He stared at Li Qie as if this guy was even uglier than a monster. He established the hooligan gang and they enjoyed tricking cultivators and even masters the most. When these victims brought reinforcement, Lao Lu would always step up to face them. However, his identity has always been a secret. Even the members of the hooligan gang didn't know where he came from. Nevertheless, despite his lack of tenure in Jilin, his abilities were more than enough to win over the crowd. In fact, ever since he left his home, he had never brought this topic up to anyone. However, Li Qie was able to recognize him and even mentioned a dreadful name known by very few people. Such words struck him like thunder. This lowly one has eyes but can't see Mount Tai. Please forgive me. In the end, the pale Lao Lu was no longer smiling. He cupped his fist towards Li Qie before telling his gang, Brothers, let's go. With that, he turned and left, not daring to linger for half a second longer. His disciples were perplexed as well but they didn't dare to ask anything and quickly dashed off as well. The sudden development left the three slack-jawed since they didn't know what was going on. Humph, cowards, scared so easily. He Chen snorted after seeing this. Xueqi remained quiet and stared at Li Qie. He naturally knew that Lao Lu was no coward. Those who dared to extort people at Jilin City were not so easily frightened. Though he didn't understand what Li Qie meant, it must have been some earth-shattering thing since it managed to scare off Lao Lu. Just think about it. Just talking about them alone was enough to send someone running. This was enough to scare him again. This mortal ahead was too terrifying and made others shudder uncontrollably. Old Xueqi, where do you think you're going? Right when the group was about to leave, another bunch descended from the sky and immediately blocked their path. The group was surrounded again, this time by a matching uniformed unit. They were robust with an austere appearance. The leader was a youth wearing a four-clawed dragon robe. He was full of chaos energy and had an oppressive noble aura. His high status was quite obvious. Wang Xiaotian. Xueqi blurted out after seeing the youth. Old Xueqi, looks like your sect is a lot more courageous now, not only daring to wound the Duke but also call me by my given name. The youth was as cold as ice. Xueqi was startled by the youth's cold glare. Shen Xiaoshan and He Chen were alarmed as well because this youth was the Crown Prince of West Bank. The Crown Prince was quite capable and ruthless. His position was earned with blood and merits, and he was almost as powerful as the ancestors from West Bank now. He alone could destroy all of Sago Palm. That's why Xueqi was so scared at this moment. Liang Yiheng came to Jilin together with Wang Xiaotian. After Yiheng's face was smashed, the disciples brought him to their Crown Prince. Chapter 1762. Wang Xiaotian was not a sight for sore eyes, at least for the three from Sago Palm, since he was much more powerful than Liang Yiheng. So now, Xueqi was uncertain after being surrounded by Xiaotian and his men. He glanced at Li Qie again and saw that the guy still stood there calmly as if nothing was happening. This was a calming panacea and made Xueqi braced himself to say, Your Highness, this is all a misunderstanding. Of course, he knew that a misunderstanding was no excuse for smashing Yiheng's face. However, this was all he could say. They were already riding the tiger and couldn't get down. Plus, the other option was to distance themselves from Li Qie, and this might not be a wise choice. Misunderstanding. This is your answer? A murderous glint flashed in Xueqi's eyes, but he showed no sign of anger and replied with coldness. If your sect wants to keep on going, then follow me right now. We'll get to the bottom of this. He stared at the group and Li Qie. He had received some news about Sago Palm as well as Tai Shu Wang's recent attempts at joining the Jilin clan's examination in order to move up. That's why he was paying so much attention to Li Qie. Well, Xueqi shuddered before smiling wryly. Your Highness, I am on important business. I'm afraid it's a bit inconvenient. He knew that if he were to leave with Xiaotian, he should stop thinking about coming back alive. This was only a ruse to get them to leave Jilin. The moment they were out, Xiaotian would instantly kill them, or even worse, the most heinous of torture before making them disappear completely. Yiheng was Xiaotian's confidant, so the guy was not going to take this lying down. Old Shi, you need to know that conspiring against a duke is a serious crime. Can your sect shoulder it? Xiaotian became quite imposing. He didn't only want to kill this group but also all of Sago Palm in order to make an example out of them. However, he was willing to let the three survive for now since they were going to become his evidence and justification for destroying Sago Palm. An elder from Sago Palm harming a duke from his country? This was enough reason for them to destroy Sago Palm with justice on their side. Of course, he had his apprehension as well. This was Jilin, not West Bank. He didn't wish to be so arrogant in this place. If he were to catch or kill the group in Jilin, the clan would definitely hear of it. This was not giving enough face to the Jilin. If the Jilin were to be unhappy, they could also mobilize their force to easily annihilate West Bank. Thus, he was trying to get Xueqi's group to leave with him. Xueqi was aware of Xiaotian's plan, so he couldn't leave with the guy no matter what. The only way to oppose West Bank was praying for his senior brother's success in negotiation. Alas, the danger was right before him, but he was helpless since he was not a match for Xiaotian. He could only rely on Li Qie and hope that the guy would be able to avert this crisis. However, Li Qie was only standing there with a slight smile. While Xueqi's group was at an impasse, the rolling sound of a cart suddenly came into the alleyway, pushed by 8 people dressed like servants and merchants. The cart was loaded with a pile of merchandise, so it was quite heavy, resulting in a zigzagging pattern while moving. Move it, we can't stop," one of the pushers shouted. The cart moved faster and faster straight for Li Qie's group. Humph! An expert next to Wang Xiaotian snorted before reaching out to stop the cart. It was too easy for a cultivator like him to stop something like this. Whoosh! Right when the cart was stopped, the 8 men lunged forward at Xiaotian's group like fierce beasts. Rumble! His experts were pinned to the ground by these men. Who the hell are you? Xiaotian panicked and instantly wanted to run. Boom! He was pushed down on the ground as well by another newcomer who sat on his body. Who are you? Xiaotian couldn't move at all and cried out again. Your father. The person pinning him down laughed and said. Bang! Xiaotian was knocked unconscious along with all of his accompanying experts. In a short time, they were lying flat on the ground. This development stunned Xueqi's group. This guy who came out of nowhere to take down Xiaotian had fled earlier. It was naturally Shang Laolu. The other 8 men were part of the hooligan sect as well. Xueqi's group was naturally astounded. Remember that Wang Xiaotian was very powerful. He alone could easily destroy their sect, but Laolu knocked him unconscious so quickly. One could easily imagine this guy's strength. Earlier, He Chen was even mocking them for being cowards who ran away after a few words exchanged. Now, he was getting cold chills after seeing this display of might. Drag them out, they're dirtying the scenery. Lao Lu told the 8 men. These 8 men quickly dragged Xiaotian and his people away to a remote corner before stripping them of all their treasures and money, even their clothes. This made Shen Xiaoshan blush as she instantly turned her gaze away. Haha, sir, these clowns are nothing before you. I'm more than happy to swat the flies away in your stead. Lao Lu grew bolder after seeing a lack of reaction from Li Qie. He bowed his head and cupped his fist towards Li Qie. He was even willing to prostrate, if necessary. Though he was unaware of the guy's background, he was certain that he had met a master, someone that was much higher than the common ancestors. This was someone who could blot out the 13 continents with his palm. Countless existences could only look up at this overlord. This was the reason why Lao Lu ran for his life earlier. However, after carefully thinking about it, if an overlord wanted to kill him, even 100 lives wouldn't be enough. The fact that he was still alive meant that the guy had no intention of killing him. Now, Lao Lu was a crafty and intelligent person. Even after the initial offense, the overlord still didn't kill him. This meant that this overlord didn't just know his ancestor, they might even be old friends. That's why he immediately returned and dealt with Wang Xiaotian in order to curry some favors. You are quite smart. Li Qie smiled while staring at the sycophantic act. Ah, this lowly one is foolish and blind. That's why I offended you earlier, sir. Lao Lu smiled happily, clearly intending on doing some old-fashioned bootlicking. Li Qie gently shook his head. What a waste of your great constitution, wasting your time fooling around like this instead of cultivating. Lao Lu forced a smile after hearing this. He had amazing talents, an incredible bloodline, and a shocking background, but he chose against becoming a famous genius. He snuck out of his sect and loitered around random people from all over the world to do some shady deeds. Of course, this wasn't to say that he was a bad person. He simply enjoyed the ups and downs of the mundane realm. Go, I won't make it difficult for you. Li Qie waved his sleeve and said flatly. If I see Qigong later, I'll put in a good word for you. Thank you, sir. Lao Lu was startled after hearing this and immediately kowtowed. He knew that this was a reward others wouldn't ever receive. Just say the words if you need this lowly one in the future to do anything, he said. You're a smart one. I'll let you know when I need you. Li Qie chuckled in response. Chapter 1763. Shang Lao Lu was certain that Li Qie was someone of the overlord level that could shake the world. Others wouldn't be lucky enough to meet someone like him, so this was the fortune of a lifetime. Being rewarded by him was the accumulation of good deeds from his previous 3 lives. That's why he exhibited great propriety and left happily instead of continuing to bother Li Qie. In the meantime, Xueqi quietly contemplated and felt that Lao Lu did it so much better than them. At this time, he realized that Li Qie was even more terrifying than inside his imagination. Lao Lu recognized this and immediately latched onto the guy's thigh. Even though his senior brother appreciated talents, he didn't see through everything and only thought that Li Qie was an amazing scholar. After spending the next several days with Li Qie, Xueqi found out that Li Qie was something much more. Xueqi understood that Li Qie didn't care for Sago Palm. The guy was only doing this because his senior brother was respectful. The sect wouldn't get a reward as Lao Lu did just now. Xueqi sighed and accepted their lives that were destined to be ordinary. If they abandoned their high posture early on, perhaps they would have been able to win Li Qie's favor. But now, he didn't care for them. Chen didn't dare to say anything earlier. His prior arrogance and superiority complex, at least before a mortal, were gone since even someone like Lao Lu kowtowed directly at Li Qie. Shen Xiaoshan didn't think as much as she stared at Li Qie. This man was more amazing than anyone else and she felt proud because of him. Okay, let's go to see if we can pick up other good stuff. Li Qie smiled freely and led the group out of the alleyway. Western Market was the largest shopping district in Jilin. It was virtually its own city with buildings spanning for 100 miles. Shops lined up one after another with no end in sight. All kind of stores were available in this place. There was even a popular adage, if one can't buy something they want at Western, it means that they didn't have enough chaos stones. It ranged from the cheapest street front items to unbelievably high-priced Supreme manuals, as long as one had enough chaos stones. There were too many treasures in this vast market. Money and resources always poured in on a daily basis, enough to make people red in the eyes. No one dared to cause trouble around these parts, especially with forced transactions, because Jilin was the main backer of this economic zone. Causing trouble here was the same as disrupting Jilin's financial flow. The consequence would be unimaginable. Once the group got here, Chen and Shen Xiaoshan were stunned by the scene. Inexperienced youths like them had never been to Western before on their previous visits. All kind of emotions overwhelmed them. The dazzling merchandises were an incredible sight to behold. People would need some time to settle down during their first visit. Those from weaker sects would finally realize how tiny their home was in comparison, as well as the lack of resources. It was no exaggeration to say that a single shop in Western was wealthier than a small sect. Some even had items from Grand Emperors as highlights. Just imagine, a A few countries couldn't even have one imperial possession unlike the shops here. Looking at it from a different angle, one would see just how powerful the Jilin clan was. After all, it had 3 immortal monarchs with 2 still alive. Ordinary great powers were far inferior in comparison. While walking on these streets with these beautiful treasures and ores, He Chen and Shen Xiaoshan simply couldn't look away even if they wanted to act like regulars. What are we doing here? To buy some treasures? Xiaoshan quietly asked Li Qie without any confidence. She was the first sister in Sago Palm and had more resources compared to her peers. In a tiny sect, she could be considered a rich girl. However, she realized just how insignificant her savings were after coming here and felt as if she was the poorest of the poor. Plus, the fact that Li Qie didn't have any money, not even a single chaos stone, made her even timider. She planned on using her life saving to buy whatever he needed, but this was far from enough in this place. We'll look around to see if there's something worth buying. Li Qie chuckled in response. For millions of years now, he had become familiar with finding treasures. It wasn't only due to his discerning vision but also his vast knowledge. A complicated place like this was the best place for a treasure hunt. He felt as if he was a fish returning to the ocean in Western, a very familiar feeling. Meanwhile, his companions finally looked away from the colorful treasures after a long struggle since they couldn't afford to buy anything. Eventually, they made it to a pawn shop with an old horizontal inscribed board on top with the words, G Store. It was no secret that the Western market was backed by the Jilin clan. Thus, the name of this store meant that it was either opened by the Jilin clan or had great ties with them. The store was large with no end in sight and was much more extravagant compared to the imperial cabinet which resembled a dumpster more. The treasures were laid out nicely on tables. Some were emitting immortal lights and hymns. The fragrance of medicine permeated deep in the air as well. The workers in the shop darted back and forth in order to serve their customers who were here to find rare treasures or to pawn their beloved items. They consisted of big shots such as sect masters or nobles and enjoyed the greatest treatment. Of course, a few were temporarily embarrassed cultivators as well. They were here to pawn off their heirlooms. Not all the items here had exorbitant prices. There were some ordinary merchandises inside these shops, but the weaker cultivators didn't even dare to come in since they were already intimidated. The group attracted many gazes. After all, everyone could see that Li Qie was essentially immortal while his companions were from a weak sect. Of course, their presence in this extravagant shop would make others stare. Normally, it was very difficult for Xueqi's group to meet kings and sect masters. Thus, all of the gazes made the group nervously lower their head like brides on their wedding day. They looked very unnaturally following behind Li Qie, and didn't know what to do with their hands. They didn't dare to run around or even speak. This was their first time being to a shop of this level. On the contrary, Li Qie was very comfortable and at home as he strolled through the shop. These customers only took one quick glance before returning to their business. After all, this group was only a bunch of insignificant characters. Nevertheless, the workers here still treated Li Qie's group with cordiality despite their seemingly humble background. After all, they were here to do business. Money was their main goal. Chapter 1764. Li Qie was indeed very bizarre as a mortal taking 3 cultivators on a shopping trip. The 3 cultivators looked like young brides following behind him. Their inexperience was clearly written on their face. This mortal was the complete opposite. He strode confidently regardless of the location and perplexed everyone. This might be the fiercest mortal the people here had ever seen. The workers here were discerning enough to know that Li Qie was the leader of the group. Of course, this made them feel sad as well. Even though the other 3 obviously came from a small sect, they were still cultivators. Xueqi's cultivation wasn't much in the grand scheme of things, but he was still someone influential in his own pond. Normally, even cultivators from smaller sects wouldn't care for mortals. They considered mortals no different from insects. But now, Li Qie looked like the big shot in the group while the other 3 resembled servants. One worker in particular didn't think profit was possible, but he still enthusiastically came up and greeted. "Sir, what are you looking for?" "I'm seeing if your store has any treasure worth looking at." Li Qie chuckled and said. The worker was stunned at this outrageous mortal. Normally, mortals would already tremble just standing by the door, but this guy was different with his tone. Even kings wouldn't dare to say something like this when they came to shop for treasures and ores. Shen Xiaoshan's group was scared out of their mind to hear Li Qia. Xiaoshan's palms were drenched in cold sweat because she knew that Li Qia had nothing in his pocket. This still didn't deter him from speaking in his boastful manner. If people were to find out, they would laugh until the group hid down a hole. However, this worker had seen all types of people before. He smiled and brought Li Qia to a counter and carefully introduced him. What do you think about this treasure? This lion thorn flexible armor is a Dao King level armor. You will be very safe wearing it, especially because it is a defensive artifact, thus it doesn't matter if your chaos energy and vitality are too weak. The group was instantly drawn in by the armor. Even He Chen was smacking his lips. Their sect only had one weapon at the Dao King level, their strongest. Their master was using it since he was also the strongest member of the sect. All three really liked it since they were satisfied with just having a Dao King artifact. The actual quality didn't matter. Of course, after seeing the price, they realized all they could do was look since they couldn't afford it at all. Even their master couldn't. Li Qia didn't even bother to look and said, "Forget it, show me the real defining artifacts in this place." The three were astonished even more because they thought Li Qia couldn't get any more domineering, but he proved them wrong. The worker was stunned too. This was the most unbridled mortal he had ever seen. Keep in mind that even some kings and sect masters couldn't afford some of the treasure in their shop. But now, this guy wanted to see the real deals? There was no word to describe this mortal. A few cultivators and experts in the shop heard him as well. They glanced at him several more times and thought that this mortal was too arrogant. Is this guy a newly rich? He doesn't know the immensity of the heaven and earth. One cultivator shook his head. The majority of the experts here ignored Li Qia afterward while thinking that he was only an ignorant mortal. Meanwhile, Xiaoshan and the other two didn't dare to look at other people because Li Qia's attitude has frightened them completely. It took a while before the worker gathered his wits and smiled wryly, not knowing how to respond. At the same time, Li Qia didn't really care about what people thought of him since this was his normal conduct. The worker then took Li Qia's group to a counter in the very center of the shop. No one was in this spot due to a very simple reason. Previous visitors knew that the treasures in this central counter had sky-high pricing. Plus, even if one could afford the price, the shop might not sell it to them. It depended on the buyer's identity as well. The ones here are the most expensive in our store, the worker said helplessly. Despite knowing that Li Qia wouldn't be able to afford it, the worker still brought him here. This was just part of his job since he couldn't exactly chase customers away. Nevertheless, he was too lazy to introduce the treasures to Li Qia. There were several treasures displayed with two in the center. It meant that they commanded the highest price. Shen Xiaoshan and the other two were right behind Li Qia. If it wasn't for him, they wouldn't even have the courage to enter the shop, let alone take a look at its defining treasures. One was an archaic zither. Its old age was obvious at first glance to everyone. The other was a palm-sized wooden box with a faint green luster, seemingly carved from a whole trunk of sandalwood. Because it was just one piece, there was no opening it to see what was inside. No one could tell the origin of these two treasures, but the store surely had their reasons for displaying them in the very center. The group of three couldn't see why they were precious. They looked much more inconspicuous compared to the treasures on the other counters. There was no price listed for the two. Li Qia only glanced at the zither before focusing on the box. This item actually managed to attract his attention. The others liked the zither more since it was much more prominent than the box. He Chen was very curious about the price of these defining treasures. He eventually grew bolder and asked the worker, "Why is there no price for this zither?" This worker was amicable enough and smiled. "It has a heaven-defying origin, a priceless treasure. Money isn't the issue, it will only be sold to the fated." "How can you sell it if there is no price?" Shen Xiaoshan asked. The worker only smiled and didn't answer. "That phoenix coal zither is not simple indeed," Li Qia commented while still looking at the wooden box. Chapter 1765. After listening to Li Qia, He Chen became emboldened and hurriedly asked, "What is the story of this zither?" For some unknown reasons, the group felt more confident whenever Li Qia spoke. With him as his backing, they felt that they could get through anything. Meanwhile, Li Qia was still looking at the wooden box the whole time as if it was the most beautiful woman in this world. "Sir, you are quite discerning and knowledgeable to be able to recognize the phoenix coal zither. The worker actually became startled. In the beginning, he thought that Xueqi was a young master, perhaps an illegitimate child of an expert from a great power. That's why 3 cultivators were following him. Nevertheless, the guy was still only a mortal in the eyes of this worker. Even if he didn't look down on Xueqi, he still didn't take the guy too seriously. This was only another ordinary customer at best. Thus, he became surprised to see a mortal like Xueqi easily revealing the name of the zither. Many kings and sect masters didn't even recognize the zither, let alone knowing its name. Xueqi seemed to be aloof since his unblinking focus was on the wooden box. The worker didn't know what was so interesting about the box, at least appearance-wise. After a while, Xueqi withdrew his gaze and finally glanced at the zither. This particular zither is indeed a good item, and it is reasonable to call it a priceless treasure. However, it is essentially useless right now in your possession. Might as well use it as firewood. The 3 turned pale from fear. Remember that this was one of the 2 most precious treasures in the store, but now, Xueqi called it useless. It was a blatant insult towards the shop, as if he wanted to cause trouble. In a more serious scenario, shop owners would fight to the death to defend their reputation. The worker was stunned by this response. He turned austere and said coldly, "Sir, one can eat anything but must be careful of the words coming out. Our store's success has always been due to our golden reputation." "Your store does indeed have a good reputation." Xueqi ignored the worker's demeanor and said flatly, "Without the phoenix melody, the zither is worthless. Only with its melody would the zither be valuable and peerless. Since you are selling the zither, it clearly shows that you do not have the melody, because if you did, you wouldn't bear to sell it right now. What is this about selling to the fated? It is only a way of finding the one holding the phoenix melody. At that time, you'll try to make a deal for the melody instead." He articulated as if it was no secret to him at all. The worker became stunned and took one step back while staring at Xueqi, because this was a top secret of their shop. Outsiders had no way of knowing. Moreover, all the workers here were actually direct disciples that have experienced strict examinations. They would never leak this secret. "Sir, you are joking." He coughed wryly in order to skirt around the issue, but his astonished eyes said it all. There was an old man sitting in the back of the store, its manager. It didn't matter the big shots that came to shop, he would never personally receive them or even look at them. He was a powerful expert from the Jilin clan. His presence wasn't meant for reception but rather protection. If anyone dared to cause trouble here, he would quickly take care of them. After all, there were many precious treasures and ores here. Such a store required the presence of a true master in order to avoid unwanted problems. He immediately opened his eyes after hearing Xueqi talk about the zither and the melody. He glared at the youth for a long while. Xueqi didn't care and looked back at the box. "How much for this wooden box?" The worker regained his wits and hurriedly said, "Sir, well, we're displaying this wooden box for a friend. The person wants a defensive scroll of the imperial level. It can be from any race." The worker's attitude became increasingly enthusiastic and respectful, not just because of his profession any longer. He had no knowledge of this particular wooden box because another clan asked them to sell it. This clan had a great relationship with their shop. The box was the clan's inheritance since an ancient era. However, the masters of the clan had no idea about the box's origin and why it was precious. Nevertheless, they continued passing it down to their descendants. Rumor has it that this was already a tradition back during the days of their founding patriarch. This patriarch told his children that the box was priceless and is meant for the fated. Only the chosen one would know how to open this box. However, none of his descendants knew how to open it, so the clan had no idea of the content inside. As time went on, the clan fell into decline, especially in this generation. Because of this, they had no choice but to sell this wooden box in exchange for a defensive scroll of the imperial level. They wished to use this type of imperial law to rise again. When the box reached the store, even the strongest and most knowledgeable ancestors here had no clue why this box was so precious. If it wasn't for the deep ties between the two sides, the shop wouldn't dare to sell this box here. After all, an imperial law was too precious. No one would be stupid enough to make the trade for something unknown. Perhaps a crazy man would do so. Shen Xiaoshan's group exchanged glances and understood that this was impossible. Even if they had an imperial law, they couldn't trade it for this wooden box. Xueqi only smiled after hearing this and looked around at the store. He instantly locked onto another item not far from there. He walked to the front of it for a better observation. The worker and the three also followed him. This item looked like a jade cup. However, its base was very tall. Any taller and it would look more like a stand. A golden dragon was carved on the cup. This tiny dragon seemed to be swimming and very animated. Perhaps there was really a dragon sealed inside. A harmonious aura could be felt instantly when people got close. It was very pleasant and fueled everyone's vitality. This is... Shan Xiaoshan was surprised because she could the wonderful properties of this cup-like treasure. Her vitality seemed to be purified. Even her blood was becoming purer. It was hard to describe this feeling, but one thing was certain even for a layman like her. This was an incredible treasure. This is the Golden Dragon Cup. The worker cheerfully introduced. It came from a high god of the divine race, made from sacred recuperation jade and used the blood of an ancient flood dragon to create that little golden dragon. All of this came together with the high god's amazing crafting art. It can purify bloodlines and store essences in order to strengthen one's blood, especially those who have some ancestral blood. The group shuddered after hearing this because ancestral bloods were very precious. Those who had them were dragons among men and destined for greatness. Another good item. Li Qie chuckled and reached for it. If this was a while back, the worker wouldn't want him to hold it because a mortal wouldn't be able to afford it. But now, he didn't try to stop him at all. The moment Li Qie grabbed it, another hand snatched it from him. An aggressive voice sounded. I want this jade cup, how much? The group quickly turned and saw that the rude person was quite young. He wore a royal robe with phoenix embroideries on the sleeves. He had an excellent stature while his eyes flashed with a horrifying glint. There was a dazzling green jade on his forehead, telling everyone that he came from the golem race. Chapter 1766. This youth had a woman as his companion and another worker helping them. She was beautiful and commanded an oppressive noble aura. This made it obvious that she came from a great background. The worker was stuck in a tough position after this youth grabbed the cup out of Li Qie's hand. He smiled awkwardly and asked Li Qie, "The prince is very impatient, dear customer. Will you look at something else?" Li Qie didn't bother looking at the youth and said dismissively, "Tell him to give it back, I want this cup." The two workers became awkward. According to their store's rules, it was first come, first served. The second worker rubbed his palms together and smiled at the youth. "My prince, will you take a look at something different? We have a lot of treasures here, especially a new dagger that will be very suitable for Miss Lin." Even though a mortal like Li Qie wouldn't necessarily be able to afford the jade cup, he was still first in line to buy because of the rule. "No, I want this cup. It can purify bloodline, perfect for my sister. This will be my gift for her." The youth was very arrogant. "Ah, sir, we have other treasures too. I'm sure you will be able to find the right one." After seeing the youth's swift refusal, Li Qie's worker turned towards him and persuaded. "No. This cup will be mine." Li Qie flatly refused as well without backing down. Li Qie's attitude made the two workers speechless. What kind of mortal dared to vex a cultivator? Moreover, this youth came from a great background. He was on a shopping spree with this beauty and coincidentally saw this cup, then felt that it was very suitable for his older sister. But now, a mortal dared to compete with him? This embarrassed him in front of the lady and everyone else here. "Brat, can you afford it?" The youth coldly stared at Li Qie with contempt. In his eyes, even a rich mortal wouldn't be able to buy this level of treasure. "Attendant, pack it up for me, we'll pay later," Li Qie told the worker next to him. This scared the wits out of Shen Xiaoshan because she knew that he didn't even have one chaos stone on him. But now, he dared to tell the worker to pack it up? What if he couldn't afford to pay when the time comes? It would be too embarrassing and awkward. The youth's eyes turned cold with a murderous glint after seeing the non-cooperating mortal. If this wasn't the Jilin's territory, he would crush this mortal already. It would be as easy as killing an ant for someone like him. "Humph. Only a mortal yet you still dare to bluster? Do you know who he is?" The beauty became unhappy with Li Qie as well and sneered. "He is the crown prince of Heavenly Phoenix, the little brother of Heavenly Phoenix Princess." Heavenly Phoenix Princess. Xueqi's group turned pale after hearing this title. Heavenly Phoenix Crown Prince wasn't famous, but it was a different story for the princess. Many people in Pure would show respect after hearing her title. This country was an imperial lineage. created by Heavenly Phoenix Immortal Monarch. However, being an imperial lineage wasn't the proudest thing in the country. Their true pride was their princess. She had a prestigious bloodline, but more importantly, she was Jin Ji's fiancé. He was the successor of the War Monarch clan and had taken up the post of clan master before too. He was an emperor candidate and once threatened the 13 continents. Not the cultivation title here, just an aspirant, which does confuse me. Is this really a big deal? Xueqi felt his legs giving in. They were less than insects compared to someone like the princess and her lineage. Xiao Shan slightly pulled on Li Qia's sleeve in order to remind him from going against the crown prince. The beauty next to the prince felt complacent and sneered again. His Highness prestige isn't something you can compare to. Be smart and scram now. Never heard of him. Scram to the side. Do not interrupt my shopping. Li Qia ignored those two and told the worker again. Pack it up well. This was not a good trip for Xueqi's group since they were repeatedly frightened by Li Qia. They expected him to back off a bit after hearing the prince's identity, but it turned out that he didn't give a damn at all. The two workers were astonished as well. This might be the most aggressive and domineering mortal they have ever met, even going as far as to shout at the Heavenly Phoenix Crown Prince. The prince's expression turned ugly after being treated with contempt publicly by this mortal. If it wasn't for his rationality holding him back from killing in a Jilin shop, he would have crushed this ant long ago. Attendant, this is my card. He took out a VIP card made out of gold and handed it to the worker next to him. The worker next to him was surprised to see this card. The prince's status alone wasn't enough to enjoy this gold VIP card. It must have been his father's. He accepted the card and apologized sincerely to Li Qia. Dear customer, the prince is our esteemed guest and has purchasing priority. The prince was appeased after hearing this and snorted. Only a mortal, a gleam of light daring to compete against the radiant moon? The prince normally wouldn't care to compete against a mortal. However, if he didn't release this anger today, he wouldn't be able to save his face as the crown prince of an entire country. No, an imperial lineage. If he couldn't take a mortal down a notch, it would show utter incompetence. Is that so? Li Qia freely replied with his gaze shifting at the wooden box again. Get the hell out now and I shall show mercy by not killing you. The prince almost vomited blood after seeing that this mortal was still as haughty as ever and shouted. Xueqi's group was truly scared this time by the shouting prince. Remember that just his finger alone could destroy Sago Palm. This was even before talking about his older sister and brother-in-law. Xueqi almost dropped to the ground in fear. Xiao Shan tugged on Li Qia's sleeve again, signaling him to stop. Li Qia ignored this and casually went over to brush his hand across the zither. A noise came about. Suddenly, a phoenix roar resounded with the zither becoming bright. However, it quickly disappeared as if it was only a coincidence. The two workers were completely stunned by this event. Meanwhile, the stunned manager immediately got up and walked closer towards Li Qia. He cupped his fist and said, Sir, you are a master. Your presence brightens our humble abode. This is our boss. The worker quietly introduced. I see. I'm here to buy some toys at your store. Li Qia casually said. The workers were taken by a storm with his attitude. Keep in mind that even kings and sect masters wouldn't be received by their manager. They would even bow down when talking to him, yet Li Qia treated it so trivially. The manager immediately grabbed the jade cup and told the prince, My prince, the rule of the store is first come, first served. Please excuse us. Manager, I'm not trying to force the issue, but I do have a VIP card. The prince didn't accept this. He didn't dare to become angry at the manager, but he couldn't swallow it down. This gentleman is our venerable guest with all the priorities. Please excuse us. The manager said seriously. With that, the old manager ordered a worker to take down a dagger and give it to the lady next to him. It was quite pricey, so she liked it a lot. Nevertheless, the prince was still furious at Li Qia and would surely kill him if this wasn't a Jilin store. Chapter 1767. The manager used both hands and raised the jade cup towards Li Qia and said, This is a little token of our goodwill. Please accept it, sir. This course of event astounded Xueqi's group even more and robbed them of their words. Even before mentioning the manager's respectful attitude, the guy was actually giving this pricey jade cup to Li Qia. How unbelievable was this? Even selling all of Sago Palm wasn't enough to buy this cup, but now, The manager was handing it over without any condition. Such an extravagant play was something beyond their imagination. Li Qie accepted the cup for a look before loosening his grip. Bang! The cup shattered on the ground with pieces scattering everywhere. Today had too many surprises, so everyone was stunned and couldn't regain their wits, especially Shen Xiaoshan's group. In their eyes, this pricey cup could be their hereditary treasure if they were to ever get it. But now, Li Qie casually dropped it down. This was simply treating money like trash. Li Qie shook his head and told the manager, "It's not a bad cup, just not old Ku's best work though." In fact, when Li Qie was looking at it, he thought about someone who was quite weird with his works. When this person focused during the crafting process, something amazing would happen. If he wasn't, then the result would only be an ordinary piece. Because of this, Li Qie smashed the cup since there was nothing special about it, so he lost interest. Heavenly Phoenix Crown Prince became aggravated again and clenched his teeth. He wanted to spend a large amount of money to buy this cup for his older sister. But now, Li Qie broke it in front of him. This was the same as smashing his face with the cup. How could he endure such a blatant provocation? Of course, Li Qie treated the prince as heir and didn't bother to look at him. "Sir, would you like to go to the back?" the manager asked Li Qie while letting his workers talk to the prince. Of course, offending this prince didn't matter to him. Even the prince's father, Heavenly Phoenix Royal Lord, was only his junior. Li Qie nodded in response. "Fine, for a bit then." The manager led the way for Li Qie. This was a reception unavailable to even the kings and sect masters. Inside the back room, he personally made some tea for Li Qie with great enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Li Qie was pretty nonchalant while sipping his tea. He acted as if this was his house and he could do as he pleases. The other three were still in a daze. Everything happened so fast and they couldn't digest it all. "May I have your name, sir?" The manager respectfully started a conversation. Even though Li Qie was immortal, the manager knew right away that this guy was extraordinary after the previous scene. More importantly, he wanted to ask Li Qie for a favor. "Li Qie, but you don't know anyway." Li Qie chuckled. The manager naturally had never heard of this name before, but being the experienced fox that he is, he smiled and said, "Sir, you are a true dragon soaring deep in the clouds among the horizon, a hidden master. Of course, ordinary people like us wouldn't know your name. It is due to our ignorance." Sure so, and He Chen glanced at each other. They couldn't describe their emotion at this moment. The manager was an unfathomable character in their eyes. If he were to visit Sago Palm, perhaps the entire sect would prostrate to greet him with a grand ceremony. But now, such a big shot was so humble before Li Qie and called himself an ordinary person. This was quite a shocking debacle. Li Qie sat there comfortably without answering, so the manager continued to wait on him. "I'm actually a bit curious. Why did this zither come out of the Jilin clan?" Li Qie asked directly. The three were quite shaken since they didn't expect this zither to be from the clan itself. "Sir, the truth is that our ancestors belonged to a branch in the imperial clan. Due to their contribution, the clan bestowed the zither to them," the manager replied. "You do not have the phoenix melody." Li Qie smiled and said. The manager coughed in response and became a bit awkward. "We, the descendants, are useless and couldn't inherit the melody. Same with the imperial clan itself without the actual zither. But you believe that someone in this world will know the melody of the phoenix because this zither was brought into the clan in the past. That's why you display the zither here as a bait of sorts," Li Qie revealed. "Sir, the zither is useless without the melody. We do hope that this zither can find the fated one for it," the manager hurriedly said. "I know the melody." Li Qie chuckled. How could he not? The zither was his before it came to the Jilin clan. The group was shocked again. They didn't expect Li Qie to know the phoenix melody of the Jilin clan. "Sir, you are the fated one. Of course, if you really want this zither, we are willing to sell it to you," the manager said. "No, I do not need this zither. Plus, I don't want to take your heirloom." Li Qie spoke. "Sir, you are willing to pass down the melody?" The manager became ecstatic and added, "In that case, you will be our benefactor. Just say the words if you need anything." "I want that wooden box," Li Qie responded. "The wooden box?" The manager was a bit surprised. Of course, he knew which box Li Qie was talking about. "That's not our item. A friend is asking us to sell it, he said. Lichia nodded. I know. I'm trading the Phoenix Melody for an immortal monarch's defensive art. You think this is a bad deal on your end? Well, of course not. But we need to ask the clan because it is an imperial law. The manager replied. That's your business. To be frank, you're greatly benefiting from this trade. Must I say more about the power of this zither with its melody? Otherwise, it is as useful as firewood. Lichia leisurely added. Indeed. The manager didn't try to hide it since there was no point. The guy was knowledgeable enough. He hesitated for a moment before making up his mind. Then I shall be bold enough to take charge of this matter and accept your request, sir. Since you're so decisive, I will be too. Bring me something to write on. Lichia chuckled. Of course, he wasn't worried about writing the melody down first. He knew that the manager wouldn't change his mind or try to trick him. The guy didn't know his identity. A mortal acting so bold before him? This person would either be a madman or completely confident in his skill. However, Lichia was no madman. A mortal not caring about cultivators? This was quite frightening, so the manager didn't have any ideas about tricking Lichia. After the manager brought a brush and paper here, Lichia wrote down the melody. After he finished, the manager carefully picked up the paper with both hands and carefully read it. Despite losing the melody long ago, a being of his level could definitely tell if it was fake. After confirming that it was real, he bowed towards Lichia and said, Sir, thank you for bestowing us our inheritance again. Anyone else was likely to hold on to the melody because the combination of the zither and the melody was quite devastating and precious. The manager personally went to pick up the wooden box and respectfully handed it over to Lichia. The box is yours now, sir. Lichia accepted it for a quick glance before putting it away. Sir, may I ask you a question? The manager spoke with a prudent tone. Lichia smiled and said, Go for it. What is in the box? He was very curious. In fact, when the box was brought here, he personally appraised it, but he couldn't tell what was inside. If he didn't know its owner, he wouldn't have agreed. Chapter 1768. In fact, Shen Xiaoshan and the others were curious, just like the manager, about the magical content. There were so many treasures in the store, yet Lichia was fixated on the box alone. They gave it a careful look but couldn't see what was special about it. I don't know either. Lichia shook his head. But that's why I must find out. Very few things could elude my gaze, but here we are now. Isn't this worth finding out? The manager was taken aback since he thought Lichia knew something, and that's why he wanted the box so bad. He didn't wonder whether Lichia was telling the truth or not since the box was his now. No point in thinking about it. You are so wise already, yet you still seek further knowledge. We are ashamed. The manager cupped his fist and said, I'm sure your future will be boundlessly brilliant once you cultivate. This was not an empty praise. He was an amazing expert, but his knowledge was far inferior compared to a mortal like Lichia. That's why he had a very high evaluation of Lichia. The Grand Tao is long and arduous, no need to rush. Lichia said, cultivation is easy but maintaining one's mind isn't. Each step must be careful and polished along the way. The manager felt a sense of respect after hearing this. Your words can grant others a flash of insight. If you are willing, sir, I will recommend you to the Jilin clan. It is not a bad option. Shuso's group was shocked after hearing this. So many people in this region wanted to join the Jilin clan. For example, if they could join, it would be like a phoenix soaring to the sky or a carp crossing the Dragon Gate. It was a glorious thing for both their ancestors and Sago Palm. If Lichia could join the Jilin clan without an examination, the result would be exactly what their master wanted. They could follow him and get connections there as well. Thus, the group jubilated and stared at Lichia, waiting for his response. They all wanted him to say yes to this once-in-lifetime opportunity, coveted by so many. Join the Jilin? Lichia chuckled and shook his head. Sorry, I'm not planning on having a teacher. The Grand Tao might be hard, but I believe I can find my own path. His refusal stunned the group to the point where they almost jumped off the ground. It was too unbelievable since joining the clan was so prestigious, but Lichia had just refused it. They wanted to persuade him into thinking it over, but this was not the time and place for them to interject. Sir, your ambition is too great for ordinary people like us to understand. The manager was disappointed but didn't force the issue. Lichia smiled and gently waved his sleeve at the other three. They didn't know what he wanted to talk with the manager about, but they still quietly left. He then looked at the manager and said, "I'm not interested in joining the Jilin clan. However, I am about the thing that flew into the clan after the 6th expedition." "You!" The manager's expression changed. He instantly took one step back with a terrible flash in his eyes. It was full of murderous intention now. However, Lichia still sat there calmly and said, "Manager, no need for this. The fact that I am here to talk to you means that I can annihilate you, if it wasn't for your respectful attitude." The manager glared at Lichia for a long time before taking a deep breath and sitting down again. He bowed and slowly said, "Sir, this is a top secret." "How did you find out about it?" Even though he wasn't a direct disciple of the Jilin clan, he was still an ancestor-level character with a great position. He only knew very little about this matter. "Looks like it's the truth then, it really happened." Lichia gently sighed with a tinge of sadness after confirming. "You tricked me just now?" The manager shuddered and said. Lichia shook his head. "No need for that, this is just to confirm my speculation. The clan is trying to recruit people skilled in runes reading. This shows that there is a demand for it. However, these particular runes aren't of this world, only up above." He pointed at the sky. He didn't say anything else. Nightfall Immortal Monarch had participated in the 6th expedition started by Immortal Emperor Qi Zhen. The result was obvious. The appearance of these runes wasn't a good news, so Lichia lamented in his mind. "Sir, you are like an immortal in this world in terms of knowledge." The manager was shocked at this erudite mortal. People would never be able to catch up, and Sex would love to have him despite his cultivation. The clan has it but can't understand. Nevertheless, they didn't dare to be too blatant either, so they started this kind of examination. Lichia said, "We shouldn't talk about this too much." The manager hesitated. "This is a top secret of the clan and I know very little about it anyway. If you are interested, why not join the clan? Once you are at a higher position, you will surely be able to see it." "I don't want something that requires waiting." Lichia chuckled and said. He didn't have time to wait. The only reason why he agreed with Tai's Wang was that he needed to go to the clan anyway on top of the guy's respectful attitude. This was to give a fortune to Sago Palm. The manager sighed in disappointment. He truly wanted for the clan to recruit this great talent but didn't dare to force the issue. Even though Lichia was immortal, he couldn't see through him, so a certain sense of caution was necessary. Plus, as Lichia had said, if the guy dared to act so arrogant in this place, it showed that he wasn't afraid of anyone. Provoking such a person was quite unwise. The manager personally sent Lichia off when he left the shop in a sincere manner. At the same time, he also generously gave 3 VIP cards to Shen Xiaoshan's group. The group was speechless as they were holding the cards and felt that this was a dream. It was a different story whether they could afford to buy the treasures here or not. However, little characters like them weren't qualified to possess the cards. Only kings and sect masters had this privilege. For example, even the Heavenly Phoenix Crown Prince couldn't obtain one, so he resorted to using his father's. Of course, they were aware that the manager did it because of Lichia. "Come, we'll go to Stone Workshop now." Lichia interrupted their stupor. They regained their mind and quickly followed right behind him. Despite not being able to see through Lichia, they were certain that if they could rely on him, this great mountain, it would be truly beneficial. Stone was the biggest shop for Dao materials at the Western market. There were too many types of materials in great abundance in this place. A favorite location for cultivators. Everyone wanted to find treasures such as the right type of Dao material which could result in a supreme Dao fetus. Chapter 1769. When one stepped inside the workshop, they would be dazzled by the mountains of materials. Even the treasuries of many great powers couldn't compare to this. Shen Xiaoshan's group was shaken beyond words by the plethora of materials here. Their sect also saved up some Dao materials, but it was no match for even a tiny corner of this place. So became emotional after seeing this and thought that the imperial lineages were too lucky. If they had access to these resources, they would have soared towards greatness already. Dao materials were very important in the 13 continents. All cultivators needed them since they were required for weapons and treasures. The artifacts in the 10th world were different from those in the 9. The majority of the ones here were crafted by combining Dao fetus and precious metals. Meanwhile, the Dao fetus were born in Dao materials. These fetuses were created by nature, normally gestating in a mysterious pebble or the remains of a beast. They had both chaos and primordial energies on top of laws of the Grand Dao. Real weapons required these Dao fetuses. Only then would they be able to use the power of the Grand Dao and primordial chaos. Otherwise, they would only be cold steel like mortal weapons. These fetuses actually gave the weapons life in a sense. The most common cause of birth for these fetuses was when the heaven and earth flowed together. This was when laws of the Grand Dao would appear. It could be inside an or tree. That's when a fetus would be created. Normally, the origin of the fetus would play a large part in determining the outcome of the weapons. Because one couldn't see inside a Dao material regardless of their strength and heavenly gaze, no one would know what kind of fetus would be inside. That's why opening these materials became a form of entertainment or gambling in the 13 continents. The stone workshop didn't only sell materials and fetuses. Their main source of income was gambling. Visitors could bet among themselves or against the workshop. The group saw cultivators from all over the world picking Dao materials. Some were shouting like addicted gamblers, no longer caring about their own images as nobles and masters. A worker immediately went up to greet the group and enthusiastically said, "Sir, are you here to pick some materials or to gamble?" Xueqi smiled in response. "Your store isn't enough to pay if I were to gamble." The worker was understandably surprised by the reply. Keep in mind that their shop had the most brilliant appraisers in Jilin or even all of Pure. No one would dare to brag about beating them. Nevertheless, the worker still said respectfully, "Then please have a look at the Dao materials. Let me know when you find something you like." The group strolled around the store with the worker guiding them. Of course, Xueqi was the only one really looking. There were too many items here. Some stones were as small as a fist while others were as big as mountains. Moreover, the form varied too. Metals were common while a rare one was made up from the spine of a flood dragon. Of course, they were separated into different levels with a varying price range. The cheapest was very affordable even for the young cultivators. As for the most expensive, well, even a sect master would be left speechless. Outside of just materials, there were all types of Dao fetuses that have been taken out such as sword fetus, saber fetus, spear fetus. The group of 3 was dazed while walking behind Xueqi. They had never seen so many Dao materials before in their life. After taking a stroll of the store, he stared at the skeleton of a dragon in the central floor and said, "There is indeed a lot of varieties here. Sir, please don't laugh, but I do think that in terms of the number of Dao materials, we're definitely in the top 3 in Pure, if not first place." The worker proudly said while pointing at the dragon bones in the middle. "Take that frost golden dragon for example. It might not be a true dragon, but it does have a strand of that bloodline. It's an old dragon at grand completion. We found it very deep in the northern frigid sea. The heaven and earth harmonization has occurred on its spine to create a priceless Dao fetus. Of course, the bones themselves are precious as well. Usually, money isn't the issue when trying to find one of this level, but our shop specializes in collecting Dao materials. It doesn't matter what the guests want, we can satisfy their wishes. This is our store's unquestionable ability." This worker went on and on about his shop. Of course, it wasn't all bragging since the shop was indeed capable of doing so, just that his diction was slightly exaggerated. Xueqi only smiled and continued to stare at the spine of the dragon. One needed to cut the material out first in order to see if it was good or bad. Even one from a true dragon was not necessarily precious, just that the chance for a good one was greater. "Let us go look at the white adornments." Xueqi withdrew his gaze and told the worker, "Please, this way." The worker instantly showed Xueqi the way and didn't look down on Xueqi just because the guy wanted to see white adornments. There were levels to Dao fetuses. The higher level would create stronger weapons. Thus, those who could afford it would all pick the higher level ones. Dao fetuses are distinguished in the following order: white adornment, violet force, golden inlaid, orange martial, and heaven bestowment. Experienced stone appraisers could look at a material's composition, form, place of origin, and background to determine the Dao fetus inside to a certain degree of accuracy. That's why each sect would have specialized appraisers to pick out the materials. They enjoyed a relatively high position with their ability. White adornment was the lowest level and the most common. It came in all shapes and forms, so this was the easiest choice for many cultivators. It was also the cheapest, so cultivators from the weaker sects picked it. Of course, certain masters and big shots would do so too. They were located in an inconspicuous corner and piled up randomly like a mound. These Dao materials were priced according to their size. The larger, the more expensive. Nevertheless, this didn't mean that the Dao fetus inside would be proportional to its material size. They were listed as white adornment by the shop's appraisers, who were very experienced and discerning. These appraisers rarely made mistakes, so the materials here were certainly at the white adornment level. Alas, even the heaven falls asleep sometimes. These experienced appraisers could also make mistake. Because of this, materials that were determined as white adornment could reveal fetuses at the orange martial or even heaven bestowment level. This was the reason why some keen cultivators would come to this section to pick the white adornments. If they were fortunate enough, some treasures could be found here. When Li Qie got here, many cultivators were already picking their stuff, with the majority being weaker cultivators since this was all they could afford. Though the shop was usually full of customers, a mortal accompanied by 3 cultivators was still a rare sight. A few cultivators' eyes dotted at them. The worker quietly stood to the side and waited for Li Qie to make a choice. Normally, workers wouldn't come to this section to help, so Li Qie's situation was very special. He stood before the pile and began his observation. Pick a small one. They're all white adornments anyway. A smaller one will be cheaper. A cultivator kindly advised. Chapter 1770. Li Qie walked back and forth in his search to no avail at the pile of white adornments. Oh, isn't that the famous mortal? A mocking voice resounded. Heavenly Phoenix Crown Prince and his beauty came by. They sneered after seeing Li Qie finding items in this section before everyone. Not enough money? Have to resort to white adornment materials? If you really don't have money, just tell me. I'm a charitable person and will give some to a daydreaming mortal like you. As an imperious character from an imperial lineage, he normally wouldn't care for a mortal, but he still had grudges from back at the G-store. A prince like him was robbed of a treasure by a mortal? How could he endure this anger? Moreover, the guy also humiliated him in front of everyone. He swore to never let this go, but still maintained a sliver of rationality because this was the Jilin's territory. Heavenly Phoenix Crown Prince. The shoppers quickly made way while staring in awe at him. Cultivators and even experts coming from tiny sects respected him a lot. His background was already prestigious enough, but his brother-in-law was even more frightening. A member of the War Monarch clan. This clan had 5 emperors. Moreover, Jingu himself almost became a grand monarch. That's why even the other imperial successors had to give the prince some face. The alliance between his country and the War Monarch clan was a dreadful matter to others. The cultivators here found it very strange. What was the feud behind this mortal and the prince? Some felt that this mortal was fearless like a tiger, daring to antagonize the prince. Li Qie gave the prince the cold shoulder and continued looking before finally finding one that he liked. This one. Li Qie weighed the white adornment in his hand before smiling. It was as long and thick as an adult's arm and looked like a branch taken off a withered tree. The worker smiled and said, "You are quite discerning, sir. This material was given a white grade by our appraisers, but its origin is quite rare, coming from a Yulon magnolia stone tree. After the tree died, it was buried deep under the earth before the harmonization of the heaven and earth to create the Dao fetus. Maybe you'll find something nice here. There's a chance that it might have a violet force fetus." This worker was very enthusiastic towards Li Qie and knew all the merchandises in the store like the back of his hand. "I hope so." Li Qie chuckled. Finding treasures in this place was only a whimsical choice. If he really wanted a supreme treasure, he had many other methods. Stop daydreaming. The appraisers here are all elites. A white grade will only be a white grade. There's no way a mortal like you can find any treasure. The prince laughed. He would sooner or later kill this mortal, but he also wanted to humiliate the guy beforehand so that others would learn the consequence of provoking him. Li Qie ignored the guy while the worker didn't want to antagonize him. He said, "Sir, do you want to take it with you or cut it here?" "Cut it here." Li Qie smiled freely. Being treated like air by Li Qie further infuriated the prince. His face became hot and his expression cold. He swore to personally make mincemeat out of this mortal after they leave Western Market. The worker led Li Qie to the cutting stage, or a casino in the eyes of many cultivators. No place was more moving in the eyes of adventurous gamblers. The slow cutting process was very entertaining and exciting. Because of this, many would choose to cut their materials here or make bets with other cultivators and even the shop. The amount would naturally depend on their own abilities. Prior to using the machine, one would need to pay for the Dao material first. That's why the worker asked, "Sir, would you like to pay now or later?" The latter was reserved for esteemed guests. The stone workshop has received news from the G store. That's why they treated Li Qie so well. "I don't have any chaos stones on me," Li Qie said. The crowd was astonished to hear this. A mortal daring to come to the workshop to buy materials without any money? What a strange fella. "Young master, I have some chaos stones here." Shen Xiaoshan took out a spatial pouch and handed it to Li Qie in order to save some face for him. She still had some savings and she didn't hesitate on using all of them for him at all. The crowd found it puzzling again. Both her beauty and constitution weren't bad. Why was she a servant to this mortal? No one could come up with a reasonable answer. Maybe he's a bastard child of a big shot? This speculation came up a lot in their mind. "How much?" Li Qie opened the pouch. There was a decent amount inside, especially for someone like Shen Xiaoshan. She has been saving it for several years in order to buy a decent Dao weapon. "Sir, we priced this Dao material at 15 Dao emissary." The worker replied right away. He Chen was startled and blurted out, "Even a white adornment is that expensive?" Normally, a white-grade material would only sell for 10 to several hundred Daoist chaos stones. But now, the price for this particular one was 100 times higher than places outside. You shouldn't have come here then. Wretched-looking thieves like you don't belong here." The prince sneered. He Chen lowered his red face after hearing this. He didn't dare to retort because the prince was above his level. Li Qie didn't care for the prince, but if the guy chose to pick on his people, he couldn't just sit idly by. Even though He Chen wasn't a follower, he was following him right now. Li Qie wouldn't show mercy to anyone who dares to bully his entourage. "Who the hell do you think you are? Only an idiot," Li Qie said lazily without even looking at the prince. The crowd was stunned to see this since they were aware of the prince's arrogance. It became worse after his country managed to suck up to the War Monarch clan. He became even more haughty and untethered. Many were unhappy with him, but they couldn't afford to offend him. But now, a mortal called him an idiot right to his face? It was essentially a ruthless slap. "Little animal, I'll end you." The prince's expression turned ugly as he wanted to rush over and kill Li Qie. "Your Highness, please calm down. This isn't the place for blood." The workers nearby immediately stopped him from killing inside their business. The beauty next to him pulled him back as well and said, "Only a mortal. No need for you to be angry, Crown Prince. Breaking the laws of the Jilin in their territory because of a mortal wasn't worth it." The prince was fierce enough, but he didn't dare to directly oppose the Jilin clan. After hearing the exhortations, he glared at Li Qie and aggressively said, "Mortal, if you want to oppose me, we'll have a bet then. I'll have your hands today." In a short time, the crowd quickly stared at Li Qie. Killing was forbidden in this place, but there was another simple method for settling disputes: gambling. The two sides could bet anything, even their lives. Chapter 1771. The mass exchanged glances after hearing the prince's challenge towards a mortal. Even though cultivators bet every day at the stone workshop, it was the first time seeing this great disparity between the two sides' status. "What kind of bet?" Li Qie smiled. He had countless ways to kill the prince, but this was the stone workshop. He wanted to make his treasure hunt even more entertaining. "Because you can't pay the price, I'll trade for your arms. If you can get a violet force fetus from that Dao material, it will be my loss and I'll give you 1,000 Daoist chaos stones. If only a white adornment fetus comes out, you need to cut off your arms." The prince revealed a cruel smile. The crowd realized that the prince wanted to kill this mortal and even torture him beforehand. 1,000 Daoist chaos stones wasn't a small amount for Shen Xiaoshan's group, but it was nothing for the crown prince. Just 1,000 stones? You think too highly of yourself, but very well, if you want to bet, I'll lower myself to your level to have some fun. A pair of arms for a pair of arms, do you dare? "You're nothing," the cold prince snorted. "A peasant like you thinks your wretched arms are worth as much as mine? Same to you." Li Qie didn't get worked up and verbally slapped the prince's face. The heavenly phoenix country is an insect in my eyes. Letting a bottom-of-the-barrel dweller like you gamble with me is already pushing my magnanimous nature. You! No mortal has ever dared to humiliate him like this in front of a crowd. There was even a comment about his country. The crowd was left speechless. This mortal was still as haughty as before. He might be the most arrogant mortal they have ever seen. Scram to the side if you don't dare to do the bet. A coward like you isn't qualified to stay in my sight. Li Qie nonchalantly added. Bang! The furious prince placed a sword on top of the stage and said, "This is a Tao King-level sword, for your arms." This noble sword of his was very precious, made from a violet force fetus and blood metal. A Tao King cultivated it for 100 years, so it had both chaos and primal energies. Only a Tao King violet force weapon. Your country is really too poor. You need to be more extravagant if you want to bet against my arms. I'm looking down on your miserly offer right now. Li Qie said without batting an eye. The prince turned red with rage. He knew full well that this mortal was egging him on, but he couldn't let it go. Bang! He slammed a spatial pouch on the table and uttered, "There are 10,000 Tao King Chaos Stones in this pouch. High-quality stuff and more than enough to buy your dog life? Do you dare now?" A commotion broke out after seeing the prince's big play. Shen Xiaoshan's group was shocked. The crown prince of an imperial lineage was indeed different. Their entire sect couldn't come up with this amount. A pair of arms from a mortal wasn't worth this much chaos stones. The prince didn't want to bet his own arms or back down from Li Qie's provocation. If he were to show weakness, people would mock him, so he had no choice but to go all out. Still not enough. Add another weapon, a Tao Sage one, then I'll do the bet. Li Qie answered without looking at him. The prince's face darkened as he slammed another shield on the table. Fine. This violet force Tao Sage artifact is more than enough for your life. This particular shield was created by combining a heavenly turtle shell and a violet force fetus, gestated by a Tao Sage for 300 years. It was an incredible defensive tool. In the beginning, these artifacts, after their creation, started from the bottom. As their master became stronger, they also became stronger. For example, if one reached the Tao King realm, their weapon would also increase in grade with energies from a Tao King. Li Qie grinned after glancing at the shield and said, "All right, let's do it." The fish has bitten the bait. It was time for him to play. Shen Xiaoshan's group was shocked to hear this. It wasn't wise to do this bet against the crown prince. Let's get started then. If this white adornment material can produce a violet force fetus, anything higher than violet force, then you win. If it is only a white adornment or violet force fetus, then you lose and will have to cut off your arms. He smiled cruelly. The initial bet was only for a violet force fetus inside that Tao material. However, he suddenly changed his mind and was afraid that Li Qie would be lucky enough to get one. Hence the change in requirement. That's fine, cut it now. Li Qie leisurely agreed. The prince sneered. Do you have money to pay for the cutting fee? The masters from the stone workshop command a high price. But out of pity for a soon-to-be cripple, I can ask my old friend to do it for you for free. Having said that, the prince patted a young man next to him. This youth was very elegant and handsome with an aura of conceit. Li Langxian. Many cultivators here recognized him. Some even politely went up to greet him. This was a genius of pure continent. His cultivation was great, but the real reason for his fame was because of his other status as an appraiser. He was the most brilliant appraiser in Pure, with a greater understanding of Tao materials and fetuses compared to his peers. Even some members of the last generation were inferior. Many sects invited him to be their appraiser, but he had always refused them. All the sects knew a simple logic. Having an excellent appraiser would save them a lot of resources while earning better Tao materials. That's why this job was very desirable in the 13 continents. Langxian simply nodded as a greeting. He was arrogant indeed, even though he could back it up. He smiled freely after hearing the crown prince and said, "Your Highness, thank you. I will try my best and do it for free. Just some cutting, what's hard about it? Let me borrow a knife. I'll do it myself." Li Qie told a nearby appraiser from the workshop. The appraiser immediately lent Li Qie his knife. "Oh, you're an appraiser too? A mortal appraiser, that's quite rare. I'm afraid you haven't even gotten the basics down yet." The prince sneered at this sight. "Your parents weren't born yet when I played with Tao materials. Li Qie casually retorted. You. Losing these verbal exchanges was taking a toll on the prince. Whoosh. XSH. XSH. Li Qie's speed was amazing as he cut through this Dao material. His technique was sharp and masterful. Virtually perfect. In fact, he wasn't lying earlier. When he gambled with these Dao materials on the 13 continents, Pure didn't have a country named Heavenly Phoenix. Chapter 1772. Li Qie resembled a skillful butcher with his effortless knife technique to the astonishment of the crowd. Even non-experts could tell that Li Qie was an amazing appraiser. His surgical precision alone could put anyone from the same generation to shame. Appraisers from the stone workshop and the genius appraiser, Li Langxian, became serious after seeing him at work. They knew that they have met a fellow master. On the other hand, the prince's expression became worse. He assumed that Li Qie was a novice, not a master of this level. I've never seen a mortal appraiser before. The majority of cultivators here was in awe. This was something they have never seen before since it wasn't so easy becoming an appraiser. Normally, cultivators eventually became appraisers after gaining enough experience and understanding of Dao materials and fetuses. Of course, the appraisers here were even more shocked. This mortal was a brilliant appraiser. Li Langxian felt that this mortal has reached a frightening level of mastery while watching his cutting technique. The crowd held their breath as Li Qie sliced out another thin layer. They were aware that the Jilin clan was absolutely capable of starting a workshop in this place. Otherwise, financial ruin was imminent. Thus, the appraisers here were exceptional compared to the rest. A Dao material graded at the white adornment level should normally produce a white adornment fetus. Only a negligible number of materials could be mistakenly judged by them. Li Qie finally removed the outer layer to reveal the complete fetus. The cutting process was a true test for an appraiser. Any carelessness could damage the fetus inside. It's out. Everyone opened their eyes wider in order to look at the fetus in his palm. It was a tiny saber that was made from laws woven together. The laws were full of primordial chaos energy as if the saber itself was creating them. Golden strings appeared within this fetus together with the laws, so they emitted a golden glow. It's a saber fetus of the golden inlaid grade. A cultivator shouted. The grade of a Dao fetus was the following, from worst to best: white adornment, violet force, golden inlaid, orange martial, and heaven bestowment. Thus, it was quite shocking for Li Qie to cut a golden inlaid fetus out of a white adornment material. The appraisers that could work here were masters of their craft, but they have made a mistake with this particular material. I want this pile of white adornments. A sect master reacted quickly, and immediately told a worker in order to buy everything in this corner. The slower crowd felt a tinge of regrets for not being as fast. Even though buying so many white adornments was a foolish action, if he could be lucky as Li Qie to get a golden inlaid fetus, he would make up his investment and more. A friend told an appraiser from the workshop. Even the masters can get it wrong sometimes. That's why material gambling is fun. The appraiser smiled back. This gentleman is quite discerning and has gotten a nice treasure. Well done, well done. Li Qie smiled back at the praise before staring at the prince with one eye. You have lost. Humph, only a little bit of money, no problem. The prince snorted in response. He was indeed telling the truth since the money wasn't an issue. The problem was his failure in cutting off this mortal's arms. It is a small sum indeed, not worth mentioning at all. These pieces of trash will only stain my clothes. Li Qie smiled and threw the 2 Dao weapons as well as the 10,000 chaos stones to He Chen and Shi South. The two of them were frozen and thought they were in a dream as they held on to the items. These things alone were worth more than their entire sect. But now, Li Qie casually gave it to them without any hesitation. They could work a lifetime and not accumulate this level of resources. Even some cultivators here were astounded. This might not be a big amount to some of the big shots here, but it was still a very lavish course of action. Even a king might not be so wasteful. No wonder why those cultivators choose to follow a mortal. A cultivator murmured. Even they would follow such a generous mortal master. This only further infuriated the prince after already losing the bet. He shouted, "Want to go again?" His blood was boiling and clouding his judgment. Today, he must sever this mortal's arms before everyone or he would never regain his face again. Li Qie glanced at him with disdain and said, "Again? That's fine. You still want my arms? But now, I'll name the price. Don't worry, I'll be considerate since you're so poor. Okay, 10 million Dao Saint Chaos Stones. You! The prince scowled coldly. You think too highly of yourself. You think your mortal arms are worth 10 million Dao Saint Chaos Stones. Keep in mind that the realm of Dao Saint was only below Dao Celestial and Grand Emperor. The prince simply couldn't take out this sky-high number of stones. Even countries couldn't do so, let alone one person. You're definitely not worth that much. Li Qie smiled and said, if you can't afford it, then don't go around betting. Or you could bet your arms. The prince was trembling with rage. A crown prince like him would never bet his own arms to bet against a mortal. This was a matter of status. Money was a different issue. Humph, don't think you're a big deal, mortal. I'll even go 1 million Dao Sovereign Chaos Stones for your arms. How about that? The prince shouted back. Dao Sovereign Chaos Stones? Forget it, too little. Remember, I'm a peerless master appraiser. So many imperial lineages would want me to join them. But oh well, I'll lower my standards. 1 million Dao Sage Chaos Stones then. If a crown prince like you can't even afford this much, then stop leaving your house and further embarrassing yourself. It's like a beggar wanting to gamble. Li Qie mocked. Since the prince wanted his life, Li Qie didn't mind toying with him for a bit. It was debatable whether his arms were worth 10 million Dao Saint Chaos Stones. The answer would differ depending on who you ask. However, he was correct about imperial lineages wanting a skillful master like him to join them. Chapter 1773. All eyes were instantly on the prince this time. It didn't matter whether Li Qie's arms were worth the aforementioned price or not. The prince was the one who started all of this. He would lose all face by backing down right now. It was either to take out 1 million Dao Sage Chaos Stones to bet against Li Qie or use his own arms. Otherwise, his reputation as an imperial successor would be gone completely. The only thing he would be known for was a crown prince who got humiliated by a mortal. Bang! The prince took out 3 Dao Sage weapons at the same time, all at the golden inlaid level. I don't have that many Chaos Stones on me, so I'll bet these weapons instead. He uttered coldly. These 3 artifacts were indeed worth around 1 million Dao Sage Chaos Stones. Li Qie glanced at the weapons and smiled. Fine, what bet now? The prince took a deep breath and tapped on Li Longshuan's back, who was standing next to him. Brother Langxian will represent me. Brother, beat him, I want his arms. Severing Li Qie's arms was only the beginning. If Li Langxian were to win, a long torture was awaiting Li Qie before everyone. The prince wanted Li Qie's scream to echo across the western market. Even though murder was forbidden here, losing a gamble justified the punishment. No one would be able to save Li Qie then. Langxian was surprised to hear this. He regained his wits and stared at Li Qie with a little anticipation. This mortal was indeed a challenge for him. Earlier, Li Qie's cutting skill proved that he was an amazing appraiser. Langxian was considered the #1 young appraiser in Pure, so after seeing Li Qie in action, his eyes did lit up and he thought about challenging the guy. Your Highness, I'm not sure if I can handle this great responsibility. Langxian humbly said. Brother Langxian, you are the best appraiser right now and he's only a mortal. Just take his arms for me. The prince said. I'll have to listen then. Langxian cupped his fist. Langxian and Li Qie instantly fell into the limelight. Li Qie has proven his abilities while Longshuan's reputation preceded him. One was a mortal while the other was a genius, so Langxian clearly had the upper hand. No wonder why the prince left this to him. Even the older appraisers don't want to play against Langxian. Many have lost to him already. One expert said. All eyes were on this contest. How do you want to do this? Li Langxian cupped his fist towards Li Qie, still showing respect towards a mortal. Whatever you want. Li Qie smiled and freely said. Langxian didn't dare to underestimate the enemy. He took a deep breath and said, Your vision is quite keen. How about we pick a Dao material from the waiting zone? Whoever can cut the better Dao fetus out will be the winner. What do you think? We'll do that then. Li Qie had no objection. The waiting zone was a special area at the stone workshop. Many Dao materials were waiting to be appraised here or couldn't be decided by the appraisers. In this place, Someone can find the best Dao fetus or just white adornments. The prices here weren't cheap on purpose. The workshop wanted the gamblers to come here and test their luck or abilities. I heard the majority of the Dao material here are white adornments. But in order to make money and attract the adventurous type, the workshop purposely put some good materials in there. A frequent visitor snickered. People smiled back after hearing this. In fact, this strategy by the workshop was well known. Of course, there were some Dao materials that couldn't be appraised, so they placed them here to attract more gamblers as well. After reaching the waiting zone, Li Jie and Lang Xian carefully looked for a Dao material. This was a test of their vision. It was impossible to see the fetus inside without cutting the materials. Of course, the experienced appraisers could make educated guesses on the fetuses based on the material's affinity, origin, weight, and shape. For example, if one material was part of a divine beast's corpse, then the grade of the fetus would certainly be better than if it was from an ordinary beast. The appraisers in the workshop were very good in this regard. All the origin and affinity of these materials were clearly written down. The chance of passing off the fish eyes as pearls was quite minuscule. Longshuan's cultivation speed was no match for the imperial princes, but conversely, the princes were no match for him with regards to finding Dao materials. Nevertheless, he still treated Li Jie as a formidable opponent. Because of this, he mustered all of his abilities while looking at each piece. Li Jie did the same, but not as carefully as Lang Xian, who was smelling, listening, looking, and even knocking on each piece. He simply stared at their texture and affinity and didn't go all out. It wasn't because he was overconfident. This contest was simply unfair because he had been doing this in an old era, even before the birth of some of the current monarchs and emperors. Many talented appraisers back then all wanted to call him master. Lang Xian eventually picked an egg-shaped material that was made from stone. It had flowing red lines with a dark light in the center and gave off a sanguine appearance. "That's a master for you," another appraiser confirmed. "This Dao material is exquisite with a touch of greasy oil outside. I'm not completely positive, but there's a large chance that it came from a red jade immortal mine. If this is the case, it might be an orange martial fetus." A few businessmen heard this and took a look as well. They agreed with this assessment. Lang Xian paid a fair amount for this great material and went to the betting table to wait for Li Jie. He was completely confident in his choice since this wasn't his first time betting. Many older appraisers have been his victims. "Brother Lang Xian, how is this Dao material?" the prince asked after seeing his confidence. He smiled and said, "I won't let you down, Your Highness. I'm certain I can cut an orange martial fetus from this, but if I'm lucky, maybe even a heaven bestowment." The prince became excited after hearing this with a murderous glint in his eyes. He declared with a sinister smile, "I'll cut his arms then his legs before gouging his eyes so he won't ever appraise again." Li Langxian disapproved of the prince in his mind. He didn't want to harm Li Jie at all for this duel, but he had a good relationship with the prince on top of wanting to test his skill against a mortal appraiser. Finally, Li Jie had also made his pick. He tapped on one material and said, "This one." The price he paid was very cheap since his material looked like a lump of coal that had been incinerated by thunderfire. It looked completely conspicuous. "The origin of this material isn't good at all. Is he just testing his luck?" One appraiser said, "It came from a red fir tree, forming at the root with a natural harmonization. It's really too common. Normally, young cultivators who want to become appraisers would train with it." Chapter 1774. When Li Jie returned to the betting table, Li Langxian saw his chosen Dao material and became surprised. "Your choice is truly unexpected. This Dao material from the red fir tree is the most common in the 13 continents. Thunderfire occurs with the harmonization of the heaven and earth, so many roots of these trees give birth to Dao fetuses. However, the majority of these Dao fetuses are white adornments. The chance for the higher grades is pitifully low. Looks like you are really taking a gamble this time or are completely confident in your vision." Li Langxian was very happy to talk to a mortal appraiser. When two appraisers talked about Dao materials, a strange sense of familiarity and closeness usually appeared. People say that it's no fun not relying on luck when gambling. The pleasant surprise is the stimulating part. Li Jie smiled and said, "That's what I'm doing. If something good will come out, hearts will start to pound. If that's the case, I hope luck is on your side." Li Langxian remained cordial towards a capable appraiser. Ha ha ha, if he can keep his dog life after losing his arms and eyes, then luck is really on his side. The prince sneered and didn't try to cover up his bloodthirst at all. Let's begin, I'll go first. Under the supervision of the appraisers from the workshop, Li Langxian took out his knife to cut his chosen piece. Waves of cutting noises came about. Li Langxian was quite experienced with his knife, so he earned high praises from the pros nearby. This guy was gifted in both appraising and cutting. The material became increasingly shiny with jade-like layers being peeled apart. It seemed as if oil was seeping out and creating the glossy finish. That's a good Dao fetus. I believe it will be a defensive one. Many people knew that something amazing was about to come out. The slices became thinner since the knife was about to reach the Dao fetus. A faint light from within penetrated the thin layer. It's definitely a treasure now. An experienced appraiser shouted. Ha, that's definitely a heaven bestowment fetus. Wretched mortal, tremble now. The prince burst out in laughter. Li Qie was calm unlike the prince, but the three by his side became worried. The better the treasure, the less chance Li Qie had of winning. Boom! Langxian finally removed the complete Dao fetus. When he placed it on the betting table, it emitted a clear brilliance consisting of drill-like rays that dazzled the entire crowd. It was a shield the size of a palm, a good foundation to create a defensive artifact. Heaven bestowment in the form of a shield fetus. It's definitely the finest grade among postnatal fetuses. An expert commented. That's incredible, young noble Li. Will you sell this fetus? One sect master became excited and wanted to buy the shield fetus. Heaven bestowment was the highest rank of postnatal fetuses. The prince turned towards Li Qie and smiled cruelly. Mortal, you're cutting your arms off, or do I have to do it for you? I won't make it painless though. Li Qie ignored the prince again while the group was aghast at the heaven bestowment fetus. This was the finest rank. The outcome, Li Qie's defeat, was already decided. Xiaoshan's heart was hanging on a thread. She was powerless even if she wanted to help him because they couldn't resist a character of the crown prince's level. I'm just lucky. Langxian heaved a sigh of relief and cupped his fist towards Li Qie. His attitude was much better than the bossy prince. He was confident about producing an orange martial fetus and didn't expect to have the fortune of getting the finest grade. His victory was assured because of this. Time for me to test my luck then. Li Qie was unperturbed and smiled. Having said that, he began cutting with great finesse. That guy wants to reverse the tide with a Dao material from the red fir tree? The chance is lower than being hit by a meteor. One appraiser shook his head after seeing Li Qie's refusal to give up. A red fir tree can still produce a good Dao fetus even if the chance is low. However, even if one was lucky enough, the best outcome will only be an orange martial fetus. There's no chance of winning when young noble Li had gotten a heaven bestowment. Another expert added. The prince smiled sinisterly after seeing this, confident in the outcome. Go ahead, take your time delaying your inevitable defeat. Wooden layers were removed and scattered like charcoal powders. There was no glossy finish at all. Anyone in the business could already see that it was a white adornment fetus. This wooden piece has no shine. It has indeed been burned by thunderfire. Its harmonization area is too shallow. That's a white adornment for sure. An experienced appraiser stated without optimism. Shen Xiaoshan's group became paler after hearing these appraisers' comments. They felt that Li Qie had lost already. One sect master shook his head with a tinge of regrets. It's over. A mortal appraiser is a great achievement, but he can't be one anymore without his hands. Some among the crowd were actually lamenting the loss of a talent. Boom! Li Qie finally finished removing the complete fetus. A chaos aura permeated the table as if an underground mine has been unearthed. The power of the Dao sovereign realm appeared with a touch of the origin. What's going on? This chaotic atmosphere shocked the nearby cultivators. It's a prenatal Dao fetus. The experienced appraisers knew what was going on right away. They stepped closer to carefully look at the chaos energy inside the fetus. They saw a sword fetus lying there, shrouded in an ocean of thick chaos energy. No one dared to underestimate this tiny fetus because it already contained the power of the Dao sovereign level. A prenatal Dao fetus of the Dao sovereign level and orange martial grade. One appraiser concluded. The crowd was astonished after hearing this. A prenatal fetus from a red fir tree? That's unbelievable. I've cut so many of them before. A cultivator who used to be an appraiser claimed in shock. Because Dao materials from red fir tree were in abundance and cheapest on the market, many people learned the art of appraising with these materials. The majority of them would come out to be white adornment fetuses. The very rare cases would result in violet force fetuses. Chapter 1775. The mass continuously rained compliments about this prenatal fetus. It wasn't that rare in the 13 continents, but one coming from a red fir tree was a different story. Dao fetuses were also divided into prenatal and postnatal, the former being much stronger. However, prenatal started at Dao sovereign and golden inlaid for the lowest cultivation and grade. The biggest difference was that prenatal fetuses already had chaos and primordial energies. To keep it simple, the fetus itself had cultivated. Postnatal fetuses didn't have any and started from zero. After fusing with divine metals and ores to become a Dao weapon, its cultivation would rise with its master or creator. Thus, after the cultivator reached Dao sovereign, their weapon would also reach Dao sovereign and enjoyed the power of this realm. This wasn't the case for prenatal fetuses. After coming out, it already had the power of this realm and would still grow with its master after becoming a weapon. For example, a Dao sovereign prenatal fetus would still have the power of a Dao sovereign, even if its user is at a weaker realm. When the user became stronger than a sovereign, the weapon would grow proportionally stronger. In short, its user and a prenatal weapon would have double the power at the same realm versus a postnatal weapon, since there were two overlapping cultivations for the first case. This was the reason why prenatal weapons were superior and much more precious. Powerful cultivators would all pick prenatal fetuses. Thus, Liqia's current fetus was the lowest of all the prenatal fetuses at Golden Inlaid and Dao Sovereign. Your insight is amazing. I am truly impressed. Li Langxian cupped his fist and praised. This wasn't just simple luck, it was clearly based on skill. Liqia smiled and casually grabbed the 3 Dao Sage weapons placed for the bet by the Crown Prince. Wait a minute. The prince held the weapons and shouted. Liqia glanced at him and said flatly, "Don't gamble if you can't handle losing gracefully." "Who says you're the winner?" The prince uttered. "Heaven bestowment is higher than orange marshal. When the heaven bestowment postnatal fetus reaches Dao sovereign, who knows which one will be strong?" This was indeed the case in terms of quality, but the actual strength of both at the same cultivation was hard to gauge. It might be up to the user's abilities. Is that so? Liqia smiled and said, "There is indeed an argument for the resulting Dao weapons, but we're talking about Dao fetuses, not weapons. If you can't even understand this much, stop betting and humiliating yourself." "You!" The prince's expression became ugly. He was panicking after losing, even though victory and torturing the mortal were so near, so he had forgotten this much. "Your Highness, in terms of Dao fetuses, a prenatal one commands a higher price than a postnatal at the workshop." Langxian reminded him. The postnatal heaven bestowment required gestation and refinement before becoming stronger. However, a prenatal was already powerful from the start. This justified the higher price. This young noble won the match. The prenatal fetus is more expensive. An appraiser from the workshop made the decision. In this gambling hall, the workshop's decision was the law and acknowledged by all. Tell people first next time if you're such a sore loser. Liqia casually handed the 3 weapons to Shen Shaoshan before teasing the prince again. Her group was stunned. Their soul left their body earlier because they thought Liqia was sure to lose and didn't expect such a reversal. Moreover, these Dao Sage weapons were beyond their imagination, but now, she could feel their considerable weight on her hands. She was the focus of admiration from the crowd since Liqia rewarded his followers and threw away these weapons as if they were mere cabbages. Following a master like this was the greatest thing in the world. "We'll go again." The prince was livid and slammed the table. He didn't expect to lose 2 in a row and be humiliated by a mortal like this. "What now?" "I'm not interested in something small. Go big." Liqia said flatly. "Your head." The prince loudly said with a murderous glint. "If you lose, I want your head." "You're betting your head too?" Liqia smiled, intending on taking his time with the guy who had lost his calm. "My head is too prestigious for a mortal like you. Name the price your head is worth and I'll bet that." The prince arrogantly claimed. The prince naturally didn't want to bet his own head and lower his status down to the mortal's level. In his eyes, money alone was enough. Liqia smirked. The fish has bitten the bait again. No way it was getting off now. He told Li Langxian, since everyone calls you a genius appraiser, how much do you think your life is worth? Langxian was caught off guard by the sudden question. He composed himself before telling the truth. In my personal opinion, my life is priceless, but if it is for a bet, around 50 million Dao celestial chaos stones. This was definitely an exorbitant sum. A great power couldn't necessarily produce this number. Of course, it was a different matter whether he was worth it or not, but as a genius appraiser, his statement was justifiable. Fine, it's rare for me to be in a gambling mood. I'm also a big deal. Here's my price. 10 million Dao celestial chaos stones. Bet that amount and I'll play with you. Li Qie cheerfully smiled. All the experts here gasped after hearing this monstrous estimation. Shan Shaoxian and people like her didn't even dare to think about this unreachable amount. You think too highly of yourself. 10 million Dao celestial chaos stones? I think even 10 million Dao Saint Chaos Stone is too high for your life. The prince scowled. Whether I'm worth it or not is my business. Who was it that said I could name the price earlier? Ah, I guess you were just boasting all along. Don't be wrong and get mad over it. That's too embarrassing. Plus, it's only 10 million Dao Celestial Chaos Stones. I guess the Heavenly Phoenix country should change its name to Chicken Roost if it can't even afford this much. Go back to your village. Don't prance around here again. Li Qie verbally slapped the prince. The prince turned red and only blurted out his proposition out of rage. He wasn't expecting this mortal to announce such an outrageous price. Chapter 1776. A crown prince like him still couldn't take out 10 million Dao Celestial Chaos Stones in a short time. He became the center of attention as his complexion kept on changing from rage. Even if Li Qie was overestimating his worth, the prince was the one who told Li Qie to name the price. If he couldn't come up with his end of the bargain, it was akin to throwing away his face. This was a difficult position for him. 2 successive losses were already too much to take. Now, Li Qie's sneer made it even worse. If you apologize to me now, I can forgive your sin of being ignorant. Li Qie leisurely smiled and said. The prince glared furiously at Li Qie. It was impossible for an imperial successor to bow his head before a mortal. He would pick death instead every time. Are we doing this or not? If you don't want to bet again, then just accept your mistake. Li Qie impatiently waved his sleeve. The crowd stared at the prince again. Since he was the one who proposed the bet, the fault would be his for not following up. An apology was already a mild punishment. When 2 cultivators gambled in this place, if the one proposing couldn't handle the deal, then a money payment would be a light punishment. So now, Li Qie only demanded an apology. People felt that he was already kind enough. The prince was riding a tiger and couldn't get down. He couldn't afford the bet, but the alternative was unacceptable. Well, yeah, if you can't muster it up, don't bet. People whispered after seeing the frozen prince. The imperious prince always viewed himself as superior to others, but these looks of contempt were really getting to him. He placed a Dao celestial weapon on the table and shouted, I'll bet this weapon. This was his most precious treasure, the symbol of his position as the crown prince of Heavenly Phoenix. Their country only had one immortal monarch. This monarch was still alive, but even if he were to leave his weapons behind, it wouldn't be the turn of someone as young as the prince. They had many powerful ancestors still alive. How could a junior like him carry an imperial weapon around? This was another big difference between the 10th and 9 worlds. There were many more living ancestors in the lineages up here. It was common for one lineage to have several hundred ancestors living at the same time. Thus, a first-rate sect in the 10th world was much stronger than one in the 9 worlds. Just one Dao celestial weapon? You think that alone is worth 10 million Dao celestial chaos stones? The red-faced prince took out treasures and weapons. In a short time, a pile of them stacked on each other on the betting table. He let cautions go with the wind and took out everything he owned in order to regain face and kill Li Qie. He wanted everyone to know that he would dare to participate in even bigger bets. If he started something, he would never falter even if it meant losing all his wealth. Is that enough? The prince uttered coldly after scooping out all he owned. Li Qie did a quick glance before speaking. Forget it, I'm a merciful person. I'll consider that 5 million for all these rubbish. You! The prince glared at him. Li Qie waved his hand as if he was chasing away a fly and said, Don't look at me like that. Let the workshop appraise them if you want. See how much money you can pawn these scraps for. The prince shouted at the appraisers. Do a valuation on my treasures. The appraisers knew that the prince had gotten too deep into this bet. They have seen people like him every day and began their evaluation process. Eventually one of them said, Young noble, 5 million Dao celestial chaos stones is acceptable for your items. This appraiser put it delicately, but the implication was that these treasures and weapons weren't worth 5 million. Li Qie added salt to the wound by patting his own neck. You're just all talk with an empty pocket. My head is right here. It's just that you can't afford to pay for it. The prince couldn't do anything at the moment, completely trapped in this debacle. You can borrow 5 million from our workshop because of your identity. One appraiser reminded him. The prince became excited right away. He was the prestigious crown prince of Heavenly Phoenix and his brother-in-law was Jin Gu. 5 million is nothing. I'll take the loan in my name and status as a crown prince. His eyes lit up just like his own spirit. He placed his father's golden VIP card on the betting table and said. He became a gambler blinded by the rush with reckless abandon about the consequences if he were to lose. In his mind, it was a type of glory to be able to borrow 5 million Dao celestial chaos stones since not just anyone could do it. Not even a sect master. Only an imperial successor like him could enjoy this privilege. It showed the stateliness of his identity. Of course, the workshop wasn't worried at all. As long as this gambler wanted to borrow their money, they would be more than happy since they weren't afraid of his country reneging on the debt. Heavenly Phoenix only had one immortal monarch while the Jilin clan behind them had 3. As long as he dared to borrow, they would dare to ask for both the principal and interest back in full in the future. So many chaos stones were placed on the betting table and their chaos energy engulfed the area. This was many's first time seeing this great amount and became dazzled by the scene. Some even crazily salivated with greed. Shen Xiaoshan's group was even more amazed since they had never seen the world of the rich before. For their tiny sect, just 10 Dao celestial chaos stones was already a shocking amount, let alone 5 million. One king gazed at the table filled with stones and said, A bet for 10,000,000. Only a talent like the crown prince could do something like this. This will be a once-in-100 years match. Everyone here was astonished by the number of chaos stones and the betting match that was about to take place. This pleased the crown prince, especially that king's comment earlier about how he was the only one who could produce this sum. Little animal, I'll buy your life with this, he grandly declared after slamming on the table. At this time, rationality and strategy were thrown out the window. Even his role as a crown prince and imperial successor. Only an addicted gambler was left. With his current state, even if he were to win this, he would keep on going and perhaps find a second person to bet against. Li Qie clapped and laughed. That's more like it, the crown prince of a country, the style of an imperial successor. How do you want to do this? If you win, my head is yours. Li Qie didn't only want the crown prince's life but also publicly take everything the guy had. Chapter 1777. Though the prince felt embarrassment and fury earlier, gathering 10 million chaos stones for the bet had won him some face. He wanted to let everyone know that the Heavenly Phoenix crown prince was not a sore loser and could afford any type of bet. I'll cut your neck off 1 inch at a time after you lose. He was still furious at Li Qie and didn't try to hide his cruelty by pushing this mortal to the edge. After winning, a fate worse than death was his parting gift to the mortal. That depends on if you are capable enough. How do you want to do it? Li Qie smirked, unaffected by the prince's threat. Brother Langxian, go against him again, help me take his head, the prince said. Langxian was surprised to hear the prince asking him and quickly cupped his fist. Your Highness, I know my limits and I'm afraid I will let you down. Please ask someone else. This bet was too grand so Langxian didn't want to participate. Brother Langxian, no need to boost the enemy's morale while lowering ours. The prince was unhappy instantly and deepened his tone. You are a genius appraiser, no need to be discouraged after one loss. I'm daring to bet 10 million. Don't tell me you care too much about your own reputation and don't dare to try? The prince needed Langxian to participate. Even though his cultivation was high, he was far inferior when it came to Dao material. Even the best appraiser from his country had lost to Langxian before. That's why the prince thought so highly of Langxian. If he were to personally go against Li Qie, defeat was certain, but there was still a chance of winning with Lang Xian. Well, Lang Xian hesitated not just because of his reputation and the effect of potentially losing to a mortal appraiser. The monstrous scale of the bet was the thing stopping him from carelessly participating. Don't worry, brother Lang Xian, I won't blame you even if you lose. I can handle losing this much. The prince shouted. I know that you are capable of taking this mortal's head. Don't you want to make up for the loss earlier? Still, Lang Xian was still reluctant. Brother, do you not view me as a brother? You can't represent me for this bet right now? The prince's expression darkened as he uttered. He has lost for sure if Lang Xian didn't help him, and he didn't wish to go down like this. He must make sure Lang Xian participate no matter what. Very well. Lang Xian had to step out after the constant pressure from the prince. Plus, he wanted to try again after losing the first time. He cupped his fist and said, I'll try my best to live up to your trust, Your Highness. I believe in your abilities. No one is your match outside of the top appraisers from the last generation. The prince finally smiled and roughly patted Li Longshuan's shoulder. Lang Xian came out and asked Li Qie, How do you want to do this? Li Qie leisurely said, Since your group started this, I'll just play along. Anything will be fine. Okay, then we'll pick any Dao material in the stone workshop. The one with the best Dao fetus will be the winner. The only rule is that the material price cannot be over 1 million Dao Sage Chaos Stones. There were Dao materials of inordinate value at the workshop. If there was no limitation, one would just buy the highest priced material in order to win. After all, the workshop relied on its reputation. These higher-end materials were virtually guaranteed to produce the best fetuses. The probability of error was diminutive. This was the reason why Lang Xian proposed the particular rule in order to truly test the skill of an appraiser and make this bet worthwhile. Good, it's decided then. Nothing higher than 1 million Dao Sage Chaos Stones. Li Qie straightforwardly agreed. We'll meet back here in a bit then. Lang Xian cupped his fist. Longshuan's attitude was much friendlier compared to the prince who only wanted Li Qie's head. He had no grievances against this mortal appraiser and personally wished to test his skill against another expert. The second bet between the two of them garnered just as much attention from the crowd as the previous. It wasn't only about the money. The spectators also cared about the skill level of the bout. The appraisers, both novices and experts, were excited to see the incoming colorful event. It was going to be as brilliant as any physical battle. The ones who were vested in studying Dao materials wanted to learn appraising techniques out of the experience. In a short time, some masters even followed right behind the two of them in order to see the selecting process. One was a magical mortal appraiser that had profited twice at the workshop on top of beating Lang Xian once already. It showed that this was more than luck. The guy was a true expert appraiser. A mortal appraiser was already rare enough, but a skilled one like this was once in a million years. How could the crowd not be excited? As for Lang Xian, he was well known as a genius appraiser and his skills were acknowledged by the older masters of the craft. So many famous older appraisers have lost to him in pure. Even the appraisers in the workshop became very interested in the two of them. After carefully rummaging through the materials, Lang Xian finally picked and bought one that was appraised by the workshop as a prenatal Dao fetus of the Dao Sage and Golden Inlaid level. The price was 360,000 Dao Sage Chaos Stones. His strategy was quite good. It was essentially impossible using Dao Sage Chaos Stones to buy materials at the Dao Saint and Dao Celestial materials because they weren't on the same level. Numbers alone couldn't make up for it. The only way was to buy a Dao Sage material and hope for the best. This probability was quite low, hence the gambling nature of the entire industry. Lang Xian was very bullish on his chosen Dao material and believed a great fetus could come out of it. That's a good one. There should be no problem getting a prenatal fetus out of it. Many people felt the same way, especially since the appraisal from the workshop was most likely correct. Li Qie chose one a while after. It was as big as a basin and round like a watermelon with gray-veined patterns all around. This one was much cheaper compared to Longshuan's. It was appraised as a postnatal fetus of the Heaven Bestowment level. The price was only 5,000 Dao Master Chaos Stones. He's quite courageous picking a postnatal to go against a prenatal. This caught many people off guard. Everyone knew that in terms of value, a postnatal fetus would never be more expensive than a prenatal. Unlike the buyers had some special requirements. He's relying on the workshop making a mistake, but I've bought so many here. It isn't that easy. A different appraiser commented. The crowd felt that Li Qie was too bold with his choice, especially when his life was on the line. The appraisers from the workshop stared at each other too, since it was an indirect insult at them. Even though there were countless materials here, the margin of error was very small for the materials appraised by them. Earlier, Li Qie had chosen perfectly twice earlier in spite of their appraisal. If he could successfully do it again, he would be the king of misappraisal, or in other words the best appraiser. Thus, in their eyes, this was no longer a bet. It was a blatant challenge to the workshop's appraisers. Chapter 1778. Both Li Qie and Lang Xian returned to the betting table. Lang Xian was surprised to see Li Qie's postnatal material and blurted out, "You are truly unfathomable. No one else in the contemporary would try to take this kind of risk." Any appraiser with a hint of rationality would know how unwise it was to challenge a prenatal material with a postnatal one. The victor was already determined unless Li Qie could somehow pull off a miracle. Just relying on luck, that's the real fun in gambling. Certainty is not as exciting. Li Qie smiled freely. Such boldness is commendable. Lang Xian was in awe of Li Qie's daringness in the face of death. "Haha, relying on luck? Wait a bit and you'll lose your life." The prince sneered cruelly. "I can't wait till I can start slowly cutting off your head." He was certain of Longshuan's victory since there was no way this mortal could be so lucky. One or two inaccurate appraisals were one thing, but three in a row. Even the appraisers from the workshop wouldn't believe it. Lang Xian had a prenatal golden inlaid material. The resulting fetus would be just fine. However, Li Qie had a postnatal material. Even the highest grade wouldn't likely beat Longshuan's. Li Qie ignored the prince and said, "Let's begin. Since I found my first, I'll start." Lang Xian cupped his fist and didn't try to be overly polite. He wanted to know what fetus would come out, and his confidence was overshadowed by his restless curiosity. After all, this was still a bet. He needed to see his ace card before having peace of mind. Li Qie agreed, so Lang Xian began cutting his Dao material. Bang! He took the fetus out in just a short time like a skilled butcher. Once it came out, primordial chaos energy of the Dao Sage level shot out in the form of thin, bright rays. Prenatal fetus of the Dao Sage level. Even before seeing the fetus, people here could tell what type it was due to the chaos and primordial energy oozing out. "It's a heaven bestowment." After finally looking at the fetus, someone blurted out in astonishment. This was a seal fetus emitting shiny strands of light. The finest among Dao Sage fetuses. Another commenter added, "Congratulations, young noble Lang Xian, you got something that fell through the cracks." Even an appraiser from the workshop cheered for Li Lang Xian. Originally, it was appraised as a golden inlaid, but a heaven bestowment came out. Lang Xian got the better end of the deal by buying it for cheap. From another perspective, it proved the well-earned reputation of the workshop. They didn't purposely brand and sell only shoddy Dao materials. Lang Xian heaved a sigh of relief after seeing the grade of the Dao fetus. During his selection process, he was certain that a prenatal golden inlaid fetus at the Dao Sage level would definitely come out. There was a chance that it could even be an orange marshal, and if super lucky, a heaven bestowment. He felt that he had at least 80 to 100% chance of victory and glanced over at Li Qie. A postnatal Dao fetus wanting to beat his? That was harder than reaching for the heavens unless the guy had chosen the best fetus in the world that had been erroneously appraised. All eyes were on Li Qie. Some experts slightly shook their head and said, "He's done. No chance of winning unless he can get something incredible, but that's virtually impossible." Li Lang Xian probably has a 90% chance of victory now. Unless Li Qie were to reveal a prenatal fetus of the Dao Saint level, his defeat was assured. "Ha, little animal, you have lost already." The prince was ecstatic after seeing Longshuan's heaven bestowment fetus. He smiled deviously and raised his sleeves while imagining the cruel torment forcing Li Qie to scream. He felt an unprecedented pleasure from obtaining revenge. "What's the rush? I haven't cut mine yet, but you already know you have done?" Li Qie said dismissively and treated the prince as if he was invisible. "Haha, keep on struggling. If death wants you by midnight, there's no surviving till dawn." The prince sneered. Li Qie held his knife and began the slicing process. One appraiser saw his refusal to give up and said without optimism, "It's too hard to reverse the tide. Longshuan's Dao fetus is very good for the price. Too hard to beat it." He took the wrong step, wanting to benefit greatly from buying cheap, but instead, he'll be paying with his life. The experts here caused a ruckus debating. It was clear that Li Qie didn't rely on just luck, having picked the right materials twice. However, challenging Lang Xian by repeating the same formula made everyone think that he had become complacent. Bang! When Li Qie took off the thin stone layer, the resulting fetus was actually a white adornment. Just the white grade. The crowd was shocked because even though it was a postnatal fetus, the appraisers of the workshop still evaluated it as a heaven bestowment. But now, this meant that these appraisers have also mistakenly graded this particular material. Shen Xiaoshan's group lost their color from realizing that Li Qie had lost. He lost. Everyone confirmed that Li Qie has thrown away his life. Losing everything after one wrong decision. One sect master became remorseful. So many great powers would want to invite this capable mortal appraiser to work for their sect. But now, his life was forfeited to Heavenly Phoenix Crown Prince. This is... Lang Xian slightly raised his eyes. Meanwhile the prince guffawed. Ha ha ha, little animal, how do you want me to cut off your head now? Many chops or just a single split? The bloodthirsty prince was already holding a long sword, ready to torture and kill Li Qie. What's the rush, it's not over yet. Li Qie interrupted the jubilating prince and moved his knife again to cut off another layer. Fine, I want to see what other amazing things you can do. The more you delay this, the more I'll torture you. The prince wasn't in a rush since victory was already within his grasp. Li Qie went on with his business and more layers were peeled off with his wondrous and inscrutable techniques. Suddenly, he severed the Dao material in half. This was very taboo for appraisers due to the potential damage to the fetus. The entire crowd was shocked. The result looked like a watermelon that was split in halves. However, multiple fetuses were revealed inside and stacked in an orderly fashion. Li Qie's knife easily separated them with such swiftness that made the crowd gasp. If his technique was brought to the point of perfection before, it has become completely devilish and out of this world. It was a work of art that stole the gazes of everyone in the audience. This was the cutting apex of an appraiser. In just a short time, the removed white adornment fetuses were neatly placed on the ground. A full set of white armament. The mass finally calmed down and saw the fetuses arranged on the betting table. Not just that, it consists of 639 pieces. One cultivator carefully counted all the fetuses. 639. The appraisers in the workshop became crazy. This news swept through the entire workshop. Everyone came running in order to look at this white armament. Chapter 1779. A complete set of Dao armament was the pursuit of many cultivators. However, ordinary experts couldn't ever get one due to the prohibitive cost. It consisted of same-quality Dao fetuses from one Dao material. For example, if there were 3 white adornment and 1 golden inlaid fetuses from the same material, then the golden inlaid would be excluded from the armament. So, 5 violet force fetuses from one material would be a set of 5. Each complete armament would have 1 Dao chapter. This chapter contained the writings of the heaven and earth during the harmonization process. It was much stronger than remnant laws and such. 3 was the minimum number to form a set. They must be of the same grade and came from the same Dao material. At this time, Li Qie gently blew as if he was casting a spell. Laws emerged on the orderly fetuses at the table. They danced together to form a perfect chapter with the image of a sword and armor. A sword armament, that's a common one. An expert saw the chapter and said, yeah, but don't forget, only 1 armament would show up in every 10,000 Dao materials, even at the white grade and only in a set of 3. An experienced appraiser reminded. The higher the grade of the fetus, the lower the chance of a full set appearing. Since the start of time, only a few armaments of the top grade existed. 639 pieces. Another workshop appraiser was shocked and murmured. Pure hasn't seen a set with this many pieces in a long time. Of course, a white armament couldn't compare to the higher grades. Not with just 3 pieces. However, once the set had a certain number, it would normally change into a higher grade. Many appraisers believed that 600 pieces were the soft limit of a white armament. If it had more than 600, it would undergo a fundamental improvement due to the great amount of chaos and primordial energies from the fetuses. If a white set had more than 600 fetuses, it could crush any weapon at the same cultivation realm. For example, at the Dao Saint level, A white set with more than 600 could crush even a weapon of the heaven bestowment level. Even a prenatal weapon wasn't a match. If it had more than 1,000, it could challenge other weapons of a higher cultivation level, with the exception of other sets. An armament after reaching a certain number had clear advantages that a single Dao weapon couldn't compare to. Because of this, people have always tried to find them. Even a white armament would be worth an unreal price if it had the right number of fetuses. This white armament must be sold at the Dao Saint level. One expert believed. In my opinion, if he were to auction it, the starting price has to be at least 100,000 Dao Saint Chaos Stones due to the extraordinary number of fetuses. If a powerful character were to gestate this armament, given ample time for advancement, it will crush any other weapon at the same cultivation. One appraiser stated. Li Qie slowly turned towards the prince and said, "Which do you think is worth more, my armament or your prenatal Dao fetus?" The prince had an ugly expression, especially to his agape mouth, as he stood there motionlessly. "Your skill in appraisal has reached an incomparable level. You win this bet." Li Langxian accepted his defeat. It wasn't easy cutting an armament out of a Dao material. Not even one might be present in all the current materials in the workshop. However, Li Qie simply picked one and found an armament. This was beyond luck. Such insight and abilities meant that he was at the apex of appraisal. Even a genius like Li Langxian realized his inferiority. He had lost to a mortal appraiser today, yet he was without any complaint. It was a convincing loss. "You have lost." Li Qie stared at the prince, then seized the mountain of treasures and weapons on the table. "Too much scrap metals. Go sell them and have a drink." Li Qie gave Shen Xiaoshan's group both the chaos stones and the items. Astonishment came before jubilation. When the group regained their wits, they felt as if money was raining down straight into their pockets from the sky. The crowd became envious at this extravagant master. This was an amount beyond a lifetime of earning, yet he casually threw them to his followers. The prince's treasures weren't bad, but they were nothing in Li Qie's eyes. Scrap metals indeed. Shen Xiaoshan's group finally realized why Li Qie was so arrogant before. He never paid any mind to a sect as impoverished as Sago Palm. They felt embarrassed by their previous sense of superiority over him. The ones who were arrogant in the past were they, not him. It was their luck being able to meet Li Qie, a blessing from the heavens to accompany him. Meanwhile, the prince stood there with a blank mind. He didn't care about the consequence at the start of the bet, feeling so confident in torturing this mortal before everyone before killing him. It would let everyone know the consequence of those who wanted to oppose him. But now he had lost completely. Li Langxian was no match the second time around either. The prince had bet all of his money and resources on top of borrowing 5 million from the workshop. He was a poor wretch on top of being in debt. His country might be able to repay this amount, but if his father and the elders from the royal clan were to find out, not only would his father break his leg, he might even lose his position as the crown prince. This left him horrified and furious. "What now, scared?" Li Qie chuckled at the frozen prince. "I can sympathize since you have lost everything. Okay, take this so you can at least make it back to Heavenly Phoenix." He grabbed a pile of chaos stones and threw it at the prince. "Little animal. No, there must be foul play. It's a conspiracy." The prince pointed at Li Qie while thinking of all the possibilities. "What?" Li Qie lazily said. "Cheating before everyone here? Even if I had tried to scheme against you, you think Li Langxian had participated too? Same with the Jilin clan? I'm sure someone here would have noticed something." The crowd knew that the prince couldn't accept this total loss. Anyone would go crazy after losing 10 million in one go. Few could afford such a loss without batting an eye. So many people were staring at the prince. The most humiliating part of this whole thing for him was losing to a mortal. Li Qie purposely provoked. "Don't be a sore loser now. It reflects negatively on you as a crown prince, but I can understand, a tiny country like Heavenly Phoenix is naturally poor. However, gamblers have their own codes and do not accuse people falsely after losing. A loser like you should just go back to your mother's teats." Chapter 1780. Little animal, shut your mouth. A noble character like the prince had never been humiliated before by any cultivator, let alone a mortal. The furious prince wanted to rush over and kill Li Qie right now. With his current power, killing a mortal was easier than crushing an ant. However, the experts from the workshop immediately stopped him. They naturally wouldn't allow for any killing in this place. Moreover, there was just a betting session earlier between the two of them. Their shop needed to maintain order and protect their customers for their reputation's sake. If one side were to kill the other after losing under their jurisdiction, who else would dare to come and gamble at their shop in the future? Your Highness, please show some respect. No customer shall be harmed at the stone workshop. The experts uttered coldly. If you want to settle grievances, do it with the betting table. The prince was indeed an imperial successor and his brother-in-law was no joke. This was quite a powerful backing, but the stone workshop was opened by the Jilin clan. When they dared to open this gambling place, they had no fear of anyone. If the prince kept on being stubborn, they would stop giving him any face. Little animal, one more bet? The princes glared at Xueqi with his bloodshot eyes. Everyone understood that he was desperate and caught up in this gambling atmosphere. Why not? Xueqi smiled and said, You think I'm afraid of a poor tramp like you? Just say the words and I'm in. Only a grandson would be scared. Good, that's exactly what I want to hear. There's no taking it back now. Too late for regrets. The prince laughed and uttered coldly. What regrets? Xueqi glanced at him with contempt. Why would I change my mind? I'm more afraid that you won't bet again since you have nothing now. What will you take out to bet? The prince was livid after hearing this. It wasn't only because Xueqi called him a poor tramp but more because he was pouring salt on the wound. Normally, he could call for rains and winds whenever he wanted. Money was never an issue, but now, he had lost everything. Xueqi has exposed his scar again and left him embarrassed. We bet with our life. Do you dare? Anger rushed to his brain as he cried out. He loved his life more than anyone else, but after losing everything, he let caution go with the winds. Why not? I've been betting it the whole time. Speak, how do you want to do this? I'll indulge you. Xueqi couldn't help but laugh. The prince was stunned to hear the quick agreement. He assumed that the mortal would call it quits after winning 3 times in a row. In this blink of an eye, he became clear-headed again and found this was very unwise. However, he had spoken earlier and couldn't take back his words or he would have no place to stay at Pure. So be it. He clenched his teeth as his head became hot again, no longer caring about anything. Then what kind of bet? We'll settle this today. Xueqi leisurely said. The cultivators here exchanged glances at this life bet. Meanwhile, the workshop had no reaction. This had happened a lot during big bets that would eventually escalate to this level when the two sides hated each other. The prince came up with an idea and smiled coldly. Since this is the stone workshop, we'll still bet with Dao fetuses. We each grab one and test our control over them. I won't bully you, we won't be using chaos and primordial energies, so it has nothing to do with cultivation. Use our will to control and use the Dao fetuses to fight each other. Crush the opponent's fetus and win. See, I'm not picking on a mortal like you. This is only a test of the Dao heart. The prince sneered. The listeners were surprised. Dao fetuses were born in places where the heaven and earth came together and seemingly had their own sentience. Before fusing it with metals to create a weapon, a mortal could indeed use their will to control a fetus. However, this was all in theory. A will that could control fetus needed to be extremely powerful and required an immovable Dao heart. Just imagine, this was a mortal who had never cultivated a merit law before. Even if he did, he was still only at the Dao dust realm, an insignificant being. How firm could his Dao heart be? In their opinion, Xueqi simply couldn't control a Dao fetus. Hypothetically, even if he could, the gap between him and the prince was too great. The prince was powerful and had cultivated imperial laws since youth, so his will was much stronger. He could easily defeat Xueqi even without utilizing chaos and primordial energies. All eyes darted towards Xueqi. People wondered whether he would take up the challenge or not because even a fool could see that accepting was suicidal. Shen Shaoshan was afraid that Xueqi didn't understand cultivation too well and pulled on his sleeve. Young master, he's a master, you won't be able to beat him, so don't do it. What now? You don't dare to take the bet? The prince's tone deepened. Who was it earlier that said they would take up any bet? Can't change your mind now. Some among the crowd shook their head after realizing the prince's murderous intention. However, it would be an unhonorable victory. He said that he wasn't bullying Xueqi, but he had the absolute advantage in this bet. However, Xueqi was the one who arrogantly proclaimed that he would accept all bets. There was no reneging at the betting table. Even if Li Chia didn't want to do it and the prince were to spare him just once, he still had to pay a great price. Why wouldn't I? I never say no to a bet. If you want to bet on controlling Dao fetus, so be it. Li Chia grinned at this point. This answer astounded the crowd. They felt that he was simply insane and aimless, walking straight to his death. Winning 3 times has made him complacent. He's suiciding now. An older expect gently shook his head while thinking that Li Chia has fallen into the biggest taboo of a gambler. Contrary to the crowd's belief, Li Chia was growing tired of this play and a minor character like the prince. Okay, cool enough, let's get started then. The prince clapped, elated that it was time for payback. He wanted to get everything back from Li Chia. First, he would slowly torture him until the guy wanted nothing more than the sweet release of death and willing to give everything back, all the treasures and chaos stones. At that point, no one would be able to stop him because the mortal's life was already his. He could do whatever he wanted. These thoughts made him laugh to his heart's content. This one. Meanwhile, Li Chia casually picked a white adornment fetus. This stunned the crowd completely. Li Chia had more than enough chaos stones and could pick a better one for the bet. But now, he only picked one of the white grade to the astonishment of everyone. Chapter 1781. Does this brat know anything about Dao fetus control? Someone muttered after seeing Li Chia's swift selection of a white adornment fetus. Some wondered if he knew anything about the contest at all. Even a fool wouldn't pick a white grade. The prince celebrated mentally after seeing his opponent's pick. This is you courting death. No one will be able to stop it. He then picked a heaven bestowment fetus. Both were postnatal fetuses, but the prince's selection was countless times stronger than Li Chia's. Start. An expert from the workshop acted as the judge after the two returned to the betting table. Buzz! The heaven bestowment fetus in the prince's hand lit up with rays of light that could pierce through the flesh. He didn't use any chaos or primordial energy, but as a successor who had learned imperial law since youth, his willpower could be more than 10,000 times greater than a mortal. Pluff! Under the control of the prince, this sword fetus shot towards Li Chia with an unstoppable sharpness. Even a regular cultivator like Shen Shaoshan wouldn't be able to stop it. Li Chia didn't bother looking forward. His will ordered the white adornment fetus to rush up. Everyone gasped after seeing this risky course of action. A white-grade fetus controlled by a mortal simply couldn't stand up to the prince's own. Boom! A Dao fetus shattered into many shimmering pieces accompanied by pleasant ringings. The crowd was completely frozen by the unexpected scene. The thing shattered was not Li Chia's white adornment fetus but rather the prince's heaven bestowment fetus. Li Chia's fetus was completely intact while the prince's own fell into shambles. It didn't mean that Li Chia's fetus was stronger, only his will. This was an incalculable disparity. Li Chia truly had an immovable Dao heart. No way! The prince cried out and took several steps back, slack-jawed. He couldn't accept this result at all. Even a fool could see his inevitable victory earlier, but the opposite had happened. The crowd shared the same astoundment as him. All eyes were agape. An imperial successor had lost to a mortal. Who would actually believe this? You have lost again. Li Chia calmly said. Leave your life behind now. No, impossible. How can a mortal have such a powerful will? The dismayed prince screamed. Who told you that? Li Chia smiled and said. A firm Dao heart has nothing to do with cultivation. The experts here were surprised by this comment because this was an unprecedented case of a mortal possessing such an unyielding Dao heart. They have only viewed mortals as ants before. Something foul is going on. Someone must be helping him in the shadow. A mortal can't compare to me. The paled prince bellowed. The crowd exchanged glances. It was indeed unbelievable that a mortal could best the prince in this regard. Sigh. Too many fools in this generation. Li Chia gently shook his head. This doesn't count because of foul play. This can't happen. The prince intended on reneging because his life was on the line. What does your workshop think about this? Li Chia ignored him and cheerfully asked the others. At this time, an ancestor of the workshop stepped forward. Despite his hidden vitality, everyone here still shuddered. Normally, this level of characters wouldn't show up unless something significant was happening. The bet was fine. Nothing was going on behind the scene. This young noble had no helper. We stake our reputation on this. The ancestor stared at the prince and said. He didn't need to say anything else after making his point. This meant that the Jilin clan was also vouching for the validity of the bet, and no one could say otherwise. The cultivators here had nothing to say if the clan was stepping up for this. They believed in the workshop more than the prince since it had been in business for so long with an ironclad reputation. No way. The prince was still in disbelief. What now, changing your mind? Lichia leisurely said while looking at the prince. All eyes were on him now. If the prince were to renege on the bet, he would also be throwing away Heavenly Phoenix's reputation. One could only imagine the consequence of their successor acting so dishonorably. The paled prince stood there frozen like a statue. He didn't accept this result but couldn't renege the bet either before everyone. Alas, there was no medicine for regrets. Dao brother, no senior. Do you think that we need to discuss this bet a bit more? The prince calmed down and lowered his posture in order to appease Lichia. Of course, his face felt hot from the embarrassment. Since when did he have to bow down towards others? It had always been the opposite. Senior, you are a hidden master while I'm only a short-sighted junior. I have lost convincingly. Please be magnanimous and go easy on me. Just name the price and my country will do its best to please you. The prince bowed and said. Face might be important but life was even more so. As long as he could leave this place alive, he would have a chance for revenge the moment this mortal leaves the Jilin's territory. Even if he didn't, their country would surely pay a sky-high price to get rid of him. Bowing his head now allowed him to trade for retribution in the future. This was completely worth it for the prince. He'll make this little animal pay tenfold later. People had nothing to say after seeing the prince begging for forgiveness. Honor, face, reputation. All weren't worth mentioning before potential death. Lichia had seen all types of people before, so he read the prince like a book. He smiled and said, No, a bet is a bet and words can't be taken back. Will you end your own life and leave this world honorably, or do I have to do it myself? The prince's expression sank. He had begged for forgiveness already, yet this mortal wouldn't spare him. You're really pushing this, making a fuss out of nothing. The prince couldn't help but utter coldly. Is that so? Lichia smiled. I want your dog life. No more blabbering. Hand it over. The prince clenched his teeth and made up his mind. If there was no other way out, no point in upholding pretentious decorum any further. He sneered. You're only a mortal, wanting to provoke Heavenly Phoenix? Have you thought of the consequence? Touch a hair of mine and my country will tear you to pieces and annihilate your clans. Their blood will flow for miles. Some of the crowd treated the prince's blatant hostility and reneging with contempt. However, they did agree with his logic. If Lichia were to really kill the prince, his country would want vengeance. In Lichia's position, anyone with a bit of rationality wouldn't mind sparing the prince. Heavenly Phoenix is nothing. Even if I kill you, they can't do anything about it. Lichia lazily said while ignoring the threat entirely. Chapter 1782. A mortal challenging Heavenly Phoenix as if it was nothing? The crowd started to wonder about the identity of this mortal. You! The prince thought that he could intimidate Lichia, but he was sorely mistaken. It is time for you to fulfill your betting obligation. Lichia nonchalantly said. The prince's expression became quite unsightly after being forced to the edge. Mortal, think again. My brother-in-law will be a heaven emperor. When he makes his debut, the world will heed his call. If you touch a hair of mine, my brother-in-law will massacre your 100 races. The prince's action earned him disdain from the crowd. However, many in the vicinity still shuddered when he brought up his brother-in-law. Jin Gu of the War Monarch clan was a potential future emperor. His name instilled fear in all of Pure or even the 13 continents. In the previous generation he could have become one. He proved his grand Dao even before Dao Dragon Heaven Emperor. Moreover, his fame and prestige were much greater as well, earning him many supporters. Alas, when he was trying to shoulder the Heaven's will, members of the 100 races ambushed him, so he lost the chance. The furious candidate killed many ancestors and powerful enemies before coming out unscathed through waves of assaults. After the first failure, he returned to the War Monarch clan for isolated cultivation, biding his time for the next. Many still believed that he would find success the next time and that he was the closest being to an emperor at the moment. His existence also boosted the status of Heavenly Phoenix. That's the reason why the crowd took a deep breath when his name was brought up by the prince. No idea who that is. I don't know every random dog or cat frolicking on the street. Lichia waved his sleeve dismissively. Little animal, you're dead for publicly talking about my brother-in-law like that? The prince grasped this chance to change the topic. No big deal. Hurry up and kill yourself, or must I do it myself? Lichia leisurely said. The crowd was stupefied at his attitude, not caring about Jean Gu at all impure. Yeah. Why are you talking about matters outside of the bet? I, Lao Lu, look down on people who won't pay up the most. If you're a man, honor your bet after losing. If everyone reneges after losing, what's the point of coming here to gamble? Just go home and take care of your kids instead. In my opinion, we might as well close the workshop now if people can just do this. Am I right, everyone? Shang Lao Lu from the hooligan sect was in the crowd and attacking the prince. Who knows how long he had been there, but the guy had been observing the situation the entire time. That's right. Many cultivators nodded in agreement. Even a king quietly stated, if there is no guarantee of people paying up, how can we dare to come here again? What if the opponent will just renege? Yes, there needs to be an enforcement of sorts. A different gambler chimed in. They didn't dare to provoke Heavenly Phoenix and Jean Gu. However, this was a good chance to pressure the stone workshop because this incident could set a terrible precedent for the gamblers here. It was up to the workshop to maintain an honorable result for the sake of their customers. Your Highness, you need to reconsider. An expert from the workshop reminded the prince with a serious tone under the egging of the crowd. Even if they didn't push him towards his death, they must not allow him to leave. Gambling was their most profitable endeavor. If they couldn't do this, then no need to do business in the future. No one else would dare to come here and play. The prince was livid after hearing this, but he couldn't threaten the workshop like he did Lichia. The Jilin clan wasn't afraid of him. Fine, I've lost. My life is right here. Come and take it if you can. He made up his mind and uttered coldly. He knew that the workshop wouldn't let him leave so easily, so he no longer gave a damn. Baz! His vitality erupted with chaos and primordial powers surrounding him. Anyone who approached would be suppressed by these origin forces. I'm waiting right here. Come take my life. If you can't, then it's your own fault for being weak. The prince shamelessly stated, ready to play dirty. In spite of the despicable nature of the move, it made some sense. He was staying right there, and if Lichia wanted his life, he must go get it. Attention shifted toward Lichia. The prince was quite powerful, so a mortal like him shouldn't be able to touch the guy. His 3 followers were also only weaklings. No chance of beating a real expert. Ha ha ha, I'm carrying out my end of the bet right now. Don't blame me because you're not capable of taking it. The prince smiled deviously. People spurned this choice, but there was nothing they could do since he chose life over face. Boom! As the prince was quite high on himself, someone pushed him down to the ground and immobilized him. What are you doing? The shocked prince struggled, but he found his body not answering his call. His cultivation has been suppressed, and this scared the soul out of his body. He was considered a young genius, so this instant submission proved the strength of his enemy. I hate spoiled children the most. Lao Lu smiled and dropped the prince on the betting table. Who the hell are you? I'm the Heavenly Phoenix Crown Prince. The prince screamed out his identity. I know, but I'll pretend otherwise. The old man smirked before telling Lichia. Sir, his life is right here. Go ahead and take it. The crowd was pleased with this development since they didn't like the prince at all. The prince got what he deserved after trying to renege on the bet. Lichia casually took out a sword and came over. Time for me to take what is mine. You don't be crazy. The glint of the sword horrified the prince. He felt death approaching, and even his identity couldn't save him this time. Just name the price. I'll listen to anything, treasures or money. Whatever you want. The prince abandoned both pride and face to beg. I only want your dog life. Where do you want me to start? Lichia chuckled in response. The cold blade made the prince wet his pants. He cried out at this moment of life and death. You can't kill me. My brother-in-law is Jean Gu. My sister has a peerless bloodline. Kill me and there will be no place for you in the 13 continents. Pluff. Lichia pierced his body before he could finish speaking. Blood spurted out as he was nailed to the table. His eyes were wide open with disbelief and unwillingness. Not even in death did he expect to die in the hands of a mortal in such a helpless manner. His blood stained the table and silenced the crowd. At his power level, as long as his true fate was around, this thrust shouldn't have been able to kill him. Unfortunately, Lao Lu had sealed his true fate, so Li Chia was able to instantly take care of him. Chapter 1783. The hushed crowd watched the prince crucified on the betting table. No one would dare to imagine a mortal daring to kill the crown prince of an imperial lineage. If it was anyone else without cultivation, they wouldn't dare to do anything even if the prince just stood there with his hands tied. Alas, this mortal showed zero hesitation. He dispatched the prince as if merely killing a chicken. People shuddered with fear and felt that this mortal was a butcher whose hands had been stained with endless blood. Shen Xiaoshan's group stood there agape with incredulity. They couldn't find the words to describe this situation. In their eyes, the prince was an unreachable character. Someone that their sect could only look up and show respect since he could destroy them with one finger. Thus, his murder shook them to their very core. Sigh, was it worth the trouble? Lao Lu laughed and clapped before disappearing into the mass. Li Chia was amused by Lao Lu. He didn't bother to look at the corpse and said flatly before leaving, "A prey like this is no fun at all." This comment made minds wander. Was the prince a target from the very beginning? This mortal was hunting the prince and took everything he had. This possibility made people tremble since Li Chia was more like a beast that would devour everything whole. The prince was the perfect example of this. The crowd wondered if this mortal wasn't just a simple appraiser. "May I have your name, sir?" An ancestor from the workshop respectfully asked. "Fiercest, Li Chia." Li Chia flatly answered and went out the entrance. Shen Xiaoshan and the others calmed down and gave chase. People racked their brains to remember this name, but they haven't heard of it before. No one knew who Fiercest was. Li Chia stopped searching the Western market because nothing else here piqued his interest. The group of three followed him back to the inn. None of them uttered a single word along the way. Even He Chen, who was more animated than the others, walked with his head low. Li Chia sat on his bed and channeled his merit law to absorb energies into his fate palace. He was close to 100 units of chaos energy to break through to the Dao Ant realm. Buzz! He finally got enough. Both his 13 palaces and inner physiques emitted a faint glow. After the battle with World Emperor and the others, the death record allowed his fundamental essences to reborn. However, his opponents were too strong and left behind damages beyond anyone else. That was the reason why his cultivation was destroyed. Without it, he couldn't empower his palaces and use them to their maximum potential. As long as he cultivated and absorbed more energies, his palaces and physiques would eventually recover. The realm of Dao Ant required 500 units to break through to the Dao Insect realm. The meditation went on as he felt the beats of the world and became one with it. After a long time, someone knocked on the door. "Enter," Li Chia said flatly without opening his eyes. Creak. The door opened and Tai Shu Wang came inside. He didn't dare to speak after seeing the meditating Li Chia and simply stood there. He had finished his matters, so he met up with the group again. Of course, Shen Xiaoshan's group told him everything that had transpired. The frightened old man realized that he had misjudged Li Chia. The guy wasn't only a scholarly mortal. His legs almost gave up on him, especially when he heard that Li Chia had killed the heavenly phoenix crown prince. Li Chia eventually opened his eyes and stared at the old man. It was a normal, non-imposing stare, yet the old man found it hard to stand straight. Bang! He dropped to the ground and said with horror, "This lowly one was blind and couldn't recognize that you are an immortal. Please forgive me." Sago Palm was nothing compared to the prince. Just thinking about how his disciples had offended Li Chia before made him worried. Such disrespect could warrant him destroying their sect 1,000 times over. "Stand up, you didn't know before." Li Chia waved his sleeve. The old man struggled to get up. This was a god standing before him, yet he didn't realize it before. He was nervous enough to not know where to put his hands. "Are you finished with your tasks?" Li Chia asked. The old man waved his hand frantically and said, "I was foolish with this whole examination matter and wasted your time." Even if he was 100 times more courageous, he wouldn't dare to ask Li Chia to do anything right now. He was already thanking his fortune that Li Chia didn't punish him for being disrespectful. "No need to be so nervous. If I wanted to punish you, you wouldn't be standing here right now." Li Qie calmed him down. The old man heaved a sigh of relief. He was completely drenched in sweat after being nearly scared to death. That's fine. I'll still need to go to the Jilin clan and will put in a good word for Sago Palm. Li Qie continued. This surprised the old man. His fear left and excitement arrived, leaving him unable to react. Their sect would change completely if Li Qie were to put in good words for them. They might even be able to ride the Jilin's coattails. This had always been his pursuit. I'm doing this not because of your respectful attitude or flattery. It is because of your wisdom and keen insight. Even though your background is humble, those from bigger sects lack your rationality and judgment. Moreover, you treat others well. This is your best trait. The old man quickly kneeled again and said with reverence, We'll never forget your grace and will establish a shrine to worship you, immortal. Very well, take your leave now. Li Qie nodded and sent him off. The old man took a deep breath before bowing one last time, then left. With that, Li Qie casually reached out to conceal this spatial plane. He then took out the wooden box taken from the G-store. The box, consisting of a single piece, was emitting a green glow as if made from jade. His expression became quite serious after taking it out. He told the manager about his lack of knowledge before, but this wasn't the case, for he was aware of its origin. Many have searched for it before, but no one has seen its true shape. Hence no one had recognized its true value. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.